Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Duchesne, nice job. Sends it across. Rantin in front. Score! Rantin in again! It's a hat trick in Winnipeg. Hintz was right in front, but it's Rantanen who remains scorching hot. That man is out of his mind.
Perfect call. And that was a rare thing last night, which we'll get into later on. Good morning, Metroplex. As the great Tolo Artemio tweeted, get us closer to the weekend with that energy boost after the Dallas Stars finally win a Game 1 with the hottest player in the entire sport going hat trick again. It's Sean Sharif, Bobby Belton, RJ Choppy on the Fan.
I think we could say the hottest player in sports. I think we are there. I don't know.
You don't think it's Jock Peterson?
It might not be good.
Maybe the Knicks as a team.
Stars. Yeah. I don't know that that I've seen anything like this in a spot like that.
My God.
He is unbelievable. Worth every penny. Stanky had Stanky tied in game 1 or whatever of their series. He had the game tying goal. I mean, he's done well for Carolina, but this is a different level. This is a different level that we are seeing Mikko be on right now, and he's really helping people who had a name Eco in DFW. He really is, because
it makes it even worse for Nico.
It really does.
It really does. You can't make it up. It makes it even worse for Nico Harrison.
Yep, it really does. But it's like it's so fun to watch. And I know that these guys have short shifts in hockey compared to other sports, but it's like you just want to keep him on the ice. You don't even want to take him off, like, ever. And that goal he had where he was on his butt.
Was that the third one? First one was a rebound. Second one was the redirect that I love so much. My favorite play in all of hockey.
Yeah.
So it must have been the third one.
Yeah, I think it was the third. Look, you lose track. You lose track the way this guy is.
Right.
But that was one of the most difficult goals you're going to see. I mean, he's on his butt, just the strength, just to flick the wrist in there, and the awareness. You can't say enough about this guy.
Look, we got 8 years of this left with the contract, and it's a really dangerous, probably overreaction state. You could almost say that the deal's been justified because of Game 7.
Well, yeah,
you could almost say that,
right? And we'll see. Obviously, you see where this playoff run goes, but I mean, most people would say, like, just look at the Juan Soto deal this year. Like, if the Mets win one title, they gave him 15 years. Like, I think a lot of Met fans say, all right, look, 15 years, we get one championship out of it.
Well, it's New York,
right? It's New York. So
Sal Prosciutto or whatever.
So they'd be miserable with just one. But like, if you win one title, it's almost worth it.
Bobby, Mikko becomes the third player in NHL history and the first in nearly 40 years. How does that? Third player in history, first in nearly 40 years with hat tricks in consecutive playoff games.
Yeah, and what it was he's the first player in history with multiple 3-goal periods in an NHL postseason, because he does it all in the second period. There, he's so incredibly good that it's one of those things where even to the, as I've said before, the novice eye, the untrained eye here that doesn't know hockey as well as the big time Stars fans in Dallas, like, it's so easy to tell just how good he is out there on the ice.
Yep.
And he's a lot of fun to watch, and just the amount of skill that he has on those redirects, like you talk about, or just like the way he moves across the ice. I still go back to that's I think it was the second goal, the game tying goal against Colorado. The way that he basically hops and like splits 3 people and wraps around and puts it. He's so good. And again, you start thinking about, like, okay, all-time DFW trades in terms of impact immediately. This is going way up there. This is most similar probably to what Cliff Lee did, where Cliff Lee got here and started running through the playoffs.
Well, I thought Atolo had a great tweet yesterday. Like, who was more unconscious, Mikko right now or Adolis?
What, in the ALCS? I mean, that was like, he won the ALCS MVP, I think, that year. But he was fantastic. But this is the guy had a hat trick. There was a point yesterday
in the period.
There was a point yesterday after the second period. Mikko had a hat trick in 2 of the last 3 playoff periods he played in. It's crazy.
Last 4 games, 8 goals, 6 assists, 14 points.
Man, to that question, now I'm sitting here thinking about it with Adolis.
Because how many games did that run?
So Adolis was in the ALCS. He was a monster. He was really the guy. The playoff run that always comes to mind to me, though, specifically it was Nelson Cruz in the 2011 ALCS, where he hit those 6 home runs. Like, that to me was, you do not get to the World Series. I know everybody likes to remember Nelson Cruz butchering the ball in right field, but you don't even get to the World Series without Nelson Cruz doing what he did against Detroit. So I mean, this is on a level to me of Cliff Lee pitching against the Rays. This is Nelson Cruz going off. This is Emmitt Smith during some of his runs during the playoffs. This is a so far just an all-time run. Like, when Spittle's telling us in the meetings going into the postseason that, hey, Mikko, we're talking about like an all-time playoff performer here that they've got, and it's showing up right now.
And Mikko was asked after the performance if he's ever felt this good in the postseason before.
I don't think so. No. It's it's been good the last couple of games, and obviously have to thank the line mates. Teammates are making great plays around me and finding me in the net front or wherever it is, and we'll just try to keep it going now.
Mike Leslie tweets that Rantanen has now scored or assisted on 12 straight Stars goals, carrying the entire offense.
That is the record in playoff history. That is eclipsed Mario Lemieux, who is at 9. So we are talking like 25% more, and it's going to grow. Like it could. It could grow. It could grow tomorrow. Like either if he scores or assists on the first Stars goal, be 13. He's just going to extend his playoff record. This is a heater, man. Like this is a heater like we haven't seen.
Robo returning, so that's good news. Your Hellebuyck preview scrambled my brain all game long, just watching him and hating him as he does the eye exercise. Did you see that?
Yes.
He's training on the bench, and the gloves go up like this, and I'm just like, damn it, RJ, you ruined maybe the best player in the series or in the sport for me.
He's so like
He didn't ruin Mikko.
He's so easy to hate. He's so easy to dislike, man. From the I'm the most studied goalie ever nonsense to the eye thing. I'm exercising my eyes before the game. Listen, loser. Everybody does that probably, right? A lot of goalies do that. But, the fact that they brought it up, like he invented it. He's out there acting like he invented it. It's like, come on.
All right, give us your Stars thoughts if you stayed up late for it. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line.
Yeah, by the way, yesterday, I know Mikko's the big headline, but I still don't know how Esa Lindell stopped that puck from going in late in the third period. The way that, they've been...
He did that in round one.
Yeah, this is the second time he's done that. He's their best goalkeeper outside of Jake Oettinger.
Yes.
Like, he needs to be in net for the same... He was fantastic. And again, this is another game where, how long has it been since they gave up a power play goal? It was like game 3 against Colorado or something.
Goaltender, Bobby, not a goalkeeper.
Whatever.
That's the wrong sport, right? Soccer.
It's not a jersey, it's a sweater. I know. But regardless, the penalty
Chop
kill's
tells
been
me
great.
they volley back and forth in tennis. We got to get our terms right.
Yeah.
It's a rally, right?
It's a rally.
It's a rally. And volley is in volleyball.
Volley, no, is when you're at the net and you're doing
okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Okay.
Tennis insider Sean Sharif here to get us straight.
Hey,
I know pickleball.
Ask John Isner about it. He'll tell you I'm the man. Probably not. Pete DeBoer on the performance and finally getting a Game 1 win.
Keep it going. Let's see how long he can run this for. He's rolling, and he's feeling it, and pretty impressive what he's doing. Considering the opponent and the time of year and, how he's dominating games, really impressive. So, and I think it's the first time we won a Game 1 since 2019. I thought our group did a lot of good stuff. Otter made some huge saves down the stretch. PK was outstanding. Got a power play goal. Special teams again were great. So there's a lot of things there for us to build on.
This guy's a calm, cold-blooded killer, DeBoer. They're talking about his 30-year coaching career, 17 in the National Hockey League. He kind of hits it and quits it and goes to certain situations and then leaves. But, man, I just feel so much confidence just looking at him over there in that box. And he has a Game 1 win because they had lost 8 straight, dating all the way back to the 2020 Stanley Cup Final in the Edmonton bubble. A bubble? Was that far? Was that long ago?
Yeah.
Against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Pepe has been pointing out Game 1. Gavin Spittle with that note. Spits and Suds with the recap wherever you get your podcasts. And Pepe, your thoughts on last night with a Game 1 win?
This Jets team, they don't scare me after one game. It's not like the Avalanche. The Avalanche go up 1-0, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like they still have McKinnon, Makar, they still have all those guys. The Jets, they don't have that oomph, I guess, and what a week a difference, it makes for Mikko, because after like game 3 or 4, Stars fans were tweeting out, is this a bust? Did we make a mistake on this trade? And then he goes and shuts everyone up with 8 goals in the last 4 games. So really impressive.
The funny thing about DeBoer, his numbers are all over the place. He's got 9 straight Game 7 wins, but all these Game 1 losses in a row. He's 7-15 in Game 6. He's 5-7 with a chance to clinch in Game 6. He's all over the map. There's no. It's like this. He dominates game 7s, but he can't win game 1 or he can't win games. It's so all over the map with him.
Well, they won game 1, and not only did they win game 1, they deserve to, according to Money Puck.
There we go.
54.6% for the Stars on Money Puck, Sean.
Every day on the show, I have been saying, and hopefully will continue to be saying the same thing. You got to watch the NBA playoffs.
Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges chucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
Knicks radio with the call. Another 20-point blown lead. My buddies start texting me on this thing, the meatball text, and they're like, uh-oh, game getting close. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I had bet on this thing. It's Boston in control. All right, get ready for the Stars. Finish up some errands. I switch it on over just to see the win probability at 99.1 go right down the toilet. The win probability in game 1 was 98.3, and the Boston Celtics lose both games in front of the Massholes, and I absolutely love it. Jalen Brunson didn't even go off in this game. Bobby, you will be happy to laugh at me and say I deserve it. Here's two things that are usually absolute facts that I was planning on betting on moving forward with Underdog. The great player response, right? I can hear Shaq now. Great players don't have 2 bad games in a row. So Tatum stunk it up in game 1. It was not going to happen in game 2. It did. Jason Tatum was awful. And then the favorite that loses game 1 will always bounce back because the team that stole game 1 will quit.
Right.
We saw that in the second game with Denver.
Yeah.
OKC. OKC won by 43. They scored 87 in the first half. But Tatum cost me money.
Look, the Celtics,
with a joke of a final possession, too.
Usually when you win a title, you go on like an aura run. You've got an aura run about you. Teams are scared of you. They give up. You get a 20-point lead, they give up. The Knicks, so these sneakers I'm wearing, right? They got like a hole in the middle of the sole, right? So every time I step on a spider with these shoes on, the spider lives because it hits the hole, right? So the Knicks are the spider that I thought
you were going to tell me you could feel the spider when you stepped on it.
The Knicks are the spider that I keep stepping on, right? Like I keep stepping it's not dying. It's not dying. Then you do this awkward toe tap as the thing runs away from you. But I have one move here, step on the thing. The Celtics they step on the spider. The Knicks don't die. They're not reacting well to it. They're choking. They're gagging this thing away. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Frank Isola called them.
Well, the threes might be the reason.
The threes, yeah.
They missed 30 of them last night after missing 45 in game 1.
And that's the one problem with today's NBA. No, not a problem, but with guys like Tatum, is if you go in a cold streak, you're just you don't have a way of still scoring 30 because you're not doing the let's get to the line, let's find it. When Jordan was 5 of 22, he would still score 30. He was at the line the whole time.
But they have the players to do it. Jalen, that Mavs team that went to that made a run against Phoenix before the finals team, they had to just shoot threes. They didn't have any creators. Right. These guys have Tatum, Brown, Porzingis inside, Drew Holiday. They have guys with all-around game.
Yeah, what was the you said what was the Shaq line again?
Two games in a row don't happen for great players.
See, that's the thing is that you bet on a player who's not great. You bet on Jason Tatum. 1 for 12 in the fourth quarter so far this series. This dude is the title that was won by that entire team last year and unduly credited to this choke artist and this loser is hilarious to me because now it's given him an undue reputation.
Could Brett Boone do it again for the Rangers in Boston? And Bobby has even more intel. He broke the news yesterday on George Pickens, and he says he has even more info on why and how it went down. All of that next for the 6 a.m. Club, Thursday edition, just getting started on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nothing made.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
4817-333-3233 with Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car inspection attorneys in Dallas.
Payoff pitch again. And there's a long drive to right. If it's fair, it's gone. It is hooking at the foul pole. It is gone. The second home run of the game for Wilyer Abreu. Man, does he kill the Rangers.
Yes, he does. Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer, has all of his calls on this radio station. In case you did not know, we are your official home for the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby Belt has even more information on the George Pickens news that he broke yesterday. We'll get to that coming up in just a second. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. All this was good until the sixth inning. We were all tied up. Our guy Brett Boone doing his job, generating some more runs. Usually when they score 4 runs, they're good to go with this pitching staff, and then it all falls apart, Choppy, as the Rangers lose in Boston 6-4.
Look, you can't rely on
this
pitching.
Was a crazy game.
It kind of was. And, look, I mean, most of the games this year, the Rangers would have won because they're allowing like 1 or 2 runs a night, seemingly.
And Malley, you feel like a little bit off for him. Mm-hmm. He gave up 2 runs. That's it. 5 innings, 2 runs.
Yeah, and they had a chance of the ninth. I mean, they got the Chapman with the home run, leadoff home run, and then all of a sudden you're looking at you get a guy on. All you need is a bloop, or you need a bloop and a blast, and it just didn't work. I mean, the pitching for once, they went to the well one too many times, and for once, they weren't able to hold teams down with the rotation, and allowing 6 runs is just tough to win.
The bullpen, yeah. With Webb and Garcia, it just felt like it was falling apart. Guys were running into each other. First base drama. What baseball? I give you the most credit for replay. What are y'all doing recently? How in the hell it worked out for the Rangers, but how in the hell was that ruled safe at first? Bassick and Raymond were blown away on the TV broadcast, just as I was.
Well, and then the other one, the one that they overturned, that they called out. They called the Red Sox player out a little bit later on. I didn't understand that one either, but I guess it's like the way Raymond was explaining it, the way as soon as the ball touches the glove, just touches the glove, period, yes. As opposed to being like in the web.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
well, that one made sense to me, but there's no justification for the other one.
No, I don't think so.
Look, here's the thing: is that all I care about? You're gonna lose games every now and then, Sean. Okay, like there's 162. You're gonna lose 70 of them. Okay, and that's still a successful season in my book. Yeah, this is what I do. This is what I bring. But the thing is that look, as long as you're putting up 4 runs in back-to-back games, that to me is a little bit of progress. The big thing here is just you can't go 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. That's their biggest. All year, a lot of their problem has been they'll stack up hits and then they don't bring anybody home. And yesterday, Brett Boone talked about it. If you get somebody second, they need to come home. Like that's got to be the priority, is getting those guys home. And when you go 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position, that's not great. And Langford specifically being 0 for 3 on that.
We saw this. We did that set over the weekend where they were like, there was a point over the last, from like Friday, Saturday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They were like 2 for their last 21 with runners in scoring position. Like that's just not something that you can do.
I hope everyone got a chance to listen to Brett Boone yesterday at 9:20. How good was he?
He was awesome.
He was phenomenal. If you missed it, 105throughthefan.com. Odyssey probably has the replay on that as well. He was so good. He said he's going to try to join us every Wednesday during the course of the baseball season. And Abreu, 3rd multi-homer game of his career, all of them have come against the Rangers.
Every team has that killer.
Yeah.
Every team has that one guy. Oh, he's a Brewer killer. Oh, he's a Ranger killer. Oh, he's a Marlin killer. Right? Every team has that one guy. And right now, it's Abreu. It's Abreu for this team. He did it again yesterday. He did it in the opening series. He's a killer, dude. Like, you don't want to see him coming up. And it seems like when you have that guy that is a Ranger killer or whatever team that you root for, that guy always seems to come up in the 8th inning, down a run with 2 men on. he always seems to come up with people on base, and it's maddening.
Jack Leiter on the mound today, 12 o'clock pregame, so a gift for the KNC Masterpiece with the first pitch at 12:30, and we need to start feeling a little turnaround from Jack, right? I mean, yeah, we do. I was trying to justify because he gave up 2 earned in his start 2 times ago, but it was in 3 1/3 innings, 2 earned, and then 4 1/3, 6 earned with 2 home runs. So the finale in Boston today.
Really quick, I just had to look these splits up on Abreu. I was curious how bad it is. What do you think his OPS is in 13 career games against the Rangers?
So you're smiling. So 1794.
Pretty damn close. 1735. A 1735 OPS in 13 games.
Wow.
Is ridiculous.
One thing on Jack. That second start where he allowed the 6 runs, 4 of those were on a grand slam third time through the order. So maybe, if you look at it a little bit differently, that if you just did the 4, it's 2 runs, whatever.
Bobby Belt still working the phones yesterday after he broke the George Pickens development before yesterday's show started. What else did you find out yesterday?
I think this is a trade that George Pickens is really welcoming. It sounds like he's really excited to get to Dallas. He is going to play this out. It's not anything that it sounds like he has much of a choice in. The Cowboys are going to have him play it out.
Meaning like he's not demanding the extension.
Yeah, he's not demanding an extension. He's going to show up. He's going to play is apparently the idea. So it's not going to be any sort of an issue. This isn't a Hassan Reddick situation where the Jets go make the trade and then they're like, oh, we've got an understanding. He's going to come here and he's going to play. And then it's like, no, he's going to hold out because you guys didn't communicate properly. This is a situation where George Pickens understands exactly what it is and that there's like real excitement for him to play in an offense that he feels better suits what he does than what's gone on in Pittsburgh, and to be able to play with some quarterback stability. The fact that in 3 years he caught touchdowns from 4 different quarterbacks is that was something that was an issue for him, is that they never did settle on the stable position at quarterback. And so he's excited to get here is all the testament that I heard yesterday. And some of the thought process in terms of him as a teammate and some of how much is he apparently like just a toxic individual or whatever? Some of the takes I got yesterday were the fact that he's really competitive, he's really immature, but he is growing. A lot of people feel like he's grown and that it's a process. He's still, 24 years old, whatever he is, but that it's something where if you at least look at progress that he's made and how he's grown over the years, people do feel like he's made progress in that area, and it's just a matter of he's got to grow up a little bit and he's going to get there.
Gotta compete.
I was at the Ford Center yesterday.
Well,
and a name that I kept hearing brought up was Dez Bryant. Maybe not necessarily. I mean, he's not Dez's stature, right? Dez was a freaking tank, but
he was, man.
In terms of the antics, in terms of the enthusiasm, the passion, the drive, a lot of Dez talk yesterday in Frisco when I went out there.
It's not a bad comp. It's just I think it still misses the mark a little bit, just because Dez to me was so much of Dez's like outbursts or issues were related to losses.
Yeah.
Like George Pickens, I think
is worse.
George has had issues over his career where it's like, dude, if they were winning and Dez didn't catch a ball, Dez was happy at the end of the game.
Yeah.
If they won.
Yeah.
If they win and Pickens doesn't catch a ball, Pickens is not happy. And so that's where maybe a little more TO than Dez is, that he wants the ball. Over everything else, he wants the ball.
Trade grades are coming in with more perspective on who won this deal around the league.
This is from Seth Walter of ESPN, who analytics guy. I really like him. He said that according to his player tracker, he'd shown growth in his ability to get open since his rookie year. He had a 48 open score in 2022. That rose to a 70 over the last couple of seasons.
A what?
It's called an open score. Like it basically scores on a scale of 100 how often you're open, right?
It's one of their proprietary formulas that they come up with at ESPN.
These analytics people, they just love to not tell you anything. They're like the airline with their hidden fees. They don't even let you know what's going on here, right? Like the Frontier story from yesterday. Crazy. But his catch score dropped from a high of 99 then to 72 then to 40. And they say that looks like a profile of a player who could see some positive regression. So positive regression meaning he's going to catch more. It may be a little bit of bad luck. But So they like it. They give the Cowboys a B minus and the Steelers a B plus.
That's not liking it to me. B minus is not liking it.
You don't think?
No, I don't feel like
Man,
B minus is
you
like
homeschool kids.
No.
You homeschool kids. B minus for me.
Yeah, I know.
I
know. 116.
Skipping down the hall.
I know 116. How you feel about the B minus? The B minus is barely above. Like, are we even saying this is any good? Like that's where that is. This is ESPN. ESPN uses it's the receiver score, it's the open score, it's the catch score. These grades have just basically turned into a front to push their proprietary tools.
I agree.
My apologies. Apparently, it was not Bobby Belt who dropped the breaking news yesterday. Mike Greenberg on ESPN said it was someone else.
We have major breaking news this morning on ESPN and Get Up. The Cowboys and Steelers are working to finalize a trade that will send wide receiver George Pickens to Dallas in exchange for draft pick compensation. Shefty dropping that bomb from a plane earlier this morning. He's on an airplane, and the trade is, I didn't like the phrasing of that. The trade is expected to include a third-round pick, other pick swaps, and is expected to be finalized today.
He recognized it.
He did.
He recognized it really quick.
I get it. Right? You're flying off the cuff here, and or out of the cuff, as A-Rod would say, and it just you hit something that doesn't. It sounds right in your head. It doesn't sound right when you say it.
Yeah, you probably should not say create such imagery from that, but Mike Greenberg has never been like a
Shefty
big
dropping
wordsmith.
that bomb from a plane earlier this morning.
it's the like from a plane. He didn't even say on a plane. If he just said on a plane, it's probably better.
By the way, Jane Slater doing some extra homework and also texting me insults at 4:45.
I liked it.
This morning. I was like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "It's a hand joke." I said, "Go back to sleep. Go back to bed, Jane." But she did some digging on what that second move could be that Jerry Jones was talking about. She said, "I checked on anything additional. Guys like Nick Chubb or Stephon Gilmore, are they still in play?" The response she got, quote, "They were never in play." And then she had to throw me under the bus a little bit and said, "Well, what about Breece Hall? Also never in play." I was told about the Breece Hall possibility before the draft. I don't know whether the Jaden Blue pick changes that in terms of skill set, or they feel comfortable enough, or they can just add like someone else without having to give anything up. But that's Jane with the follow-up saying, nope, Chubb, Gilmore, Breece, never, and not possibilities.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for right now they're going to be in a holding pattern. I think Dallas is saying, all right, we've made our moves. Let's pull back a little bit, get into these mini camp and OTAs, and then what's standard for them is they get through mini camp, they get through OTAs, and then that lull period, that 6 weeks before training camp, is where they're likely to make another move, where they look at it and go, okay, what are we missing before we head into camp? And if they feel like the running backs aren't good enough, then you might see them working the phones again.
Inside the Star in the home of the Dallas Cowboys with our insider Bobby Roberto Belt, as it feels like the city is feeling pretty good about the diva wide receiver that is coming on over to give this team some entertaining juice. It's Thursday. It's 6:40. That means it's the payload.
Oh, baby.
Getting made fun of at work could lead to a big payout if you're the victim of all those in-office jokes. Peyton Phillip Russell has it for you in the payload after this. And this is Own.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every Thursday at this time. And guys, we start off by celebrating these group of men. The Short Kings out there. This is their week. 5'5" through 5'9" because of the date.
Reitman just got hype over there.
It's Jake Reitman's week.
Just made
it's
it
Jake
out.
Reitman.
Just
So
made it
if
out.
your height is between 5'5" and 5'9", this is your week because of May 5th through May 9th.
5'9" is average height for a man in the U.S.
Would you rather be 5'6" or bald in your 20s?
Bald in your 20s.
I agree.
Yeah, bald in your 20s for sure.
You can sell the
So
bald
what?
look.
Do we know anyone that's both? It was like a young 30s bald and 5'5". Sandler's got nice hair.
Sandler's got great hair. Yeah, he does.
Reitman's got hair.
Yep, he does.
Reitman's not that.
Alec has hair. Alec has a whole
He's got a
man
lot of hair.
bun.
Oh yeah.
He's
So-
got piercings too.
You think Alec is five what?
4?
Oh, Alex
so
5'4".
I don't know.
He's probably 5'6".
5'6",
He's probably
5'7", yeah.
5'6".
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Is Zach Rowe balding a little bit?
I don't know. He's always got a hat on.
I don't know.
So probably.
I don't know if I was
only
invited to his wedding correctly. I would know.
I was trying to think of how to say that.
So happy week to the Short Kings out there, but
Well, why is it? It's happy. It's short people week.
Because the date.
5'6", 5'7", 5'8".
May 5th through May 9th. So the date is 5'5" through 5'9".
And happy
so-
birthday to my mother.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Miss Sharif.
Mrs. Sharif.
But guys, if you are a victim of being bullied at work, you may have a 5-figure check waiting for you. This is an employee in the UK named Lorna Roke, and she was given almost $40,000 because she was compared to the evil empire of Darth Vader. We've all been called names here at work, but Darth Vader just apparently goes over the top here in the UK. He gets you 5-figure payouts. This all started because Lorna was doing a Star Wars theme test as a team building activity at her job. This test had people answering questions, and then based on their answers, they were compared to different Star Wars characters. So this seems like a harmful activity, obviously, right? Wrong. The thing is, this woman didn't even take the test herself. Someone else took it for her, so her answers were based off of her co-workers' answers for the test. But yeah, so this got her a almost $40,000 payout. This went to court. A judge called Darth Vader's personality insulting, so that obviously did everything wrong here. Litigators deemed it harmful to be compared to the half-machine, half-human bad guy who was known in the films for force-choking people who failed to carry out his orders. They ruled it a detriment and awarded her with a payout of a little less than $40,000.
And
so
where's this?
Go. This is the UK, London.
Boy, Ron Slavin was right.
Man,
we've gone soft.
He
said it just the other day. He said we've gone soft. Kristen brought up the Darth Vader thing. So it was May 4th the other day, Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. And she was complaining about, she's like, why do all the kids, like everywhere I go to these things, the kids all want to dress up like Darth Vader and like the Stormtroopers. Why don't they want to dress up as the good guys? I was like, because it's the good guys in Star Wars are bathrobes with bad haircuts. Like you get to dress up as something cool. You get to be Darth or one of the Stormtroopers. I don't think it's that offensive.
I don't either. The Attitude Era of WWE changed everything. It changed everything. It made the bad guys cool. All right, the bad guys are the cool guys, right? That's what happened. It's a blurred line.
This is like the Shador lawsuit.
Yeah, the Shador Sanders lawsuit. Somebody has decided to sue. A man in Georgia has sued for the mental distress that came with Shador Sanders dropping in the NFL draft. He is looking for 6 figures, saying watching him drop in the draft was mentally taxing and overwhelming and upsetting. So he is suing the NFL for this.
This is why I love the law. This is why I love the law.
This makes you love the law.
Yeah, you can just sue for anything nowadays. I just love it. I love it because I love to see what people's thresholds are.
Watching the college phenom be selected 144th overall was, quote, mentally frustrating and debilitating, and he is now looking for over $100 million from the NFL.
So who in this building do you think would have the greatest UK argument if they were to sue for getting picked on?
Probably Carter.
Like who would sue or who would actually like have a case?
Carter scared me off of both. Carter scared me off of making fun of him.
I'm not going to say who would sue because I don't want to point out who's so soft in this building that they do it, but there is somebody in my head. As to who would have the best argument, it'd be me. It'd be me. You guy. He took the homeschool swipe earlier.
Yeah.
I get it from all ends, but you know what? I'm tougher than that, so I don't need to go get my $40,000 payout. Although that's a nice down payment for a house.
As you drink your little Starburst drink.
Yeah, because clearly that means I'm missing something today.
Yeah, no, this is soft. I just want to know, I mean, if one of us went to Spittle or whoever did it, I mean, what's the first thing he's saying? Does he have to file something? I don't feel like this is actual law unless it's different from the UK than US, but I feel like here in the US they just say, you're soft, get to work.
Maybe in the past, I feel like there's a little bit less of the you're soft, get to work than today. But yeah, this is ridiculous. A test came back to Darth Vader and you sued over that. You
got butthurt over a Star Wars character.
She's attractive, though. I just looked her
now,
up.
If it was like, yeah, for sure. Okay, the HOV lane. Do you guys obey the rule when going in the HOV lane?
Hell no.
I don't get in the HOV. I don't even know.
Like you got to have at least 2 people in the car before going.
Yeah, I generally obey the HOV rule, but I got to. Where is the HOV lane?
Yeah,
I haven't seen an HOV lane here.
75. 70. It's all up 75 heading north. And so, yeah.
Which I never really take. So.
I got to tell you one thing. I don't understand the toll tag charges. I don't understand when I get charged. I don't understand how I get charged. Well, I don't understand any of it. I get these. I'm getting spammed the most from these fake toll tag accounts as well. I have no freaking idea what is going on. For like 12 years, I feel like I didn't pay these types of toll tags, and now I am. It's crazy, and it still doesn't automatically lift the gate for me at the airport.
No. Oh yeah, we can't get the tag. The tag doesn't work for us at the airport to lift, and so we always have to go through the pay line.
There's a hack for the airport. You've got to stop right where you would stop for the ticket. Like, you know how you would stop to get the ticket? If you stop in exactly that spot, it's fairly quick. But the Sam Rayburn or the tollway, those are cheaper than the Text Express lane,
dude,
which is that express lane where it might be 75 cents at 4 a.m, but it also might be $20.
Yeah, I'm like, I may as well paid for a ride share to go to San Antonio.
If it's $20 though, I'm usually like, okay, that probably means it's worth it. The backup must be that bad. But you're talking about the actual HOV lanes, like with the dotted lines or the solid lines, right?
They don't like charge you to use it, but it's like a cop is usually, I've seen before where like they wait before and after the HOV lane, and like they'll radio in and say, hey, this guy only has one person in there. But drivers around the world are intelligent now. They've continued to find a loop. Holes that sometime they work here. Drivers are putting full on mannequins and dummies, and Aiden has some pictures on the fan cam here shortly. But they put on these dummies in the front seat with the hat. I mean, they dress them out. Look at it, like that looks like a legit child in the front seat or back seat of the car.
Looks like a dead body.
It does look like
I don't want to get pulled over for
it looks like a dead body.
Suffocation.
This was a big court case a few years back because a woman was driving in the HOV and she got pulled over, and they're like, "You're one person." She said, "I'm pregnant. I'm two people."
Oh,
that became a lawsuit.
Did she win?
I don't.
And I'm
going
to name my kid Darth.
But yeah, so cops were taking pictures of the dummies and posting them on social media, and then they also write them a ticket, of course. So you get made fun of on Twitter and Instagram, but
sounds like a life hack.
It is. I think it is, because it's like, how many times does this actually work, though? And how many people have actually tried that? Text in 877-881-1053. I might have to try it one time. I've never been caught doing it. I only use the HOV lane a handful of times. I don't really live by one, but I've used it sometimes.
I've never been pulled over for this. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody get pulled over for this. It's not frequent enough that I think it warrants dressing up a dummy before you're heading anywhere. Like, if you're in so much a hurry that you need to use the HOV lane, I think dressing up a dummy is kind of a waste of time.
But yeah, you got to respect the determination. All right, it's the Payload every Thursday here at this very time. Now the Winnipeg Jets, we get to make fun of them. They took the L last night, and their fan base is going to take another L here because of the playoff song they made a couple days ago. And it's another playoff song for us to laugh at. We had the Padres a few years ago. They made a playoff song that they lost in the NLCS. The Phillies, the Oilers made the playoff song with their in-house opera. They made it to the Stanley Cup but lost in 7 games of the Panthers. But here is the Winnipeg Jets song, and we get to make fun of it here.
M-O-R-I-S-S-E-Y, Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy.
Velarde, Lowry, Mark Scheifele, Connor Ehlers, and the MVP.
M-O-R-I-S-S-E-Y, Josh Morrissey, yeah, he's our guy.
Velarde, Lowry, Mark Scheifele, Connor Ehlers, and the MVP.
Yeah. Sounds like a Canadian song.
It sounds very Canadian. They did one good thing last night. It was from their perspective, because they chanted at Otter, "You're the backup." That's what they chanted at Otter for whatever, That was like
because of Essa Lindell.
Yeah, that was the only good. That was the only good like kind of dig they could even think of. That's it. Loser peg.
They're out of
loser peg.
They're out of contention for the 51st state after that song. We're not considering them anymore.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a fan appreciation night for them at the Winnipeg Jets Arena, because that'll be the last home game they have this year, because the Stars they're obviously taking in 4. But
you and Choppy are the same person.
Look, I had mentioned the Padres fan song that they made a few years ago, and so here's that, and you get to rank the two on which one's the more cringiest here.
Philly going down to yellow and brown. That's what's in. Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose. That's what's in. Bryce gonna lose, and Manny's gonna cruise. That's what's in.
We need Utah fan to be making all these.
Yes.
What was the name of that dude?
Oh God.
Jazz fan.
Jazz.
Do you remember him, Bobby?
No.
This is before your time here, but
Boz something Z
something.
Zero.
No, Z-Boz, or I'll look him up.
Yeah. I don't know which one.
The Winnipeg one is so much worse.
You think?
Yeah, they went to
At least they added music to that, and they were rhyming.
That's why it's pathetic. Like they went to a full extent to create like a full production where they shot inside the arena. That's somebody like recording off their cell phone making a self-aware rap.
Z-Dog.
Z-Dog.
I'm Z-Dog, Utah's best rapper. Subscribe to my YouTube.
And now he can make Utah hockey songs as well.
Yeah,
right?
the Utah Mammoth. Now this was leaked. We had the story a couple weeks ago. It was leaked that it was going to be the Mammoth. They wanted the Yeti, but they could not come to an agreement with Yeti. the coolers.
Oh.
I guess Yeti has the proprietary. I think it's a miss. I like the Utah Mammoth. It's a good name, solid logo.
Speaking of the Stars, let's celebrate. Finally, a Game 1 win. Jake Riepma in studio to recap. And what's up with the announcers we got for Game 1? It's a Stars party on this Thursday after this.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shot, save, it's loose, score! What an effort by the Moose, who was loose in front. And from a prone position, he used that long arm to poke that one by Hellebuyck, who was out of position. And Mikko Rantanen ties the game.
There's the call on ESPN. More history made from Mikko, and the Dallas Stars finally win a Game 1. Let's celebrate the 1-0 series lead in Winnipeg with Jake Rietma in studio here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm still fired up. I know you're going to get the drops going, whatever. Make them, yeah, let's hear them. Dallas. Stars. Yes. That's what I was yelling at the TV last night. I mean, it was late, but it didn't matter. I wanted to walk on down to Victory Park because I saw they had the little watch party going on. I think we can improve that, though. I see some of the footage from some of the other watch parties. I think we can get more people out there and get more towels going. And I saw a lot of kids, which I love the kids.
Yeah, we remember.
Yeah. Oh, no. There it is. 10 seconds in. 10 seconds
he was
in.
He kept saying,
no.
He couldn't wait to get his stick in there with the kids, and he was filming them.
Kids. I was like, he was trying to justify. He goes, but I was filming it. It was okay.
I just kept digging the hole deeper and deeper. But they play street hockey out front in PNC Plaza before the games, and that was my favorite thing growing up. We played street hockey all the time, and it would get intense, you know. I was like, I want to get out there. I wanted to grab a stick and get in there with the kids, and they're like, you don't say that. And then I was like, I was filming it. It was better.
Probably a little distance ruling on you now.
Yeah.
After Chris Hansen on line 2. And, of course, the obvious is you tweeting out, we're in the middle of a generational run with Mikko.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is the type of run you're going to tell your kids about. I mean, and
well, you can't talk. You can't tell the kids.
You're going to tell your friends about my
I hope your fiance is listening.
Everything.
Is she pregnant?
Oh, God, no. We got to see each other for that. So,
No, she doesn't.
No, this is unraveling faster than I thought. But the way, all right, very, very seriously for the second, just the way he physically dominated that second period, or that with the natural hat trick, and to look up on a little stat bug and see Mikko Rantanen hat tricks in 2 of the last 3 periods, just insane. And I know you guys talked about it first time since '84 or whatever it is, but it really is a generational run, and it could still be going because of the 3 goals the Stars scored. He was involved in every single one of them, so the streak is still active of 12 consecutive goals he's either scored or assisted on. Just amazing stuff. And to think Colorado willingly traded him away. Like it wasn't a we couldn't come to an agreement. Or they were trying to get out in front of contract negotiations or whatever it may be. And you ask any Avalanche fan, and obviously the playoff run is more proof to this that he's on, but they just can't. This could set the Colorado Avalanche back for which we obviously know about here.
They had the season-ending presser in Colorado the other day.
Trying to defend this. Come on,
and
man.
the Tolos just quote tweeted and said, "Just say defense wins championship."
That's it. That's it. Just say that.
No, not again.
Get up with the laugh, Fefe.
Defense slappers.
Say that. It's
LOL. Haha. Good one.
That's what it is. Because I get it. You know, if you're sacking, you're trying to justify. And he's a legend there. He's trying to justify the move. And from a financial standpoint, you can't have too many top dogs on your team. But that also doesn't mean that you trade away somebody who could be as impactful as him. We have not. I can't remember the last kind of heater we've seen like this in sports, let alone in the NHL.
Yeah, I think people gravitate towards an individual star too. So like, and not Dallas Star, but an individual player that's on a generational heater like this. So from an interest viewing point, maybe you're not a hockey fan, whatever it may be, but watch hockey and see how he dominates the game and how he plays 200 feet and how he is able to creatively score, because it's not just the same thing every time. It's redirects, it's skating in, it's power play goals, it's deflections, whatever it may be. He's just so creative with the puck and plays well with every other. And he's playing not only on the top line, but doubling some ice time with that fourth line as well.
Jake Rietma in studio to recap Stars Game 1 victory right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about physicality, which some people thought the Stars would lose in terms of that battle, and the penalty kill.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, whatever it may be, but the Stars are kind of known as a skilled finesse team, and Winnipeg just plays a more physical brand of hockey. And so, one's not better than the other. They're just drastically different. There's a contrast in styles, and I thought the Stars upped their physicality yesterday. And some of that you got to be a little bit careful with, because I think if you ask Pete DeBoer, there's some penalties and some foolish penalties that come along with that. The one late in the first period, that one's avoidable, but you got to love Rope Hint sticking his neck in there with Dylan DeMello, and I thought that kind of, it sets the tone for the rest of the guys. If you see one of your best skilled players out there scrapping, that sets the tone for how the rest of the guys are going to play the rest of the way. And so I think upping the level of physicality was really, really important. And then you said the PK. Oh my gosh. I mean, the way they, just because you kill off a penalty doesn't necessarily mean it was a good PK. The opposition could miss some shots. Your goalie could bail you out. But I thought all four guys out on that penalty kill did a tremendous job, led by Esa Lindell, who, oh my goodness, he was fantastic. And he was playing all the time. The ice time on his penalty kill. So they had 4 power plays. That's 8 minutes. He was out there for nearly 7 minutes of it.
Wow. Did you think the third penalty they called in the Stars was a little cheat for a playoff game?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the announcers touched on it a little bit. And
did you hear them?
Yeah.
We'll get into it in a second.
What a great shot.
I did, and because all you're asking is for consistency. If it's going to be that tight from the very beginning, okay, you're well aware of how this game's going to be played. We talk about that in every sport, but for the way for how physical that game was before that penalty, I thought it was definitely a cheap call.
All right, I did not. I don't know how you did, because you have to be in here earlier than us, but you heard their coach in post game kind of downplay this?
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of Scott Arniel's, and I listened to it this morning. I'm just kind of curious. And he was, which I don't disagree with his comments, but he said, Winnipeg lacked the energy. And of course, a coach is going to talk that way, but I felt like he really downplayed it, how well the Stars were prepared in a game one. And he said, our energy was like a regular season mid-December game. And that can all be true, but there's an element of the opposition forcing you into that, I think. And so I do think you'll see Winnipeg's very best in game 2, obviously back against the wall, but Winnipeg's home ice advantage is where they've thrived this playoffs. I mean, they didn't win a single game on the road against St. Louis. And so for Dallas to come in a hostile environment and to set the tone from the beginning, I don't know. Of course, I'm looking at it from a Stars perspective, but you tip your cap a little bit, not just, we got to be better and we had no energy and that's all on us. And so I think if I'm a competitor, that would resonate with me.
What was your pick for the series?
Stars in 5. I wanted to go 4.
Come on.
I know. Well,
gentleman's sweep.
I want to be Peyton. That's why I followed him along and appointment listening every Thursday at 6:40.
Ooh.
And
when's the second segment?
When's Peyton's second segment?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the PP one. Did you guys get in trouble for saying that?
We haven't gotten in trouble yet. I didn't get it clear, but we didn't get in trouble. But good. Jake Rima already all over the fan schedule here.
Let's talk hockey
on DFW Sports Station. All right.
Overlap again.
Choppy, we're going to start this off. What the hell's up with the announcers? Last night, this took off.
Man, like ESPN does not have a shortage of great announcers. Like Bob Wischusen's been doing our games on ESPN for years. When they do that, for some reason he's not on this series or not in this game. Maybe he doesn't want to go to Winnipeg. But you got Bueckers last night.
We've had him on, right?
We've had Bueckers. Generally is pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know what was up last night.
He's more like an in-studio host, or does he do a lot of play-by-play?
Well, that's why I texted you last night. I loved him on the Old School Sports Center. He was hilarious, and you give him a lot of. He's been huge with college hockey. He kind of created that brand.
He's got a good social media presence.
Yeah, he's just
a
not
fun
like
dude.
The dynamics of a play-by-play call. He just struggles a little bit, and I thought, to your point, he was better. He's normally better than what he was last night.
It's just like it was almost like it sounded like, and I know they weren't because they did the stand-up. But it sounded like they were not there.
Who is the analyst? What's her first and second name?
Cassie Campbell.
Cassie Campbell?
I don't know who she is.
Someone has got to talk to her about some inflection. Someone has got to talk. It was like
Very
COVID
boring.
broom closet broadcast.
It was. It was like they weren't even there. It was like they were watching on TV in a separate room, very quiet. Like when you got that was a loud place. That was a loud building, right? When you got a loud building, you've got, I didn't hear what that was. You've got to like power that voice. You got to inflect that
feed
thing,
off
man.
of it. I mean,
Be a little Reetma in there.
Yeah, where's the energy, dude?
Hey, we need to do Reetma play-by-play goal calls.
The Reetma cast.
The Reetma cast, because does she have an
The raccoon has
you came up with that, you texted me, or is that kind of talked about from hockey fans?
I don't know if the specific the general disdain is talked about from hockey fans. I don't know about the specific
just a
nickname.
snooze alert.
Yeah,
like,
that's all I said. Yeah, it wasn't anything bad. I just said kind of snoozy.
Yeah, I mean that's bad. But did anyone else notice this? Pepe? Were you hearing this on the broadcast?
Yeah, a little bit. I was following a bunch of it on Twitter, but then I just turned the volume down at that point.
Oh,
I thought she was great.
Just like you said yesterday, you do with Mackenzie. Turn it down.
No, good news though for Stars fans. If you can't make the game on Sunday, the broadcast switches to TNT, so it'll be a whole new.
You think the TNT product?
Oh my gosh, night and day. But to Chaffee's point, it's a really good point. The ESPN has great announcers; they're just not using them, and then
using them for us.
Right. I think there is
Yeah,
truth
right.
about the Winnipeg theory, though. I mean, who wants to go to Winnipeg?
Well, it's one of the smallest cities in the league. It might be the smallest.
No, it's the smallest market with a professional team.
Well, yeah, and so I get it. Why would you want to go there? But that's not the point.
Right.
That's not-
It's a playoff game.
Yeah.
Feed off the energy of the crowd.
Like the Oklahoma City Thunder need to get the number one team.
Right. Who wants to go to
broadcast team?
Auburn, Alabama. It takes like 90 minutes to get there. You got to fly into like an airport like 90 minutes. Who wants to go there? Guess what? That's what the game is.
Yeah.
If that's what the game is. You got to go.
But I really like Jackie Redmond on the TNT broadcast. She's one of the ice level reporters. I think she does a great job. And no disrespect to Leah Hextall or Emily Kaplan. I just think Jackie Redmond does a better job.
Jacob, thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys.
You want to get a Go Stars before you leave?
Dallas Stars.
Jake Reetma, follow him on Twitter for all of your Stars and NHL hockey love. Breaking it down for us after all the Stars get out here on DFW Sports Station. Yeah, they got to fix that. Whoever the head of broadcast is, that was so monotone. That was like Pat Summerall calling a hockey game.
I thought it was Nance doing golf. I was like, is she on 18? Is she on 18 at Augusta right now?
Yes.
Long shadows, symbolic of
the
long road to get here.
That's pretty good. When did the fatigue hit y'all last night?
About 11 minutes to go in the third.
Oh, Bobby fell asleep.
No. I was kept alert by the play-by-play. So I was juiced the whole time.
About 11 to go in the third. I was like,
I napped for 4 hours yesterday, so I really wasn't that tired last night.
I was trying to, and apparently you didn't shower because you still got your Billy Bob stamp on.
Stinky.
A couple days later.
No, that's just I'm not scrubbing off very easily. That's the whole point of it.
I'll admit, the nap was not long yesterday, so I fell asleep before the start of the third period. In between the second and third, I fell asleep.
Yeah, trying to get like a intermission nap in.
Yeah.
And then it's so painful to wake back up for it. But what brutal start times. And that was a brutal call. It was brutal announcing yesterday. I hate to say that with Bucci Gross, who has come on the show and been very, very good. But it is what it is. All right, there it is. Back to the Stars. Game 1 celebration at 8 o'clock. We get a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway. We go commercial free with the Expressway. And I know what you're probably going to say initially. But I'm telling you, you got to hear Jason Garrett talk about the George Pickens trade and how it's going to work. Audio, I don't think you can miss. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Major Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To you by the On Time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And everyone's still reacting to the George Pickens deal that went down yesterday. Props to Bobby. Were you getting a lot of phone feedback for all the work you did on the story?
No, I was getting a lot of tweets about Slick Rick had it first. Slick Rick. He's the one that had it first.
Who's that, Rick Rude?
Slick Rick is this.
Rude,
Slick Rick is this phony, like, incarcerated Bob account on Twitter, basically, that everybody keeps trying to give credit to because all they see are the hits. They don't see all the misses he has. Like, the Cowboys are trading or releasing Trayvon Diggs by March 17th, and it's like, okay, well, that doesn't happen. Nobody circles back on it.
Right.
But he's got a lot of those, and so he likes to chime in. Now, I will say, we tweeted it at 5:27, whatever it was. The timestamp on my text to you guys was before he tweeted whatever he tweeted last night. So,
Sheffy
in your
dropping
face,
that bomb
Pretty
from a
Ricky
plane
or
earlier
Slick
this
Rick
morning.
or whatever your name is.
with the plane drop. All right, so yesterday I'm just going around looking for different reaction, and I was pretty blown away by Jason Garrett. Analyst still, I believe, for Football Night in America and NBC. Chopper, you've always loved Jay Jeezy, kind of away from this show, telling the stories and elaborating. And I'm just going to go through these cuts. I thought it was awesome. This was with Mike Florio and Chris Sims. Jason Garrett with his reaction to the Pickens deal.
I think it's a great trade for Dallas. I really do. If you look at their team, I think they got a lot of good weapons. And for me, the whole thing works because of the quarterback. Dak can work with anybody. He'll bring the best out in everybody. But if you think about them breaking the huddle now, Pickens goes and plays the X receiver. You move CD Lamb around. He can be your F, your inside guy. He can be your Z. He's going to be your motion guy. He's so good at that. Love the tight end. They're building the offensive line. There's a lot of really good things going on. But again, for me, it always goes back to Dak. He's the guy that's going to run the show. He's going to make all the different pieces work together for them. And I think they have the right mentality. They're trying to reestablish the line of scrimmage, run the football. They've used a lot of resources up front. And so when you do that and you add some weapons outside, those weapons are going to get a lot of single coverage, and Pickens and Lamb can take advantage of it.
So there he is. He's kind of drawing out for you what the Cowboys' weapons will look like when they break that huddle. And it sounds sexy to me. I'm excited for it. I am in for Oxnard. I'm officially back for Cowboys training camp. And one of the popular things now that you're starting to hear from all these analysts, the term they're starting to use for the boys is sneaky. I think they could be sneaky good. I could think they're a sneaky playoff team. They got sneaky offensive weapons. Schottenheimer could have a sneaky season, and here's Jason Garrett talking about their sneaky talent.
In Dallas, it's a high-profile organization. So what happens is everybody goes to the extreme. When they're really good, they have the best talent on the planet. No team has ever been. It's the greatest collection of players in the history. Because they're on TV, national TV, 13 out of 16 weeks. Everybody goes to the Pro Bowl, all of that. So it gets extreme that way. And then when they lose, they got nobody. And like a lot of things in life, it's in the middle. It's not quite as extreme when it's really good, and it's certainly not as bad as people are making it seem. If you just pull back and say, what do they have there? There are good pieces. And it starts with the quarterback. I do think the running back thing is still a question for them. But they're a talented team. They're not the most talented team in the league, but they're certainly not the least talented team. There's a lot to work with there.
We go too high with this team when they're 12-5. I mean, they're everywhere, right? They're good. They're always a good team. They're always a great team. But we sometimes go too high, and then I think we sometimes go too low on the flip side. That's the nature of being the Cowboys. That's the nature of being with the Lakers or the Yankees or Alabama football. There's the reality of it.
I'll just speak for us. I disagree in this room.
I'm talking about in general.
But I'm just going to talk about for us. I don't recall when them having an 11-12 season where I'm like, yo, man, this team's going to the Super Bowl. This team. Now, I thought they would advance in years past. I thought the year that San Fran came in here, I remember Brad Sham shaking his head. You're underestimating, I should say, the 49ers, and he was right about that. I thought they would beat San Francisco. And I thought they've had it set up for them. But never when they've been 11 or 12 wins have I really said, all right, we're going to be covering them at Radio Row. And then when they have the horrible seasons, as you usually point out, it's because of injury.
A lot of times it's the quarterback gets hurt. And look, last year. That's true, although I do think...
What did you say?
I said except last year. They were bad before that. They were bad before they got hurt.
They were, but...
But how many games did he play?
9,
half the season.
8. Yeah,
Okay.
they were like 3-5. They were 3-5 when they went to Atlanta, right?
Yeah, they were better. They were better after all the injuries. They had a better record after the injuries.
Defense solidified itself later in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
And had Dak been healthy, who knows, right? They're probably not. They're not going to win 10 games.
Yeah.
But were they 7-10? I don't think so. And yeah, last year had a lot of problems. One,
he missed over half the season.
So last year had their own problems going in. I still believe not giving the extension, at least a 1-year thing, impacted something.
All right.
Maybe not everything, but something. Changing the defensive coordinator. Now, that wasn't a change.
You had to.
You had to. That impacted something. It wasn't no one thing you could pinpoint here.
I love this answer from Jason Garrett. He would know better than anyone. How will Jerry Jones view the antics of the diva wide receiver coming in?
This is the kind of guy that Jerry Jones loves. Jerry Jones loves the George Pickens. He loves the guy who's talented, maybe troubled somewhere else. We can try to create the right environment for him and get the most out of him. That's why the Cowboys through the years have picked a lot of guys that were deemed to be first-round talent in the second round. Maybe they had an injury. Maybe they had a character flaw. Let's give this guy a chance and see if we can get the best out of him. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. I think a lot has to do with the environment around the guy at the time. I felt like when I was the head coach there, we drafted a lot of really, really good players who are also great people. Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Dak Prescott, these kinds of guys, they could help you absorb maybe a couple of these guys that weren't quite the character guy that you want. They weren't the Boy Scout necessarily. But when you have a lot of other great people around them who kind of show them the way, they stick out like a sore thumb if they start doing the other stuff. And oftentimes that can help them change their ways. So I think Jerry's probably feels like this is an environment where they can do that. And they see the talent and they see how we can help the offense. So they say, let's take a shot.
Vach Lombardi tweeted something yesterday, kind of connected with Garrett to what Garrett just said. You don't build a leadership culture to keep divas out. You build leadership so they can lead the divas.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that great culture is not about just blocking out anybody who's a problem. Like in order to have a great culture, the idea is like you can handle Pickens. It's not that you prevent a Pickens from coming in here. It's that you can handle Pickens better than other people can. You can handle Charles Haley. You can handle all the different guys that came along during the 90s Cowboys runs. That's what culture is ultimately about, more than just making sure you've got nothing but Eagle Scouts in here. Like, you want to make sure that you've got guys that are talented, that were bought low on because nobody else could handle them, and you say, like, that's something we can withstand, and that's going to be a big part of it. So I think that's the misunderstanding you had from some friends yesterday who were like, you're supposed to block out anybody like Pickens. It's like, no, if Schottenheimer's talking about establishing a certain kind of culture, then that's supposed to mean that Pickens would thrive here if nowhere else.
You know, they brought T.O. in, right? When they brought, I remember that was, and Bill, it was no secret. Bill wasn't like, oh, baby, right? But
yeah, when you don't refer to the person by name, you're definitely not
right.
The player.
And
God, I wish I could have covered that.
Oh my God,
you would have loved it.
Romo was in a much different portion of his career than Dak was. Like, Romo had no skins on the wall.
Yeah,
he had. I mean, he didn't start, but he was. That was like he came into the season like midway through. He had zero skins. He couldn't check T.O.
Yeah.
And I always thought the T.O. attitude here, I thought he was fine. I thought T.O. was largely fine. He had his blow-ups, but he was largely fine. Dak is in a much different position.
And you bring that up. Jason Garrett doing the interview reaction yesterday with Mike Florio and Chris Sims. He said all this is going to go back to number 4.
That's why it goes back to the quarterback for me, because the quarterback's the guy who has to develop the relationship with. He's the guy who's going to spend the most time with. And so he understands. Pickens knows that if I develop a relationship with Dak, he's going to throw me the ball. I'm going to have a lot of success, all of that. And I think Dak fully understands that. And I think that's the key relationship here. Ownership, organizational structure, head coach, very important, obviously. But if you can take the next step and you have an established quarterback, I think that helps it. It helps that guy be less malcontented, if you will. And in Pittsburgh, when he's been there, the quarterback situation's been up in the air.
Right.
I don't think they'd have the same issues if Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback. Antonio Brown had a lot of good years there, and a lot of that had to do with Roethlisberger's presence, and I think the same thing can happen in Dallas with Dak.
Great points. Something that you heard with your additional phone calls yesterday about Pickens and who he played with.
Yeah, I think for George Pickens, a big part of this whole temperament problem that he had was frustration with who he was playing with. I mean, it's Mitchell Trubisky throwing in the ball. It's Mason Rudolph. It's Justin Fields. Russell Wilson. Like, Russell Wilson was probably the best quarterback he played with, and Russell Wilson is a guy nobody really wants right now, other than the Giants, I guess. But no, I think that this will be a turning point, I think, for Pickens, just because he wants to get paid. He's going to be on his best behavior. He's growing up. He's getting older. I think this is probably a little bit of an awakening for him, too, of just like, I'm pretty damn good, and you guys just couldn't wait to get rid of me? Okay.
I could tell by your face you wanted to vocab check Mr. Princeton on that word.
Malcontented? I just don't know if malcontented is he may be right.
Did you look at Google it?
But I'll look at I don't think malcontented is a word.
I do believe Princeton is a good school. And I think they specialize in English.
Malcontented is not a word.
Or are they math? I don't know.
Malcontented is not a word. You should have been able to check this with me because you're the English minor.
I'm the English minor because I took an extra literature, American lit course or English lit, just that I read Frankenstein twice.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on the home of the Cowboys. Probably last one for now. You talk about Dak's leadership. Give us an inside story, Jay Jeezy, of why he is so good behind the scenes.
Then he gets the opportunity to play because Tony gets hurt. Kellen Moore was another one of our backups. He got hurt. So Dak's thrust into it. And it was amazing how well the team responded to him. And I asked him about it halfway through the season. I think we were 9-1 at the time. And I had him in my office. I said, how are you doing this? I mean, how are you getting these guys to play for you? You know, as a rookie, it's hard to do. You got a lot of established players, Pro Bowl players that you're playing with, and they're just so receptive to your leadership. And he said, you know, I can't stand there and make some kind of a speech or be out in front, but what I can do is develop relationships with guys. And you know, so he would be in the locker room. They would play hamper basketball till all hours of the night. You know, it would be, you know, we're going to practice, we're going to watch film, we'll do our meetings, we'll do all that. And then 2 hours later, we're in a staff meeting upstairs, and you hear these guys hooting and hollering. I go downstairs, and there's 20 guys in the locker room playing hamper basketball, and Prescott's leading it all. You know, so it's that kind of stuff where he develops one-on-one relationships. They get to know each other, and when you do that, as Michael Irvin told me many, many years ago, you have a voice. And that's what you want in life. You want to have a voice. So it's time spent, and he understands how to do that. He does it as well as anybody I've been around.
I just think Jason, in that type of setting, I mean, I thought he was fantastic. Really, really good perspectives from all angles on the Pickens deal.
Yeah, this is why I always thought he'd be really good doing the analyst role. It hasn't been as good as I thought it would have been, but I always thought it would, because he is, I feel like, really good at talking about, like, breaking down the mechanics of the game. And when you hear him story, he may just be a better, like, studio host.
I think in studio with those highlight shows, it's not long enough for him.
He needs long form.
He needs long form.
Yeah.
If you say, all right, Jason, give me a 30-second clip versus a minute 30, he's going to be much better in the minute. He can fill the time. He's got the education. He's got the stories. He's got the energy. You know, you can be cheesy in those 20, 25, 30-second clips.
Yeah, look, he is he has a really good recall.
Yeah.
Right. He's very smart.
He loves the history of it.
He's a good storyteller. That's like half the battle. Podcast world he'd be great in.
I was going to say, if there was a Jason Garrett podcast, I would listen to probably every episode.
Because, you know, he probably is, for all of his faults that he has as a coach, I liked him as a coach, but he had faults. Like, he probably is a very smart football guy anyway, right?
Yeah.
He is. You know, he's a smart guy in general. I could see how he would be great in those long form roles. But
and you can see why guys would really, really like him too.
Oh yeah, he's a leader. He's a leader. I also think the further he gets away from the game, and he comes to the realization that he's never going to coach again, he might open up a little bit more.
All right. So last thing on the deal, Scooter Magruder, Cowboy fan. He does these videos where I think he tries to encapsulate. No need to vocab my American University education. He tries to go ahead and recap the emotions of everyone when something like this happens. See how many of these landed for you. Scooter Magruder with a little comedy Cowboy Pickens reaction.
So are we getting George Pickens or not? They said last night it was a done deal. Did you see CD's tweet last night? It's foreshadowing. I'll believe it when I see it. We got George Pickens! Oh my God! Oh my gosh! So we traded a third and they gave us a sixth. Wait, what did we trade? We traded a third round pick in 2026 and a fifth round pick in 2027, and they gave us a sixth round pick in 2027. This almost makes up for trading Amari Cooper for a fifth round pick. I know it's only for a year, but we're probably gonna give him a new deal. This is weird. I'm actually proud of Jerry Jones. Now how's our draft looking? There's a reason we didn't draft a wide receiver too. Is this a dream? Let Jerry cook. Is Omar Khan the worst GM in the league? I might have to get an Omar Khan Steelers jersey. So Jerry Jones doesn't hate Dak. We have the best wide receiver core in the NFC East now. I don't care if he's a hothead. I would be too if I lived in Pittsburgh. Malik Neighbors about to find out why George Pickens was so mad last year. Who's going to be the third receiver? Do we put CD in the slot? The Steelers got absolutely fleeced. Embrace the drama. They got a second round pick for Chase Claypool, but a third round pick for George Pickens. You see the Jordan Lewis tweet? This makes up for the Roy Williams stream. I don't know, man. This could negatively affect the locker room. Ain't nobody trying to hear that nonsense. He's 24 years old and a bona fide threat. You sound soft right now. So now you want to cry when Jerry Jones actually does something? He has the same agent as Micah? Jerry Jones better get to know him now. Hear me out. We still sign Amari Cooper. I actually have hope this season. If we stay healthy, we can have the best offense in the league. I can't believe we got the wide receiver from the meme. I don't want to say it, but this is our year, baby. Let's go.
The things he hit on for me, the compensation we're all trying to figure out. Oh, it's a fifth, becomes a sixth.
We get one back, but they also throw one extra one.
Yeah, the Jerry props, the all-in storyline. Was this part of the draft plan? The Jordan Lewis tweet. David Mulugeta, knowing his name now. David ever respond to you yesterday?
He liked something I said, but I'll tell you during the break. I'll tell you during.
But he's not coming on.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So there it is. I think Scooter Magruder, he does a good job.
Like when you have, to me, like I want a linebacker who toes the line to be a little crazy versus not. And if you don't have a little bit crazy of a linebacker, I don't think you have a linebacker. If you don't have a wide receiver who's a little bit of a diva, you don't have a wide receiver.
Okay.
You got a possession receiver.
Put that on a t-shirt.
It's gonna be like your new clothing line. Get those slogans on.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, and then the neighborhood watch with Bobby, Jelly Roll, and Post Malone in Fort Worth.
So come a little closer, baby.
Good song.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley on Friday, May 30th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Special edition of the Neighborhood Watch as Bobby Belt was breaking Cowboys news while enjoying Billy Bob's.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Yeah, we're going to talk about Jelly Roll, me ducking fisticuffs at Billy Bob's, me being too tired to take benefit of
no cereal.
No cereal. No cereal because of just how late the evening went thanks to George Pickens. George Pickens might have gotten in the way of me eating cereal.
That's the first thing we got to talk to George about when we see him.
Yeah, like, hey, you disrupted me taking advantage of.
He's a block.
What was a big time win for me.
Apparently, he blocks more there than he does downfield.
Wow.
According to Jay Gruden.
Wow. Come on, be nice. Ted Wynn from The Athletic was going off on George Pickens yesterday.
About?
Just video clips of him, like,
he doesn't
low effort, like, on routes. He doesn't think he's getting the ball here. He's not running it. Oh, blocking. Look, he's not even getting in the way of a guy. Like, just he was
true?
He was ripped. The clips were not good. The clips were not good. But, you got to take it in totality. I've not dove in completely on George Pickens
have a
yet.
thing for diva receiver. It's
I
just
love
like,
it.
It's
I
like
want
my
it.
brother. My brother will call, and you will call people out for cancers. You and my brother have this weird thing for loving these divas.
It's the corner and the receiver, you've got to be kind of me first out there.
Buying an RJ T-shirt.
Exactly. You got to be a little me first.
First receiver.
Yeah. You want the I love me some me. You want the throw me the damn ball. You want that guy at receiver. I don't want the Jalen Tolbert going like, oh, I've worked my confidence up to a 6 in year 2. Like that's not what you want. I want the guy who does think he's going to just destroy everybody. Before we get into Jelly Roll, I do have to say today it's game 1 this evening. I'll be, after I send my email, I'm riding out to Byron Nelson High School because I'll be watching Keller versus Marcus. I got my Marcus shorts on. The Texas high school softball playoffs are going on, so I'll be taking in Marcus and Keller and having to sit behind home plate and split my allegiances even after they brought the big box of gear in here.
And where's the game?
Byron Nelson High School tonight. So it's like typically for these playoff games, they just find whatever the middle point is between the two schools, and
So
then
you're
they
not
meet.
going back out to where you did.
No. This
Club.
is not Midland. Yeah, this is Trophy Club. This is
okay.
So it'll be a good game. I'm a little uncomfortable with having to face everybody with the Mama Kelsey split jersey, but
So soft.
I've got to ride the fence a little bit. I've got allegiances on both sides. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. We did get a chance to go to Billy Bob's on Tuesday night.
Tuesday night?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid it.
No, what time did you actually show up when she wanted you in line at 4 p.m.?
So we didn't.
And it was raining, right?
No, not when we got out there.
It stopped, right? It stopped around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so it was done raining at that point. No, we actually ended up getting there closer to like 4:45. And because she was getting ready, like we said during Ask Reddit, what's something you've learned not to trust a woman about? I'll be ready in 15.
Yeah.
I knew we weren't going to leave when we were going to leave. So we get out there at 4:45. Around 5, we were going to go meet up with media, entertainment, marketing whiz, good friend of Choppy's, Joe Chavez. We were going to hang out with him, catch up a little bit. So we knew we were going to have to, with the doors opening at 5:30, Kristen was like, we're going to go over there and meet up anyway, so it doesn't really, we're not going to be in the front of the little general admission area. But thank you to Joe Chavez, and what a whiz he is, we were able to get into that pit area.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, you have never seen somebody.
You want to be in the pit?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Because at Billy Bob's,
view, right?
Yeah, if you're not right on the front row of those flanks at Billy Bob's, you are. And Kristen's short. She's like having to stand on her tippy toes just to see over people. But Joe hooked it up. I've never seen somebody more smooth finessing a situation than Joe getting us into that pit area. He is he's pretty smooth with it.
You've got he's an agent, and when you're an agent, you got to be a little.
Oh, he's good though.
You got to be able to kind of grease a few things every now and then.
And I think every person in that building who was there, whether they were ticketed or not, he knew. He seemed to know every single person in there a little bit. Just go like, hey, you know this guy, Bobby? Say hi here. And like, just give me all these different introductions.
The mayor was out there.
And see, that's the thing. So he was out there. Joe was out there.
Is that the one that you've been putting the hate on the radio for the parking?
No, it's the Bass family.
That's the Bass
It's
family.
odd.
That's the Bass family.
That's the people who think they own.
They have the build. They own the building. The mayor's just doing mayor. I don't even know what mayors do.
No, Joe had helped coordinate.
They sit next to Patrick Dumont.
Mayor Matty Parker, Fort Worth Mayor Matty Parker, had issued a city proclamation on behalf of Jelly Roll for his work with first responders and juvenile youth. So he does a lot of different things in terms of actively raising money, donating his time visiting kids in juvenile halls, different things like that, trying to reach community. Everybody there who had any sort of experience that I was talking to that had followed Jelly Roll or maybe knew him a little bit was just talking about how, like, the dude's the greatest guy of all time.
Wow,
like in the way that he's just turned his life around and things like that. But yeah, Mayor Matty Parker had the city proclamation, and it was Councilman Carlos Flores, Councilman Michael Crane. They were there to deliver the proclamation. That was something that Joe had helped put together. But man, it was a great time, and Fort Worth was happy to recognize him. He's done this a couple years now, this Jelly Roll and Friends benefit concert. And at the end of the concert, he said, hey, we'll be back next year. I'll see you guys again next May. So this is like a new thing. And there was buzz in the building because we were wondering, all right, is Shabuzi going to show up? There's been some rumors of that. We were hearing rumors on the floor that Blake Shelton was going to pop out.
Oh, baby.
Lainey Wilson was there. Co Wetzel had made an appearance.
I like Lainey Wilson.
Lainey Wilson was great. And so, but the big one everybody was wondering, Friday night, Post Malone, Jelly Roll, they're going to be at AT&T Stadium. Were we going to get an appearance out here at Billy Bob's? And then that's when Jelly Roll stepped up to the mic and delivered this.
Oh. Hey. Come here. Hello. The raccoon has her meth pipe.
Billy Bob's on a Tuesday.
And he was so good. They performed Losers together, which is their new song. And you got the video up on the fan cam. Aiden's got the video of Post Malone walking out on stage.
Dude,
and
that's cool.
It was so close because Joe getting us down in that pit area, we got a clean sight to him. Post Malone, every single one of these people, you've been to these concerts, whenever anybody's on stage, they will go off to the back, they walk off, do whatever else. Not Post Malone. When their song was done and he said, all right, I'll see you guys Friday night, he threw out a how about them bleeping Cowboys while he was up there. Post decided at the end of his set, he jumped in the pit in the front row and took pictures with everybody as he's introducing Lainey Wilson, and he's like signing autographs. And then instead of jumping back up, he walked along the front of the stage to get to the back. And so because that, anybody in the front row was sitting there reaching it. And so Kristen sees him moving. And because they're introducing Lainey Wilson, everybody's focused on stage and not realizing Post is here. So she starts like running over to there. And just as he's about to get off stage, she just kind of put her hand out and he reached out and he grabbed it and gave her a squeeze and like smiled. And so she was she immediately came over. She's like, my heart's beating so fast. I'm not going to wash my hand. Post Malone grabbed my hand. She's obsessed with Post right now.
Really?
She loves him.
If you were doing like who are the most individually like talented musicians like right now, Post could do every genre.
Yeah.
Dave Grohl's on that list. Bruno Mars. Bruno can do everything. He plays like every instrument. There's a handful of like musicians that are just on a different level. They're like the more uncommon of uncommon people, and like Post is one of them.
I did run into a couple Tolos while we were out there. So Thurman was around there. He came up while I was in line, and he shook my hand, and he said, hey, he was the one who made the reference. I said, yeah, I'm trying to work my way to get down to the pit area. And he was like, well, just do like Choppy. Just say Google me. And, if you get your Google results up, then they'll let you up there. I also met Albert, who is he coaches baseball around here. He actually, he coaches a little bit at Colleyville. So he had done some stuff with the seniors while Luka, I guess, was coming into his freshman year. Mm-hmm. And so he had been working with the varsity team a little bit. So he works around the Colleyville baseball team and stuff like that. But Albert was great to talk to.
Game tonight.
And Albert was, he also knows a good buddy of mine over at the Cowboys, Doug Dawson. His daughter's going to be interning there with the sales team, I think is what it was. But it was great to see Albert. It was great to see Thurman. They both came up and said, hey, now, the whole reason we were able to get close enough for that shot, because you saw that's a pretty clean line of sight there to Post Malone. That was a clean look. We were fairly close and moved pretty close up front. We were able to get about 20 feet closer than we originally had because of a flat-out brawl that had started just in front of us. And you started hearing a little bit of...
so how did the reserve space topic work out?
It didn't have to, because when we were on the flank, and that was when I posted the video of this fight that was going on at Billy Bob's, or the very end of it, somebody replied and said, this is surely the result of somebody trying to save space, I bet. And that's what I was concerned about. I was worried about
punching a little person.
Yeah, that little bumping. But when we were on the flanks like that initially in the general admission, we were so deep in the back near the bar, there's not really space that she was trying to save. And then once we got in the pit area, well, that's the pit. You're not really saving space when you're just crunched into a pit. So luckily it didn't come up, because if it had come up, I was just going to have to tell her, look, I know what I committed to, but I'm not saving anything.
Yeah.
You just got to come back. But it was, in fact, that was the first thing that came up when we met with Joe Chavez. He's like, boy, you just threw your wife under the Jelly Roll tour bus and drove right over her this morning on the air, didn't you? And I was like, no, how am I supposed to save air? I don't understand how I'm supposed to say, don't step into air, you guys. But no, it was a great concert. And when this fight started, which I didn't, Kristen is the one who's
the place was jam-packed.
Yeah, it was tight. And she had like tapped me on the shoulder, Kristen, and she's like, there's something going on over here. There's a fight or something. Because it was starting to stir and you were hearing some yelling and people were backing up. And I was like, I couldn't tell who was fighting over what. I saw on the comments on the video, some people who were there said this started because some guy drunkenly like pushed over some like older woman.
Oh, God.
And then it just turned into people swinging on each other.
Oh.
But by the time like when security came out, I'm sitting there trying to record Co Wetzel singing High Road because I love the song. And in the middle of him doing it, security's come by with their little flashlights, like just waving them in everybody's face, like, y'all need to move. We need to get over here. And they're walking this guy out. He's bleeding from like his hairline all the way dribbling down over his eye, down to his chin. And then they bring another guy out who has his shirt ripped open from the collar all the way down. It's just split open like he's the Hulk. Like, and so it was a brawl that walked 4 or 5 people out of there. But that fight caused everybody to freak out and spread out. And so they all start moving back and spreading out and creating space. And I was like, This is gonna get broken up pretty quick. Just keeping your head up. And I was like, Kristen, move. And we walked straight up into the open space, and when it all collapsed back around us, it's like we were able to move up a good 20 feet closer in this situation. But it was a great concert. I loved it. Again, it was a great job.
She must have been on. She even gave you social media props.
I know, which doesn't have. I was certain she was side texting her friends about like, I'm stuck back here because we didn't get here early enough. This is Bobby's fault. I was sure that's what I was getting, and then I got the salvation of that, and ultimately I didn't reap the rewards of it because George Pickens news broke. So I'm sitting there going like, hold on, we got to park here at Buc-ee's so I can text people. And so that delayed us another 20, 30 minutes getting home. So by the time we got home, she's like, I'm tired. Like, I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I'm going to get 3.5 hours sleep here. So we got to go to bed. And so George Pickens ultimately ruined me getting cereal. And he owes me now. I don't know how, but he owes me.
From the Frankel injury attorney's fan text. Post was just casually hanging out at the White Elephant before the concert. That's in the Stockyards. The rap to country flip for Post needs to be studied. Jelly Roll came through this guy's Whataburger drive-through, tipped every employee $1,000. That's from the 940.
Whoa,
dude, he's lost a lot of weight too.
Yeah. Travis Hill will love hearing that.
And then Ryan says, Bobby, I'm a bartender there at Billy Bob. Stop by next time.
Okay, Ryan, I'll be looking for you there. It was a great time.
Dismiss that like Peyton did the AT&T Tolo who offered him free drinks yesterday.
I just said, Ryan, I'm going to come see you. I didn't say, Ryan, I'm in a suite that you better have keyed entry for because I'm too special
not in
for
a
you.
Suite. I already reached out to Tolo Adam, so he said just text me when you get here and he'll hook me up.
So you're not in a suite?
No, I said that. I said I was in a suite, but then I said I'm just kidding. I'm not actually in a suite.
Do you actually get a house too or a new shower? You make that up too?
Right next to yours.
Shower.
Right next to yours.
The Neighborhood Watch, specifically and only in Fort Worth for today. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, commercial free with the Expressway. Congrats to the Dirks Bentley ticket winner. We'll have one more giveaway tomorrow. You know that Mikko took over game one, but who's the most deserving in these playoffs? How many stars are the most deserving of getting a cup? And is Mikko the best player left in all of hockey right now? The Stars Party continues with Sean and RJ next.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Harley to the net. Score! Mikko Rantanen does it again. He deflects the shot from the point. It's his second goal of the game, his 7th of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and Dallas takes a 2-1 lead.
More great news for Mikko, more bad news for Nico. We'll get to that at 8:20 this morning here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, as they finally win a Game 1, and they do it on the road, and all the scoring taking place in the second period.
In the second period, a hat trick, a natural hat trick, the natty for Mikko in the second period. And at that point, he had a hat trick in 2 of the last 3 periods he had played in the Stanley Cup playoffs. He is on a heater. It is the likes we have not seen. This is, to me, I don't even think it's close right now. There's no more dominant player in all of sports that is playing currently. If you look, Joker, Aaron Judge, whoever, whoever's playing their craft right now. I don't know that. Yeah, but it's.
Who brought up the Judge stuff?
Jason Stark had some insane numbers about Aaron Judge the other day. Aaron Judge, like one of the big ones there was through the first 34 games of the season, Judge's batting average was higher than any American League player's on-base percentage.
Oh, God.
I mean, it is Ruthian level. He called it Ruthian. He said over the last calendar year, Judge is hitting 371, 496, 1283 with 64 home runs.
Pretty good.
Judge is playing absurd. He's so ahead of anybody else in baseball right now.
And he's going to run away with the MVP probably, maybe win the Triple Crown. But it just goes to show you the fact that Mikko is even in that conversation with somebody's doing that. Like, cause I don't know that, and then you factor in the moment. You're in the playoffs. He saved the Stars season in Game 7, and then he crushed Winnipeg. Winnipeg does not play well on the road. They have to hold serve at home. And they don't play. And now they're going to have to win one at a very raucous, very loud, very good home ice advantage for the Stars.
But they got Hellebuyck, buck.
In their first series, 4-0 at home, 0-3 on the road. 16 goals at home, 5 on the road. 10 goals allowed at home, 17 allowed on the road. Hellebuyck was pulled 3 times on the road, none at home.
And that's the thing is, you know he's getting pulled one time this series. It's just going to happen. He's going to happen. He's getting pulled, man.
But then how can he be the best player in the sport? What are you laughing at?
He's
what are you being stupid over it?
Nothing. Look, Hellebuyck, look, three goals allowed, nothing. It's nothing.
No. You don't do that on this show. You explain things. I don't do all this little stupid little side giggle crap and then not explain it to the listeners. Everyone has to know. Show the note.
Hellebuyck,
show the note you're passing.
Hellebuyck is he's going to get pulled at least once this series. I agree.
That was it.
It's. I was.
That wasn't even that funny.
That's a reach.
Yeah, exactly. It's a reach.
That's a reach.
Shut up while we're talking. Let the big kids talk.
I wasn't talking. You stopped me down to talk.
Yeah,
We'll get more Pickens info.
The thing with him is that he's the best at his craft in the sport, right? He really is tremendous, and he won. He's a 2-time Vezina winner. He'll probably win again this year. He's up for the hockey MVP. So he's just a really tremendous goalie. But there has been the knock on him that in the postseason, I mean, they don't make it out of the first round ever in Winnipeg. They finally did this year, but the knock on him is in the postseason. I don't think he gave up any tremendously weak goals yesterday. I didn't, the one where Mikko's on his butt. I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? There was a redirect. What are you going to do?
Right.
And then he just got beat by a great player on another one.
We threw out, obviously, Judge, Jokic. The 817 is saying other athletes that are at the top of their game right now. Scheffler. Would you put Scheffler around Mikko?
Scheffler's, I mean, he's great, but
it's hard. It's so hard.
It's hard with
You're
golf.
spaced out. I mean,
what was he, 31 under?
Byron.
Yeah, he was 31 under. That's
But you talk about back-to-back hat tricks. First player in Stanley Cup playoff history with multiple 3-goal periods in the same postseason. Third ever to do it, and then first in 40 years. Mikko was asked afterwards, "Have you ever been this hot in the postseason before?"
I don't think so. No. It's it's been good the last couple of games. And obviously have to thank the line mates. Teammates are making great plays around me and finding me in the net front or wherever it is, and we'll just try to keep it going now.
So, best player in the series. Bobby, this list came out at the start of the postseason, and let's see how much we need to update it.
Yeah, so this was a list that ESPN did. They ranked the top 50 players left in the or top 50 players in the NHL playoffs. And number one, because we've referenced this before, number one on the list was Connor Hellebuyck. That he was the number one player in the postseason. And Choppy had an issue with that right away because he says that he's a fraudulent postseason player.
He's fraudulent, very fraudulent. He's,
Has he had a postseason label before this?
Oh, yeah. And that's why they were like, the U.S. isn't going to win the Four Nations anyway, because Connor Hellebuyck will be there.
Which he was good in the Four Nations. But if you look at what Connor Hellebuyck did because like I said, if you include the last series, over his last 17 games now, his goals against average is .420, which is double what it's been over the last 3 seasons total. Like over the last 3 seasons, I think he's like .210. But it's .420 basically in the postseason in his last 17 games, which is just brutal. He's had like a ton of 5-6 goal give up games. He's just been really brutal the whole way. But when we referenced this at the beginning of the list, the Stars were the number one team in hockey. They had 6 players that were on this list of the top 50, which was the most of anybody in the NHL. So Winnipeg, what do they got? Well, they got 4 players on the list, and they're all in the top 30. So it's Connor Hellebuyck, it's Josh Morrissey, their defenseman at number 14, forward Kyle Connor at 22, and at 28, forward Mark Scheifele. And so that was the top 4 for them there. Left in the playoffs right now, you've got obviously a lot of the Colorado guys got eliminated.
And by the way, Spittle points out, man, he sent a beast recap.
Yeah, he did.
He had a long day with me in Frisco and then staying up late and then the podcast, and then he wrote the recap. He said they missed Josh Morrissey last night, and I thought especially in the first, Morrissey would have been real good for them in the transition game, breaking that wall that Dallas put up, forcing Winnipeg to dump it in. This is going to be something to watch. I have Morrissey, Spittle says, as the second best defenseman in the Central Division. And he's now top 10 in the league. By the way, I also think Thomas Harley is a top 10er as well.
I don't know if you flipped over to basketball during the intermission or not, but PK was doing a great job breaking down that wall that he was talking about. The Stars in the neutral zone would
break down that wall. Peyton, what's the reference?
Is it a political thing? I have no idea.
Yeah,
it's tear down this wall. You should still know it.
I know.
But the Stars would do the 1-2-2. They would kind of build a house. Like it looked like a house, right? And they would not let anybody. They did this in the neutral. They would not let anybody from Winnipeg get that puck into the zone without having to dump it in. And then it's just a race to the puck. So yeah, he did a really good job breaking that down, but I think that's what Spittle's talking about with Morrissey.
The top 5 players left after the first round of playoffs has eliminated everybody. The top 5 players left on this ESPN list are Connor Hellebuyck, 1. Number 2 is Leon Draisaitl of the Edmonton Oilers. Then it's not Cale Makar because they're out. Then it's Connor McDavid from the Oilers, Austin Matthews from the Maple Leafs, and then number 5, Mikko Rantanen.
And Toronto's up 2-0 on Florida. Toronto's been a little snake bit as a franchise, and Florida they're the champs. They've been the back-to-back cups, so we'll see.
And now we get to most deserving of a cup for the sentiment that can tug at the heartstrings.
Yeah, and this is this is looking at like guys who have obviously been around for a long time, and players who have just the cup worthiness. It's eluded them. And right out number 10, Matt Duchene. He's 34. He's bounced around. He's been with Columbus and Nashville and Colorado. He's been to the playoffs, but never has he won the cup. And the 16-year veteran will be higher if not for his lack of postseason action and having only had one trip to the conference finals, which was last year with the Stars. Then you get a Toronto guy, John Tavares, Adam Henrique of Edmonton, Colorado, like you said, they're out. Charlie Coyle was on there. Evander Kane of Edmonton on here. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins of Edmonton. Max Pacioretty, Toronto. And then you get to Jamie Benn. He's at number 2 on the cup worthiness. Very, very high.
He was being physical last night, as always.
Yeah, I mean, that's he's always in front of the net
it's just
there.
Like, man, and again, hockey novice, I'm like, that just seems unnecessary, Jamie, at this time. In this moment, at this time, you're like being Charles Oakley out there.
Yeah, he's a big body, too. And they said the Stars captain brings a win-at-all-cost physicality to the postseason. He lays his body on the line and laying out others during some lengthy postseason runs. He's played 1,192 regular season games, 107 in the playoffs. He's made 3 conference finals appearances, one of which ended up in the Stanley Cup final. That was in the bubble. Loved by his teammates, loathed by opposing fans. He'd be the first to hoist the cup should the Stars win it during his captaincy, and he'd be a more than deserving recipient. And then Brent Burns of Carolina is the top. He's 40. He's the top, the most deserving guy.
All right, so game 2, tomorrow night, same start time. Then I think we get an afternoon break at the AAC for game 3. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Did Brett Boone do enough and the Rangers pitching just let him down?
Here's the 1-0. Swing and a line drive, left field, base hit. In to score is Wong. Rafaela coming in right behind him. The throw is late. It's a 2-run single for Alex Bregman, and the Red Sox lead it 5-3.
Bregman also hit a bomb. I think that was number 200 for him as the Red Sox even up the series with the Rangers. Malley was on the mound, still good, not what he's been this season, and the Rangers score 4 in Brett Boone's second game as he joined us yesterday. They had bases loaded in the third. I don't think they did enough damage there with Seager only driving in 1. And then what the heck was going on with replay? It benefited the Rangers with Langford safe at first base, but I did not understand that call whatsoever. So are we looking too hard at the approaches in all these individual bats to see?
We're going to be doing that.
Because I'm like, Adolis, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Progressing.
That's the nature of it.
He hit one off the foul pole.
Right, that's the nature of it. Like so, for example, 2 nights ago in the first game, Simeon hits a ground ball to the right side, gets Peterson over to third. It was a single. And we look at that, we're like, oh, man, see situational baseball. But, I mean, how many singles to the right side does Marcus Simeon have this year? I have to go back and look. You don't even think about it because most of the time you're not looking for something like that. So we probably are overanalyzing it, and we're going to. That's the nature of this, I mean, you get a new guy in here.
Did Brett say anything yesterday that really jumped out to y'all when he joined us? And he said he's going to join us every Wednesday.
That jumped out to me. That he said he's joining us every Wednesday. Other than that, no, I mean, I think it was just
approach-wise.
No, I think it's clear that a big part to him right now, because, he made it sound like he's obviously just getting into the fray of this. So, I mean, he's looking at game day matchups, like game of matchups, pitchers that they're going against. But otherwise, a lot of what he's doing right now is just building relationships and talking about, making that connection with those players and different things like that. And so that was kind of the thing that stood out to me, is that he struck me as like a big part of this for him is going to be just culture and connection with guys.
One thing that stood out is he's, the knock, or not the knock, but the perception is that old school guys reject information and analytics, and I don't think that's the case at all. And it doesn't sound like that's the case with Brett. It sounds like, he's embracing it and using it, but also recognizing that these games aren't played on an iPad, right? And not every swing has to be the same, and not every approach to the plate has to be the same.
I will say, pre-Brett Boone, Jock Peterson had 4 balls hit in play that were 106.8 miles per hour or more. since Brett Boone got here in 2 days, he has 406.8 mile per hour hit ball. So every ball he's hit in play so far, the weakest one has been 106.8 miles per hour with Brett Boone. That's the Boone difference.
And Choppy, the Rangers are off the hook for Leody Taveras in that contract. The Mariners pick him up, and Sandler said, look, for that 3.25, as the Rangers try to remain below the first luxury tax apron, this money, while it does not seem like a lot, is significant. So Leody Taveras to the Mariners.
Yep, and look, they had to do something because they bring Evan Carter up anyway. But this was something that if they were looking to make changes, they were really out of options with a lot of guys. You know, they weren't going to make a change with Jock Peterson. They just brought him in. They weren't going to make a change, obviously, with Marcus Semien. They've given him too much money. That's why Berger got sent down. He had options. Leody didn't have any options, but he was the most expendable.
Yesterday brought another disaster for Nico Harrison. Wait till you hear what happened with the Mavericks next. Then below the belt with more on the George Pickens deal and draft reaction after this.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wrecking attorneys in Dallas.
Tatum across midcourt with 10. Top of the key with 8. Defended by Robinson with 7. Right wing 3. Crossover. Foul line with 4. Left block. Step back. Stolen by Bridges. Bridges chucks it down court. They've done it again. They've done it again. The New York Knicks take both in Boston and a 2-0 lead heading back to the Mecca.
Choppy, I know you don't love it. Knicks radio at the call. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The Boston Celtics in front of all those massholes and that freaking nut job, Joe Mazzulla, fall down 0-2 in Boston, the first team ever to blow a 20-point lead in back-to-back playoff losses. I even bet on the Jason Tatum bounce back, and I'm happy to lose money on it because of what he did, especially on that final possession. The Celtics, after going up 20 with 3 minutes left in the third, 5 of 28 from the field, 2 of 14 from 3, and they missed 30 more threes to go back to MSG down 2.
Man, I just hate the Knicks so much. But you are right. It is a fun environment to watch a game there.
Yes.
Like, it's fun to watch on TV. It's a great crowd. So we'll get to see that. That place will be rocking. Now, the Knicks have blown in their history quite a bit of big games at their barn, as they would say. The Charles Smith game, right? The 86 fouls against the Bulls. They lost big games to the Pacers there. They blew a 2-0 series lead where they won on the road at Chicago, came back, lost the next 2 in New York. They've blown plenty of big games at home. This series is not over.
No.
By any stretch. However.
Is it straight up now?
I think the Knicks are a slight favorite. They're minus like 115.
Because it was like minus 900 to start the series, Boston.
Yeah, and so is OKC. The Celtics are still the favorites to win the East.
That's stupid.
But the Knicks are the favorites of the series at minus 115.
But it's still minus 115 going back to MSG with all the issues that Boston's had this year relative to the way they played last year. That seems
I don't think it's crazy. I don't know who I would pick in the series. I'm kind of split. Boston swept them and smashed them too.
Yeah, and look.
And they've been up 20 both games.
They've smashed them in this series too. They've just fallen apart at the end.
Yes.
Did you see this just popped up on my timeline as we're coming back. Did you see the video of the Knicks fans refusing to leave after the game?
No, I haven't watched it. The security guard.
Oh my gosh, this woman is just like losing her mind. Like you can see her, she's just like screaming like, "Help! Somebody help, please!"
And like falls into the chairs.
All these Knicks fans are just
over.
they refusing to leave after the game's over.
Like if you were to tell me that the Celtics win the next 4 games in this series, I'm not batting an eye.
Me neither.
I'm not batting an eye.
Yeah, they're not going to do with Jason Tatum doing anything though, because he's not going to contribute anything. That dude's he's such a fraud.
But you know what? Call out the other ones too, because they're all doing it. Jaylen Brown was awful in game 1.
Yeah, but Tatum cries about not getting face of the league recognition
because he's not the face of the league.
Jaylen Brown can be weird, but Jason Tatum's like, "Oh, you're not giving me the mantle."
Right, because you're not the face of the league. Now, I'll say this, and if they win, if they go out, they come back and they win the series, and they win the championship again this year, I mean, that's 2 titles for him. That's tough, right?
Well, it depends how he plays.
It does depend how he plays.
I mean, he's basically a co-Batman.
A co-Batman, yeah. It depends on how he plays for sure, but having 2 titles, that you could absolutely call him a face.
That's why we'd done the list while you were out, Sean, of ESPN's list of like the people who can most boost their legacy with a title, and the person not on that list that should have been was Tatum. If Tatum won back-to-back titles, that'd be a massive boost for him.
And to make things even better, the loudmouth Paul Pierce said, if Boston loses game 2, I'll walk to work. I'll walk to work today.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul Pierce has sent out the Google map or whatever this is of an 8-hour and 2-minute walk, 20.2 miles, I believe, in California.
Oh, God. Look, there's worse places to walk.
I wonder how much he'll pick up on the way on the corners walking to work, knowing Paul.
He'll do the Rosie Ruiz, the Boston Marathon. Just get picked up, driven to different parts, and then walk the rest of the way. That's what he'll do.
An 8-hour walk.
All right,
no.
Can you imagine?
More chaos with the Mavericks. Remember that Nico in the little private invite media session said, why asking about Casey Smith? We upgraded. The people we brought in were better with the training staff. Well, a lot of the training staff got blown out yesterday. Head athletic trainer Dion Calhoun, bye-bye. Athletic performance director Keith Belton, bye-bye. I think Keith Belton is the one who was the UCLA football trainer, and he was not properly registered, or he didn't have the proper requirements to be an official NBA trainer. Calhoun was one of the final holdovers from Casey Smith. So they're like, oh, you're associated with Casey, you can go too. Yeah, Belton is the former fullback from the National Football League, and he got into it with someone else there over the rehab for Derek Lively. Yeah, Belton did not have the certifications from the NBA required to be employed as a strength coach. So these upgrades, for even an uncertified person that Nico brought in, they get blown out yesterday.
Belton was the one who, that quote from the McMahon story said somebody should be fired for this, talking about the Lively injury getting as bad as it was, because Belton was like running him through this aggressive like pregame routine when he was coming back. And that's when it was, who's the other one? It was Johan Billsborough was the other one who was their director of player health and performance, who was like, no, we got an issue here. Send him for an MRI. But like he was run way too hard. And that's when they found the fracture. And so, I mean, you losing Derek Lively for that period of time sounded like it was directly the result of Keith Belton.
I think this may have finally completely turned me towards Nico and what he did with the finals team. Kyrie, PJ, Gafford, and then you have, I get the Luka idea. Again, Luka returned for the millionth time, not enough. But the mismanagement of all of it after, and now this with the training staff stuff.
The mismanagement of after, and don't forget the mismanagement of the whole Casey Smith thing initially.
Yeah.
Firing him over Zoom while he's with his dying mother.
I think you got to look at it as Kyrie, Gafford, PJ, that's in the minority of his resume.
Kyrie, Gafford, PJ gave him I don't want to say an ego, but a power trip in the building that he wanted. Like, he just took control, and now it's like he feels like he is empowered to do anything. Dumont has allowed him to be empowered to do anything, and it's not working.
So I think I got in trouble yesterday. I probably shouldn't even talk about this.
I think you should. I think it's great.
I missed crosstalk yesterday to speak at some sports marketing branding thing. Thanks to the powers that be that asked me to be a part of it, along with the boss man, Gavin Spittle, Derek Eagleton, DallasCowboys.com. We had Travis Hill from Whataburger, and we had some people from Odyssey, our company. And at the very end, they say, all right, Mr. Sharif, what is the piece of advice you would give to people trying to connect as a brand with their audience? And I said, well, just don't be the Mavericks. That's all. I was trying to work
good advice.
I was trying to be some comedy in the room. And then I brought up my phone to read the list of things that the Mavericks did to butcher the Luka situation. And kind of the important people in the room that are maybe, one is definitely my boss, but some people started looking like little ghostly white and uneasy. And I was like, what the heck? I was the funniest one up there. I mean, y'all should be applauding me. You know what I mean? Like, this should get me a contract extension, even more advertisement. And I walk off the stage, and they're like huddled, and I'm like, what's going on? Well, it turns out after I had my destruction of the Mavericks and the way they handled things PR-wise, like one of the heads of the Mavericks was in the back of the room, like head of marketing or someone like that. So it didn't go over as well as I thought with everyone. So
that's not cool, guys.
I accomplished what I wanted. Yeah, I don't want to be. It's like when I gave the commencement speech at my high school. They regretted it. They're never going to invite me back. They thought I talked too long. I cursed too much. I got a G warning label on the stage for talking up there. I didn't curse or drop the F-bomb.
A G warning?
Yeah, they're like, just keep it G rated.
Oh, I thought you meant like he's a G. He's a Baltimore G, this one.
Yeah, I was making fun of Baltimore. I made fun of Dan Snyder. It was like a roast up there. They loved it. I crushed it, except with some of my bosses. And then we walk outside in the chandelier area of the Ford Center, and I'm like laughing and making fun of other people, and someone comes up and says, let's just keep it down. There's some very important people here. You may offend them. I'm like, hey, man, it is what it is. Don't invite me back in. I ain't come up here to do some boring panel stuff. I'm an entertainer. I got to prove myself. I need more Tolos to tune in.
The past is past. Once you're already there, once you're done, once you're in that lobby, you can't talk about what happened in there. You've already done it.
See, that's your sociopathic.
Yeah.
Period.
I look forward.
End of sentence.
I look forward. Once that sentence is over, I don't use the edit button.
So then the new GM here comes up to me. He's like, hey, do you want to meet the Mavericks guy? Do you want to go talk to him? I was like, no, I don't want to meet him. Like, you guys are freaking me out, making me feel awkward. I don't want to go up to this guy and say, hey, man, nice to meet you. Sorry for roasting you. But the bottom line is, and this is the way I've tried to operate throughout my entire career, it's facts. If the Dallas Mavericks don't know, and everyone in that room doesn't know what I said yesterday about all the criticism, then they don't need to be employed there and doing what they do. I may have messed up some future radio deals. I may have messed up some partnerships. I know it's about them. I got to tell it like
That's
it
all
is.
right. Look,
come on.
If they don't know,
but I guarantee next year for this same event, Spittle will ask me to do it.
If they don't know, they need to know. If they don't know, they need to know. And
but they've operated as if they don't know.
They've operated as if they are completely clueless.
Yeah.
They've operated as if every move they've made is justifiable.
Yeah.
Now, again, you can justify the idea of the moves they've made, but not the execution of the moves they've made. You can if you want to. I've never said everybody is tradable. There's no such thing as an untradeable player. Patrick Mahomes is tradable. You want to send 15 first-round draft picks? You could trade him. I'm not saying I would advise it, but you can. Luka, tradable, but got to get more. That was the whole point. It's never the decision to move him. It was what you got.
Andrew Brandt, who used to be an executive for the Green Bay Packers, used to be an NFL agent, and he's now the executive director of the Morad Center at Villanova and teaches about the business of sports and everything else. He said that what the Mavericks have done over these last 2 months, he's like, there will be college courses on this. Like in terms of sports PR and different things, there will be college courses on how they just completely destroyed this over 2 months. So yeah, you all you did was pointed out exactly what they said there will be college curriculums on.
And I blamed one of the Odyssey heads. I said, hey, I said my Mavs joke in the rehearsal. And you didn't stop me, so it's your fault, Lee. That's what I said. I said it right there.
Well, you didn't need to.
I said, yeah, you had an audition.
I didn't know there was a rehearsal
so don't put that up. They're like, here are the questions. And I said, hey, just blame the Mavericks. Don't be the Mavericks. And no one corrected me. No one said a big dog from the Mavs would be in the room. So it's not my fault. That's what RJ Choppy would do. And I agree with it.
Don't blame me.
A Tolo sent us this, and I think they're right. The great D. Mama D. If the Celtics get taken out here, and you think about a potential finals matchup, if you still had your team, that would hurt. That would sting a lot more, right? Like, you don't have to run into Boston in the finals. And if you're the Mavs and you get back, possibly.
And you can face either the Rick Carlisle or Jalen Brunson. Could you imagine that? An East final of Brunson versus Carlisle?
Yeah, no, we really, I was thinking last night, you really missed an opportunity where if the Lakers would have just beaten the Timberwolves, I mean, you could have had a great setup potentially of conference finals being like including Luka, Carlisle, and Jalen Brunson.
Let's talk about a positive basketball development. I'm excited for this. I was jealous. The KNC Masterpiece had on the new basketball superstar Paige Bueckers yesterday, and they asked Paige, was there ever any doubt that there were reports that you didn't want to come here? Were they true?
No, I'm glad you asked because, like you said, everybody had their own narratives and stuff they thought to be true, but I don't think anybody actually heard it from my mouth. But I was excited for Dallas. It's just an opportunity to do something new, new GM, new coaches, a lot of new in the organization. So to be able to start in new and build this new foundation this year with an amazing team, amazing coaching staff, and amazing people throughout the entire organization, embrace a new city that's shown a lot of love and welcomed me and the other rookies with open arms, and even the new free agent and trade pieces. So I'm extremely excited for it. I was extremely excited for it. I also wasn't really focused on it at the time in the moment, but now that it's true and it's coming into fruition, there was never a doubt.
And I heard at the end of this, they were like, all right, we held back. We got to have you on again. She's like, why'd you hold back? Don't hold back. Bring it. I'm falling in love with Paige Bueckers already. More at 9:15 on Why I Love Her. Even more so here on DFW Sports Station. Why one former NFL head coach loves what the Cowboys did in the draft. That's next in Below the Belt right here on the Fan.
After
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, the high marks for this draft class just continue to pour in for your Dallas Cowboys. And the latest is a former NFL head coach. And not Jason Garrett or one of the others who has previously worked for the Cowboys. No, this is a state of Texas head coach, though. Bill O'Brien, who would know a little something about this Dallas Cowboys draft class. Tyler Booker, obviously, was the prominent first pick coming out of the class. Then it was Donovan Ezraku, the Boston College edge rusher. Both of those have ties to Bill O'Brien, who is now the head coach at Boston College and coached Donovan Ezraku last year. And then was the one who recruited Tyler Booker to Alabama as the offensive coordinator, was with him for his freshman season. So Tommy Arish over at DallasCowboys.com had reached out to Bill O'Brien and just said, hey, would you be willing to talk about these two from the top of the draft class and your thoughts on them? And he had some really interesting things to say. Before we get into that specifically, I did want to address something a little odd that I read yesterday from Jeremy Fowler. So Jeremy Fowler had his breakdown of key intel, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN, his breakdown of key intel coming out of the NFL draft. So he reaches out to his sources, cultivates all this. He does this every year. A week or two after the draft, he goes, okay, now that he's gone out and talked to everybody about everybody's different class, what are your thoughts on it? Then he shares like, hey, here's the reaction to what all 32 teams did. So his Cowboys one was the very top of his list. That was the first one that he got into and gave him really high praise for Savon Ravel, their cornerback, who they picked in the third round. He said he was considered one of the best value picks in the entire draft. An executive with an AFC team said, quote, I thought there was a big drop off at corner after him. That's why I thought he had a chance to go late 1, early 2. A lot of people like Donovan Ezraku. They said leadership and explosion. Sometimes you just see it right away. That was a don't overthink it pick. But he has he misses really bad, I think, here on this particular note. He says some around the league believe receiver Tetairoa McMillan would have been Dallas's pick if available. That includes Todd Archer, who wrote a back and forth with Jeremy Fowler and Brooke Pryor on the George Pickens trade. And Todd said if McMillan was there, they were picking McMillan. But he goes, he, quote, would have been an option per a source. But quietly, a few rival teams thought Tyler Booker fit the Cowboys' profile as a no-nonsense offensive lineman with pedigree. Dallas tried to trade down from number 12, but was not able to pull off the deal. Any sort of suggestion that Tyler Booker would be a Dallas Cowboy if Tet McMillan was there at pick 12 is wildly off base. That was a literal, as I heard from somebody after the pick happened, they said that was a D punch when we lost McMillan. That hurt. We really liked him. We thought that was somebody who fit just about everything that we wanted. So him going off the board was a big punch to the Cowboys. No doubt about it. McMillan was the pick. They were not trading away from that. They would not have moved that. They would have turned that in at 9 minutes and 59 seconds on the draft clock.
I tell you though, hindsight.
RJ did a little draft study.
I'd much rather be where we are right now.
Pickens and Booker.
Booker and Pickens over McMillan and fill in the blank, because they don't take Ezraku in the second if they don't get Booker. I don't think. Now maybe they do, but
probably not. They probably
look
trade
for an offensive line.
probably trade away from that pick.
Yeah.
If they take McMillan at 12, they probably trade away from the pick and move back, and then Ezraku goes, and they probably take Ravel in the second round, and then they've got their third round pick and their fourth, and then they would have picked up a fourth probably. So the fourth
they
probably
got a guard or whatever.
Fourth may have ended up being Shedeur Sanders. To be honest, if they pick up a fourth and then he's just staring him in the face, they may have taken Shedeur Sanders in the fourth.
Look, I love taking wide receivers. I think wide receivers are a great position to take. At the end of the day, if you don't have an offensive line, you got no prayer. You get no prayer.
Yep.
So
anything else from your look back?
Yeah, I mean, like if you were to go back and you were to look at the draft, with where they were and who they got, and if you go back to use the trade value chart, the old school one, right? There's the old school trade value chart. If they wanted to go get Tet, they would have gone from 12 to 8. That would have cost them a third. So would and that's basically what they gave up for Pickens. If you wanted to go get Luther Burden in the second round, they would have had to go from 44 to 39. That's 50 points. They didn't have a fourth rounder, so they give up both fifth rounders. And then maybe Chicago throws back their sixth. If they wanted to go from 76 to 70 to take Isaac, is it Tesla?
Mm-hmm.
Tesla.
And a very explosive receiver.
Yes. They would have had to throw in their second fifth rounder, or to get Pat Bryant, it would have cost their sixth. So, like, every one of those players is a coin flip, whereas Pickens is a known commodity.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's like,
obviously a greater character risk.
Known to be nutty.
Known to be nutty.
Yeah, there's that. I don't blame them for not trading up. They didn't have a fourth round pick. I don't want them expending any extra capital to go up and get McMillan. But yeah, you hoped he would get to you at 12. And if he got to you at 12, then they're aggressively trying to move off of 44. And then they don't get Donovan Ezraku, who Bill O'Brien coached at Boston College and spoke with Tommy Yarsh about. When Bill O'Brien accepted the head coaching job at BC, this is from DallasCowboys.com, in February of 2024, he met one player before meeting the rest of the team. That was Donovan Ezraku. O'Brien said right away you could tell that he was a very focused guy. You could tell he was very intense, smart, and he really helped us in our first year because he bought right in, and he was one of the main leaders of the team. He practiced every day and just a great guy to coach, and we're going to miss him. Tommy writes that any collegiate head coach would miss a player that tallied 80 tackles, 20.5 tackles for loss, and 16.5 sacks in their first season on the job. But Ezraku's impact on the defense stretched beyond the stat sheet last year. O'Brien said he actually won us 2 or 3 games by strip sacking the quarterback, getting the ball back to the offense. Just a very explosive player, a guy that just relentlessly rushes the passer, a relentless defender, really. He plays 100 miles an hour on every play. And that's one of the things that really pops about him when you watch him. He is a go motor
So
player.
I feel the best, like, emotionally about Booker, and all the personality stuff and the interviews and everything right now is off the charts. But I feel the most solid and good about that pick.
Yeah, Ezraku's a guy that's a double-digit sack player. If there's no reason when you look at his projection and what he put on tape that he can't get you 10 sacks in a season at some point.
Everyone seems to love that selection.
And again, a guy who Booker is such an easy one to get the attention for the leadership and just the command and the presence as such a young guy. Yeah, it's so easy to see that with him. But Ezraku was like, that's a team captain at Boston College. And that was a guy who has a very magnetic personality and has, like, in some of his dealings with the media, has been funny. Like, they'll talk to him about growing up where he did in the Northeast and, saying, did your family grow up Eagles fans? And he goes, they're Cowboys fans now. That's all that matters. Yeah, that's all we're focusing on now. They're Cowboys fans. But Bill O'Brien just gave him a ton of really high marks, said he checks every box as a leader. He said he was a leader in every phase. He was in the front row of the team meetings. He was a guy that worked very, very hard in the weight room, stayed extra after practice, before practice, extra film. He was a voice that everybody listened to on the team. He was a unanimous selection for captain. Everybody voted for him, and I thought he did a really good job leading. And Ezraku gave a lot of praise. We played the clip last week. Ezraku gave a lot of praise to Bill O'Brien for, helping to bring him along and really, give him advice and guidance on how to get to the NFL. Now, what about Tyler Booker? So Bill O'Brien had, in his second and final year as the offensive coordinator at Alabama, was the first year that Tyler Booker played for Alabama, and he brought him in as a recruit. He said, I loved Booker, man. From the time we recruited him at Alabama to when he came to Alabama, I was only around for his freshman year, but he was a leader as a freshman. He was a relentless player, a tough guy. He loves to finish his blocks. He got better and better. He could pull out on counter plays, pull out on screens. I thought he did a good job of anchoring the pocket. Bryce Young was our quarterback and did a good job of protecting him. I think the world of Book. I think he's going to be a great, great pro. One of the things that he talked about, he said, I think he'll work hard to improve his ability, his change of direction, his lateral movement, and things like that. But I think at the end of the day, I never had an issue at all with his athleticism, because that's been a big question, obviously. What kind of an athlete is he? In fact, him mentioning there, talking about him pulling out on counter plays, pulling out on screens, like, that's the question. Can he get out and can he lead block? I will say, when you're watching the tape on Tyler Booker and you're trying to say, boy, he was a little late getting to that spot, he was a little late getting around, most of the time you see that, it's Jalen Milroe running. Jalen Milroe's going to beat a lot of guards to the spot who are trying to pull out and lead block for him. Jalen Milroe's a fast guy.
Don't discount, real quick, sorry. The first two picks went to college programs or played for coaches who coached in the NFL. I think that does matter a little bit. I mean, I think they can prepare you better for the league than somebody who may not have. Saban obviously has a ton of guys in the league, and then Bill O'Brien. I've always liked Bill as a coach. I don't want him running my operation in the front office. I think Bill's a solid football coach.
And Ewer's agent came on the other day unscheduled and said a couple teams were trying to turn Milroe into a running back. That's the reason.
Yeah,
and he may not be able to throw.
When you talk about the SEC angle of it, specifically, Chop, Bill O'Brien says, I saw him block the second level. I saw him in the SEC pull out on block DBs on screens, kick out ends on counter plays. I never had an issue with his athletic ability. I think he's going to be fine. So what's his big advice for these two guys that he's coached as they head into the NFL? He says pro football is about the daily grind, being consistent, showing up every day. He said that you're going to have some days where they're not great. You're going to go up against a great tackle, a pro tackle, or a pro tight end. You're in a professional defensive scheme now. You're in with a lot of great people, Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons. Just put your head down and go to work. Just take it one day at a time and try to get better. The best pros were the ones that I was around that tried to improve every day, just one day at a time, try to get better every day. And he says that he thinks that's something that Donovan Ezraku and Tyler Booker both really excel in, is the desire to be great and to continue to improve and to continue to work and learn. I know Ezraku had talked about already hearing from Micah Parsons and wanting to reach out to him and get some insight. And you've got the same sort of angle from Tyler Booker, who talked about all the people that he reached out to for insight. So big thumbs up from a former NFL head coach and a big-time college coach in Bill O'Brien, who says, yeah, Dallas nailed it with these first two picks on Tyler Booker and Donovan Ezraku.
And by the way, Jane Slater trying to add another layer to the George Pickens deal. What about Nick Chubb? Stephon Gilmore. I've been talking about Breece Hall before the drafting of Jaden Blue. Jane tweeted, I checked in on anything additional in the works. The response, they were never in play. Repeat, never in play.
Look, with Chubb, I'm fine. I mean, he's an older guy. He's been hurt.
Same.
Breece is an interesting one because he's younger. He's explosive.
Has also been hurt, though.
Been hurt.
What's his skill set compared to Blue?
So, I mean, I really like, if you're talking about a bigger size running back, Breece Hall's a bigger guy. But I mean, Breece Hall is very explosive, and he's a better like if you're talking about mental processor, I think he's a much better mental processor at finding holes and hitting them. The question is just, if you look at his efficiency since his knee injury, it's gone way down. There is a question about him.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you wonder why would they want to move on from him? I mean, they have a lot of problems on that team, so they need to get better.
Below D-Bell every single day at this time on your home of the Cowboys with our insider Bobby Roberto. What Jason Garrett had to say about the George Pickens trade. How is everyone going to share? How is it going to work in terms of the ball distribution? I think you're going to want to hear Jay Jeezy at 9:20. But first, we know the first star of the night, but who was the second star? They finally win a game one. Let's party with it next.
Has lower fee products? I never remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Duchesne, nice job. Sends it across. Rantin in front. Score! Rantin in again! It's a hat trick in Winnipeg. Hintz was right in front, but it's Rantanen who remains scorching hot. That man is out of his mind.
Final call. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, especially after you stayed up late for the Dallas Stars Game 1 victory in Winnipeg as Mikko with a back-to-back hat trick. Maybe, tough to argue, the hottest player in all of sports. Had a natural hat trick in the second period to continue a run we've never seen the likes of in Stanley Cup history. That was the call on ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you. Jason Garrett on the George Pickens trade at 9:20 this morning on your official home of the Cowboys. Rantanen has scored or assisted now on the past 12 goals, and no player has ever had that type of individual impact on a single playoff stretch. Most consecutive goals scored or assisted in playoff history, Mikko with 12 points, Lemieux with 9, Brad Marchand with 8, LaFleur with 8, Tricky Rick Middleton with 8. Spittle, I think, threw in Tricky.
Oh, he broke Tricky. The Pickens news yesterday. Tricky Rick. That was Slick Rick.
Slick
no,
Rick.
Right, yeah.
Ravishing
Slick Rick. Ravishing Rick.
So we know about the greatness right now of Mikko, but I'm going to look at Spittle's Spits and Suds report for the second star of the game, and he says it has to be Jake Oettinger. They came up with a little chant yesterday.
Yeah, because he was Connor Hellebuyck's backup on the American team in the Four Nations, and they were chanting, "You're Helly's backup."
Canadians are so nice. In New York, at the Garden, Philadelphia, you got the F word, and in Canada, the chant is
Helly's backup.
If you're a backup.
Well, you know
so
what?
Nice, so pleasant.
I mean, if you're Helly's backup, you're going to play quite a bit with how often he gets
right,
pulled.
He gets pulled. He gets pulled, especially on the road.
You're basically you're splitting time like
co-starter.
You're
a co-starter.
It's
man.
Running back by committee out here. You're goaltending by committee.
But you're the closer. You're the closer.
Spittle said it's going to be a backfire because Oettinger loves to go into enemy territories and shut the other team down, and that is what he did in the third period. A .935 save percentage in the game. And in 4 out of his last 5 games, he's been no less than a .912 save percentage, so he is dialed in.
Look, that was they played a really solid team hockey in the third period. That's a situation where Winnipeg has to score. They're going to be throwing everything at you, and you can get caught up. Right, you can get caught up, and you miss one assignment.
I think that's the best drama in sports is the last
couple minutes,
2 minutes of a 1-score hockey game.
It's when
you have the lead.
When you have that lead.
What do you mean best? Like it's anxiety.
Well, most dramatic.
I was gonna say it's not fun.
Yeah,
it's not enjoyable.
Yeah, true.
and I'll tell you, it's when you're watching. So like the game before, the Toronto Florida, same thing happened, right? Florida was down a goal, and they went with the obviously the man advantage, and even watching that when you have no interest in the series, none, is just very stressful. And then when you're clinging to that 1-goal lead. And it's like, okay, you hope they can't pull the goalie too soon. You hope, right? Just, hey, give you an extra couple seconds, right? Here's an extra 10 seconds, an extra 15. And now you get to like maybe a minute 30, and they only have a minute 30 with a man advantage. It's huge. And then you have other situations throughout the game where Winnipeg had the power play, and they got the power play with 8 seconds to go in the period, right? And that kind of screws everything up because, obviously when you get a power play, the face-off for that is in the other team's zone. But when you start the new period, it goes back to center ice. So you're not in the zone. So you kind of get screwed, with the power play. And that was a little bit of an advantage for the Stars. It was a good time for them to take a penalty late in a period. So they don't even get the benefit of the full 2 minutes. It was a minute 53.
Other stars from Spittle and the Spits and Suds podcast, Sam Steele, the forward, does everything you need. He picked up an assist on the Mikko goal. And remember, in Game 7 against Colorado, he was the one who cleared out space for Rantanen to score the first Stars goal in the third period. He kills penalties. He has some offensive skill. He'll do whatever it takes. And Winnipeg was 0 for 4 on the penalty kill, and Steele is a top penalty killer for the Stars. Cody Ceci, often knocked by hockey fans, but there's a reason as teams move on. He gets more minutes, kills penalties, and he was third on the team with time on ice for the evening. And then Jake Rietma, who joined us in studio at 7, talked about Esa Lindell and another say. Bobby, you were even talking about
he was
that.
You talked about the 93% on Oettinger. It was 100% save percentage for Esa Lindell. That was, I was certain when you watch it back, it's like, how the hell does that not go in? Like the fact that they didn't get that. But I mean, they got 10 shots off in that third period and just they could not connect.
First with time on ice with 27 minutes, 52 seconds played, and almost 7 minutes of that was shorthanded. 6:54 of that was shorthanded. Great stuff from Spittle.
I mean, you're gassed. You're gassed at that point, and 27 minutes is a lot of time on ice. That's a lot. You think it's some of the, now obviously like positions are different. Every position's different on the ice and who gets the ice time, but especially you get in the playoffs and the way they change the shifts and the time on ice. 30, dang near 30 minutes is a lot.
And then you look at the face-off circle. 54% win rate last night, and that equals puck possession, right? They have several players that are great on the draw. Hintz was 11 of 17. Hintz 11 of 17. Wyatt 8 of 13. Sagan 7 of 13. Duchesne 6 of 9. Steele 6 of 13. So there you go.
And then the one thing you got to worry about in game 2 is what we thought happens in a lot of these series with Denver, right? Denver already, we saw this last night where
I'd be interested to see how it happens in hockey versus basketball.
Because
I know tonight it's an automatic, I believe, don't mark, it's going to haunt me. I'm betting big on Anthony Edwards scoring a ton tonight, and this is going to be a Minnesota blowout, especially with Steph gone for a week.
Yeah, like I think right now,
like last night I bet on, you just knew I would have lost. Well, I did lose on Tatum, but you knew Boston was going to dominate. You knew that OKC was going to dominate because these teams are content going in on the road and getting game 1.
You get game 1, you're fine. You're fine with you've already reached your goal.
Yep.
And like if you're Golden State, it's like, hey, just get me to game 5 tied at 2. That's your goal now, with Steph being out for probably a couple of games. But in hockey, the Stars are in a really interesting spot because we have already detailed how Winnipeg does not play well on the road. And the Stars have a tremendous, tremendous home ice advantage. So this is like, you win this game tomorrow, I mean, pack it up. Stars are 4. I got them at 4 anyway. You win tomorrow. It's, I mean, I don't even know. Like, just save your money for the next round.
How much are you going to rub it in Sevy's face if you get Stars in 4? You're going to be like, not bad for a football guy, huh, Sevy?
No. Fucking rub anything in Sevy's face. Sevy looks like he would.
He's an enforcer. You don't want to do that.
He would pin my head against the wall.
Pete DeBoer, of course, though, was asked about the new superstar. Well, I guess he has always been a superstar, but now he's the star superstar.
Keep it going. Let's see how long he can run this for. He's rolling, and he's feeling it, and pretty impressive what he's doing. I mean, considering the opponent and the time of year and, how he's dominating games, really impressive. So, and I think it's the first time we won a game 1 since 2019. I thought our group did a lot of good stuff. I mean, Otter made some huge saves down the stretch. PK was outstanding. Got a power play goal. Special teams again were great. So there's a lot of things there for us to build on.
So there you go. Finally, winning a game 1, game 2 tomorrow night with the same start time. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have the Red Zone for NFL football mostly at 9:20 every single day. But right now we got a little bit of keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
A commission is being created. Oh, Bobby's not happy with Nick Saban.
No, he is not happy with Nick Saban because Nick Saban is going to help change college football. The president, we talked about this. He wants to get involved with the NIL, and now I have a love-hate with this. When people try to get involved with sports, a sport that they don't know the ins and the outs of, what happens? They inevitably wind up screwing this whole thing
Yeah,
up, right?
but the president of the United States is not going to have the ins and outs of every single matter that he touches, right? That's why you need advisors. That's why you need specialists. You need experts.
Like Saban.
And that's where Nicky Saban comes in.
This dude is such a douchebag. I cannot stand Nick Saban.
What?
Oh, my gosh. Like, you little pocket watching MF. Like, if you ran away from the sport, run away from the sport. Don't sit here and try to let me flip it back, and then I'll sneak back in there. I cannot stand Nick Saban.
Wouldn't Saban argue, I'm not trying to pocket watch. I just want some control over the pocket watching.
Yeah, I'm sure
Which
he
I
wants
want
control.
too.
Yeah, no.
I want some order.
There needs to be rules.
No, look, your order, your ability to have a say in this came 10 years ago when this was coming. And you refused to dig it. You dug it and said, nope, we're powerful enough. We'll be able to check this as long as we want. We're basically the NFL. We're one of the most powerful organizations. And then when a court said, nope, NIL's here, you got to deal with it. Well, now it's the Wild West, and you have to deal with the fallout from that. You don't get to come back and correct it later. You screwed up, and now you have to deal with it.
What do you think what do you think the idea is? What do they want to do, Choppy?
Well, I think what they ultimately want to do is have contracts with the players. That's what they ultimately want, which I think most people agree with.
I do.
The contracts with the players. I think the players actually would be on board with this because it would be.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well,
unless you're trying to say the school will be locked into it.
Well, the school will be locked into giving you the money, right? It's like, hey, there's two sides to this. Like, you could get NIL money, right? Let's just say Quinn Ewers. Let's say Quinn Ewers went to Texas right out of high school, got a great set of money, great NIL deal, and then they bring in Arch Manning the next year. And they're like, all right, you know what? Maybe we don't want this anymore. We want to give it to Arch. They can just move on from you. Well, now if you have a contract, they're locked in, right? So it protects the players from that standpoint. But you can't leave as easy. It's not the Wild West.
And you should enforce it for coaches too.
And you should enforce it for coaches. And that's where the buyout comes in. Right, so at least the schools get something back.
Saban's a clown. If he was coaching still, fine. Put up your fight. Get the hell out. You're gone, you self-important jackwagon.
But is he not?
I can't stand him.
Is it not right what he's trying to get?
No, he's not right about anything. He's out of the sport now. Get the hell away.
No, but his idea, you should be able to separate things. Bobby.
No, because the NCAA, like I said, the NCAA had their chance. They don't get to double back now when they have no power and go.
Just because you make
let's get a line.
Mistake doesn't mean. As a fan, I'm talking selfishly as a sports fan. I want my quarterback to be there. I want to be able to keep track of who's on the teams. You know what I mean? Right. That's my problem with college basketball forever. Like, I don't have any 3-year jelly.
Yeah.
I don't want, good for the player. I'm talking selfishly. I don't want, what's his face, who dated one of the girls he cheated on and went to Miami.
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck. Like, I want to think of him as the Georgia quarterback.
Yeah, I get that. And it's going to happen, and we're going to see guys. Like Cam Ward was at Incarnate Word, then Washington State, then Miami. Now, that was a situation where he didn't get any offers out of high school, so he went right, and then he improved. Yeah, that's what when you start at Alabama, and then the next thing you know is you're at Oklahoma, and then you're at Oregon, and then you finish up at Wake Forest. Like, that's a little bit weird.
When the people demand change from the dictatorship, and the dictatorship digs in for forever, and then eventually it falls because the people tear you down, you don't get a say in building it back up. You're out.
You are out, but then the chaos
Saban
rules,
is
then
the reason. Saban is one of the main reasons there's chaos.
Look, I don't disagree with
so
what
he
you're
doesn't
saying.
get a say now.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think what we all are saying.
These SEC cultists, they all think the same, that they're just in charge of the whole damn universe.
Well, they are, and you're part of this now.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Be the change. That's what Texas is. Be the change.
Whether you want to be or not.
Shedeur Sanders is wearing number 12 with the Browns, and they're trying to say that's for his mentor, Tom Brady. He's worn number 2, but now it's going to be number 12.
Man.
I liked, by the way, Brady, after they've talked about, Brady's involved in every single decision. He's got his roots here in this Raiders organization. And they're like, hey, why didn't y'all take Shedeur Sanders? And he's like, I don't really have a say in football decisions, guys, so I'm totally off on that.
He will not be the backup now. You can't give number 12 to a backup. I went and looked. There's only 2 backups in the NFL who wear number 12. One of them isn't even a player yet. He's an undrafted free agent. And then the other one is Aiden O'Connell, who started last year. 12 is not a backup number.
Did you guys hear the Brady Affleck story?
I don't think it's the Affleck one.
I've been saving this. It's so good. I don't know if I have enough time for it. All right, this is Ben Affleck. He's on with the Kelseys. I thought it was tremendous.
Oh, I thought you meant Affleck like the insurance, the duck.
No. You know what? I'll save it for tomorrow. I'll save it for tomorrow when we have our look back or worst take with one of our brand new segments, because we got to get to a brand new segment every day at 9:20. Jason Garrett on George Pickens being a number 2. How is that going to work? More Cowboy trade reaction on the home of America's team next.
Cards for Kids. Donate today, cardsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to cards record attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
If you love football, this is the place to be every single day at 9:20 on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Red Zone here on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We'll crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece at 9:40. I think we got to mix in, we got to be balanced. We got to go good. We got to be bad. I feel like it's been like 70%, 75% pro George Pickens news. You know what? No, we're gonna keep it going positive. I don't want to stir Bobby up. He just got worked up in the last segment.
I'm gonna be good. Go ahead, hit me with some negativity.
No, I'll save it. Let's start. Well, this might be negative. How does everyone share? George Pickens. So 2 negative things I heard yesterday. Look at the history of Pittsburgh receivers when they leave. What happens? You got Antonio Brown. Do you attribute that to leaving Pittsburgh? Or really just things going on upstairs in AB's head? You had Chase Claypool. It ended up being a total, complete meltdown and bust.
Yeah, Chicago? You go to Chicago?
They've got the Hembo research. Schefter tweeted it about Steelers receivers when they leave. So receiving yards per game on Steelers drafted in the last 20 years. Antonio Brown with the Steelers was 86 yards per game after he was 67. Mike Wallace, 64 yards per game with the Steelers, 49 after he left. Santonio Holmes, 63 with the Steelers, 42 after. Juju
now, how much
Smith-Schuster.
of all that was with Ben?
A lot. San Antonio was with Ben, then he went to Mark Sanchez. Okay.
Let's factor that in.
Everybody has declined by at least 20% on their receiving yards per game when they've left Pittsburgh.
And did you mention Plexico?
No, it's got Deontay Johnson, Martavis Bryant, Chase Claypool, Juju, all these guys.
Plexico had a good career after.
Yeah, the longest yard career. It was pretty good.
But honestly, real quick, I know size aside because Burris is much taller. Is there any? Does Pickens remind you of Plexico at all with the way he runs? The way he does his
I kind of wonder if that's just like the unit. Like he's a little lankier. I kind of wonder if it's just like he's not as big as Plex.
No,
but I wonder if it's just he's a taller, lankier guy in that Steelers uniform, so it kind of looks reminiscent. But no, I mean there is some Dez to his game when people talk about that. He's not as built. Dez was 225. Pickens is 200 pounds, but like there's a little bit of like
Pickens is more agile than Dez.
Mhm.
Like he's going to be more acrobatic. Dez with these jump ball. When a jump ball gets thrown up, Pickens is going to look like a gymnast more than Dez. Dez is going to look like a freaking power forward going up and dunking on you. He's going to look like Blake Griffin.
Dude, I got some feedback yesterday from some folks when I was just chatting about this with various people, and there were some people who wondered though about the idea of like, hey, Pickens is the contested catch guy. Like, are we sure that's the best fit for Dak?
I know when you were talking about the yards of separation, they're like, that's not good for Dak. That's not good for Dak Prescott with the 2.2 yards. But look, he's obviously upgrading in terms of quarterback, but the numbers may not be that much better because he's going to be the 2. And Jason Garrett hopped on with Florio yesterday. I thought he was fantastic. This is part 2 of the discussion. And they asked Jay Jeezy, you're an offensive guy. How does everyone now share in DFW?
Well, the best teams we've all been on, each of the component parts and individual players make each other better. And the best teams I've been on were the Cowboys Super Bowl teams in the early 90s. And I've said this a million times. The offensive line made the runner better. The runner made the line better. The runner made the quarterback better. The quarterback made the runner better. They all made the receivers better because there were 9 guys on the line of scrimmage. So, I think you have to talk to the guys about that. And ultimately, when we all do our part and we all complement each other and we all make each other better, the spoils will come to everybody because we'll be winning. And I do think Philadelphia is a good example of that this past year. I think everybody bought into that idea that we're all going to make each other better. We all need each other. And we might not all have these gaudy statistics where we're catching 110 balls, but I'd rather catch 80 for 1,100 and 10 touchdowns and go win the NFC East and go have a chance to go to the NFC Championship game than catch 110
right.
and not have those same opportunities. So, I don't like the word salesman. I believe in the word preaching. It's something that you preach as a coach every single day. And the best coaches I've been around preached it a lot, and everybody bought into it. The issue, though, is you have to win. Because if you're not winning and you're preaching this and everybody's being selfless and sharing and doing all that, and you're not having the success, all of a sudden it becomes a harder thing to sell and to preach. So I do think they'll all make each other better. The biggest part of this thing is when one guy gets attention, if they're all giving CeeDee Lamb attention, that guy over there, Pickens, he's going to be by himself. Right. And now you got to earn it. It's one-on-one. And conversely, if they're rolling over there, CeeDee's going to be by himself. And that's why it's so important to run the football. Because if you can run the ball, all of a sudden, all these opportunities open up for these guys. So it all fits together, but I do think it's important to preach the right things about team. It's not about your individual statistics. It's about us winning. And if you got the right kind of guys, that's an easier thing to preach.
Hard to do that. Hard to do that, too, when you're looking at contract years.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what George Pickens is in.
Right, and there's a danger here. There's a danger here because in a contract year, you're going to me first a lot of things.
Yeah.
But you're also going to play hard.
Yes.
And you're going to play hurt.
Yes.
Right? So there's a give and take. It's good and bad. You're going to play hard. You're going to play hurt. You're going to give literally the most max effort you have. But you're also probably going to be thinking, hey man, if I'm only I can't eat off of 3 catches a game.
Yeah.
I need $30 million next year.
And one of the concerns that you had, you got something on that?
No, I was just going to say, I think we saw 2019 to 2021 when there were a lot of different weapons here. Like with Dak there, they were on track for multiple 1,000-yard receivers. Like I think you can have both guys eat and get to 1,000 yards pretty easily.
One of the questions that Choppy raised yesterday was, what if Pickens gets paid before some of the others? What if George gets his money before Bland? What if he gets it before Ferg? What if he gets it before Micah, Jason Garrett?
It certainly seems like the Cowboys contract situations get more attention than anybody in the league, don't they? I mean, we're waiting on Dak's contract, then CDs, and then Micah's and all of that. So, hopefully some lessons have been learned that you can make some preemptive strikes here and try to sign these guys earlier rather than later because the market's only going up. I do think they have to see how he fits in. I do think they have to see how he plays before they say, oh, let's sign George Pickens to some sort of a long-term deal. I don't think that's in the plans right away, but I do think he's a good fit. There's no doubt from a contract standpoint, Mike is the priority. So I think all the eggs are going into that basket. But, George Pickens is a young player, and the combination of 2 receivers like Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, that can be a lethal combination. So if it starts to fit, it starts to look right, my advice is get ahead of it.
And then the reports did come out yesterday that Pickens is not adamant. He's fine with playing it out and proving himself.
Yeah, because he wants $30 million.
Did that come from Clarence? I want to make sure I don't get another Clarence meltdown. Man, you want to see competition? Y'all want to see competition? Let a story like this come out and watch the Cowboy media cannibalize each other. Yesterday was a fest, publicly and behind the scenes. It was incredible to watch. People are acting like they're scrapping for their jobs. Was that from Clarence? I want to give proper credit.
I don't think it was. Jane and Clarence were swinging at each other yesterday.
Go Jane.
Yeah, they were going at it.
But the report did come out seriously that he wasn't trying to go ahead and get the extension now, which I'm very happy with.
Right, and it's good and bad. Like the good here is that they're not going to upset the locker room because I do think like if they get to camp, they get to training camp, Mike's still not signed. And he pulls a CD, he pulls a Zach Martin, and he doesn't sign till mid-August, right? And then Pickens comes in here, and you give him an extension like week 3, right? Week 4, something like that. And I know it's not before Micah, but that might be like, guys, I had to wait. You dragged me through the mud. You dragged Dak through the mud. You dragged CD through the mud. You made Micah wait. You're making Tyler Smith. You made all these guys wait. So, like, that might...
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference when you're literally on the last year of the deal versus being eligible for the deal. Not with Micah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think if George Pickens was willing to just come in here and take a deal, they'd give him one. But like, if it's going to take a negotiation and like we're going to have to fight for every dollar, then it's going to be a different setup. But if he would come in here and say, hey, I'll give you all a discount, then they wouldn't care about hurting anybody's feelings. We're prioritizing George Pickens at that point.
Let's keep it positive. I'm going to save the negative for tomorrow. I'm in a good mood. Stars won, game one, finally.
Dallas Stars.
When did y'all plan that
We
out?
didn't. You did. That was organic right there.
Dallas Stars.
Man, it only would have been better if Peyton played the drop at the same time.
That would have been so perfect.
Y'all actually going to force Reitman to giving up airtime, which is the last thing you'd ever think possible. Kyle Brandt, NFL Network, finally applauds the Cowboys offseason move.
They have a pulse. They're doing something. I've been screaming at the Jones family, guys, engage here. Get in the fight. Don't just run the same nonsense back. They didn't. I've called them the most boring team in the NFC East. They just acquired maybe the least boring player in the league for all of his faults, and we'll get into them because I don't think this is necessarily a doomsday horrible thing for the Steelers, but it is a sign of life for the Cowboys. It was going beep, and then it was beep, 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 and now the needles are jumping. I'm impressed. I'm a little excited, and they are far more interesting and far more dynamic. George Pickens is not always a parade and a picnic, guys, and there will be a lot of attention on him, but he's incredibly talented. They need it. They got it. And the fact that they did something makes me give high five to the Jones family. Thank you.
Preach.
Kyle's good. I do think
he's intense.
He can be intense. I don't know that they're the most boring team in the NFC East. I still think that's the Giants. The Giants are pretty boring.
Giants are very boring. But he'll go on these rants. He did that one, was it a week ago or so, on Shador, right? Where it was news to him that people will be making things up just for clicks.
Tolo Trey said, guys, when receivers leave Pittsburgh, they win Super Bowls. AB, Juju, Plaxico, Manny Sanders. So well done, Tolo Trey.
Oh, take that.
Let's continue to party with the Stars and Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live at Southern Leisure in Flower Mound.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Vehicle. Get the classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Harley to the net. Score! Mikko Rantanen does it again. He deflects the shot from the point. It's his second goal of the game, his 7th of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and Dallas takes a 2-1 lead.
ESPN with the call. It's time to crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin wearing his Stars green. Corey Majors, good morning. Thank you for the Paige Bueckers Hurtado mention.
Nice.
I heard at the end of the interview, she was like, why'd y'all hold back?
Yeah, Kevin, do you want to explain how you did this? Because we made friends with her by the end of this interview.
So basically, at the end, I was like, "We're so professional. I hope you appreciate how professional we were." And we usually like to engage in nonsense and shenanigans. And she was like, "Oh, I like fun and shenanigans."
Oh,
and she goes, "Next time I'm on, let's just get into it." And I was like, "Great." And then I asked her a question with the swear word just to see. I don't know if we have that audio. I was like, what if my first question was like, all right, first effing question, but I didn't, of course, censor it. And she laughed and she goes, oh, love the enthusiasm. I'd be in.
Brandon Hurtado texted me, said, I got chills. I got chills off your question, Corey.
Awesome.
What's coming up on the program?
We do get into Puck Around and Find Out right out of the gate with it's Mikko's world. We're just living in it. And Jared
try to ask questions to people about Ownwell as well, if possible. Well, really.
Steal my ads like Bassick used to.
And actually, I use Ownwell. They sent me an email from last year. They said, hey, we're already doing it this year. So I didn't even have to do anything. They already started back up.
What great teammates.
Simple.
Jared will join us at 10:20. And
Jared
then
who?
Sandler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotta name your guests.
We will.
Man, who would have thought a throwaway tease would have caused so much problem?
We'll send it to the Rangers game at noon today. And evidently, our interview with Bruce Bochy screwed up Bruce Bochy yesterday. Kevin flustered him so much that Bochy couldn't manage a win. And that's where we got to talk about at some point.
Yeah, it was his fault.
I screwed up twice in that interview.
Wow.
First, I started by saying good morning, and he goes, well, it's afternoon here. And then, because they're on the East Coast, and I looked at the clock, and in my head, I was like, hey, good job, dip ass. And I was like,
what time was it here?
It was 12:30. And I was like,
here.
yeah, it's afternoon here. I don't know why I did that. And then I had a question because obviously you moved up Evan Carter, and the guy who took over in spring training was Alejandro Osuna. And I meant to ask him about something Chris Young said on G-Bag about what's left to see from Osuna. And I said Alejandro Rosario, who, of course, he's injured. He'll be out for like another year. And
Bochy answered the question.
He tried his best. And then I clarified, and he goes, oh, Osuna? Yeah, man. I'm an idiot.
Did Alex send Bochy cuts yesterday? I just want to make sure because I've decided if I can to turn on Alec.
Oh, no.
Oh.
After
the Peyton?
No, the cupcake thing.
Oh, yeah.
After the cupcake thing.
You're looking creamy
now,
face.
instead of writing thank yous to his emails, I'm hunting them.
What was the...
Because I want to know, I'm sure you guys asked Bochy about Brett Boone.
Yes.
So I would like to have seen if there
What he
was
said, yeah.
a cut in here. I want to make sure before I go after him and try to get him in trouble.
What was the
Peyton
bet?
gets off the phone with whoever.
Man, who's he?
Did y'all do a giveaway? Yeah, I think y'all did a giveaway.
He did the giveaway like 10 minutes ago.
What was the bet? What was the bet payoff for the cupcake?
Jaw and the freaking Adam Silver.
Yeah, there was the second
grenade.
The second one.
The second one. The one that was, because I was out for this one, right?
The grenade.
Yeah.
I was like, he'll get suspended.
Oh, Peyton's back.
Peyton, did Alex send Bruce Bochy cuts yesterday? Did you notice?
No. Or maybe I wasn't on the email. I don't know. Could have been one of those.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. Do you block Alex emails?
No, I block him on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
He did book us Paige though, so we gotta give him some
nothing
love
for
that.
me.
We
It did something for
He
Hurtado.
did. We asked the Hurtado question, you jackass.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It did do something.
high
for
five,
me.
Alec.
Yeah. Did he send us that cut?
Yeah, he did send Becker's audio.
All right. You know what, Alec?
No, he
Good
didn't.
job.
Yeah, he did.
You're even now.
Man, what
No,
a
he didn't.
begrudging comment that was.
But yeah, I asked him about the how the two strike approach is going to change for them, because Brett Boone's one of those guys that likes to choke up and stand over the plate. Like and you saw Evan Carter do it last night. And so he talked a little bit about that. And it wasn't as much about Boone, but the idea that Donnie Ecker was more analytical and Brett Boone's going to be more cerebral with it all. When you're going up to the plate, is there less clutter and less
Just swing, man.
like DeBoer says, hey, I want the guys to have 2 or 3 things to think about. You go up there with Donnie Ecker and you're thinking, all right, 18% chance of this, 20% chance of that, and you're thinking too much. And what do they say in Bull Durham? Don't think meat, just go up there and throw.
When you ask him stuff like, hey, how does this change the two strike approach? Do you guys get like inundated on the fan text with fans going, why are you trying to give away our strategy? Like whatever we ask questions of the head coach of the Cowboys.
Honestly, not really.
No, they love us.
Which is interesting.
I don't know why that only applies to football when we ask questions.
That is odd.
Jerry
They
or
just want
the
to know
coach.
more. Like it seems like they want more of that type of information.
Well, Jerry also sometimes tells us who's active and inactive, which I'm sure the coach does. McCarthy never loved.
Right.
So
McCarthy didn't love a lot.
I think we developed a strategy based on that happening a couple times with your show. Is we just started asking questions with rumor as factual statement, and we're like, "Hey, since Tyler Smith isn't going to play this weekend," and then he would be like, "Well, he is out," and then he would just fall right in line and confirm like what we thought already.
How come you didn't try that with the D's nuts question for Steven? Why didn't you go, since clearly you saw that he
Because
said D's nuts?
I was so irritated by what I thought was a bullcrap answer that I doubled down. I was not planning on that
Why don't you elaborate
whatsoever.
more on that?
It is my favorite audio clip in the system is
I'm not familiar with
following
that.
up.
Fine.
He said D's nuts. And then Steven just laying out for 3 seconds.
He laughed about it though. He ended up laughing about it.
Did either of you guys notice anything or take issue with the Stars television broadcast last night on ESPN?
Because Connor Hellebuyck is the greatest goalie that has ever existed
irritated
in the
the crap
history
out
of
of me.
the world.
The eyes.
Oh my gosh!
The
There's
eye
just
test.
so many features on this goalie.
I'm not talking about the features.
The one thing that kind of jarred me a little bit, the ad on the boards kept flickering, and that kind of threw me off.
It
But
does throw you up. It is kind of cool that they can do that now.
Yeah.
The ads on the boards.
Maybe that threw off Hellebuyck.
I was talking about the announcers and how bad the broadcast was.
Okay.
I've heard boring get tossed around a lot, but we need to have Bobby not speak on this, right?
It was very boring.
Razor does such a good job of the sea of humanity in front of, like, his action words are so good. And last night you got a lot of detail on what's happening, but not a lot of adjectives.
There's no energy. There's no energy.
Yes.
It was as if they were in a studio half a country away.
It was like Cooperstein calling a Mavs game in a broom closet.
Right. It'd be the same thing. It's like,
which Nico may still have a
maybe.
Wow, you learned nothing.
Double down.
It was
not your fault, Coop.
It was not like conducive to a good broadcast. There was no energy for the game. The game itself needs to has energy, right? The announcers add.
Yeah.
They can't subtract.
But it was the analyst. Is it Cassie Campbell? Is that her name?
Cassie. I don't remember her last name.
Someone has got to tell her.
Somebody messaged to like DM me and said this lady who's not doing a good job.
Very low energy. Very low energy.
She was low energy. That's fair.
Thought she was great.
Good job, Bobby.
Yeah. What do you know, ma'am? 877-881-1053. Bobby Bundy over here.
That is actually one of our topics today too. For
I think that's gonna be tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Never mind. We'll do that.
So our combo platter
announcers.
Yeah,
no, our combo platter tomorrow.
That's not cool, guys.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry
sorry,
about that.
Jared.
Sorry, Jared.
That's my favorite drop now.
Is going to be who's your favorite movie or TV mom of all time?
Okay.
And so we definitely had discussions about Peggy Bundy.
Corey Chase.
Favorite movie or TV mom of all time?
It's Claire Huxtable, right?
That's mine. Yes. Hold on. Is that yours?
Man.
Oh crap!
I'll find a better
TV
one.
Okay.
Mom.
Yeah. Claire Huxtable was amazing.
I enjoyed Married with Children so much.
I'll say one of the teen moms. Kind of chaotic.
Farrah?
life.
You're Farrah Abraham?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Farrah
there you go.
Abraham. One of the teen mothers. Best TV movie mom.
Look, so it could be. It doesn't be a movie though. It could be a TV show.
Yes.
Stop being Orlovsky over here. You
it's
can
on.
participate in this.
I did. I gave an answer.
Peggy. Who was it?
Corey Chase.
No, don't look it up.
Stop it.
Who is that?
Don't look
Stop.
at. Don't.
That's my
Stop.
favorite movie mom.
Hey, if you're out there
And by
listening,
the way,
do not
I don't know
look
who
it up.
that is.
She's a
I don't know who that
stepmom,
is
Bobby.
either.
Jodie West.
She's a stepmom.
Okay,
All
I
right.
see what you're doing here.
And her
Once you
daughter
said
got stuck in the
stepmom,
dryer.
Yes.
I was figuring
And
this
considering
out.
that I'm married to a category, let's leave it at that.
Oh my gosh! Do you count
Ask your son.
Daenerys
We gotta play that
Targaryen
audio.
as a mom?
Because she was the mother of dragons.
She
dragon
birthed
mother.
those dragons.
Hey, one of the segments I want to do at some point is statute of limitations, where I would just take something that like we agreed upon like 3 years ago we couldn't talk about, but we're like, enough times that's got to be one of the things we do. Is like in 2 years we got to play Luca's interview with you.
Tell you
But
what,
I think
man.
your timeline on that is accelerated from the rest of the world. I think you're like, that's been a week. Play it.
Luca's story at the doctor had me
That was Julian.
rolling in the car.
You know, because you've been
Because
there.
my kid's the same way right now. Like my middle son is the same age, same thing. He's got to go through his physical too, and he wants to crack jokes and be hilarious. And it's just like, you are embarrassing me. And then I'm like, I'm on radio doing the same thing a lot of times.
Yeah, and like I can't. Yeah, I do the same thing, but I could never go back to that doctor again. You know, and thank God it was a guy doctor. If it was a girl doctor, he would have said something way more inappropriate.
Lawsuit.
And probably something would have happened to him that would have been inappropriate because
Been like
he's
having Bobby there.
12.
Yeah. The is she a baddie part? That's exactly my
Yes.
son's same thing.
Is she a baddie?
Yeah. Is she going to be a baddie? What if she's a baddie?
Yeah.
Percentage of George Pickens approval from your Tolos yesterday.
It seemed like 70, 75.
Everybody has the same kind of feeling. You know, like the talent is there. Can they manage the player?
And are you guys both in?
I'm definitely in. I noticed, like, I don't know if you're with me on this, Corey, but the 25 to 30%, at least a subsection of the people who are out, is just because they do not believe that the Cowboys are capable of making a smart move.
Or that Dak is good enough to...
And so, like, and I get that, like, whatever issues you have with Dak, I'm not here to litigate those, but, like, this feels like a fundamentally sound, I think, football move. So I'm in favor of it, but some of the people who weren't is because they're like, oh, he'll never get on the ball, which I get.
Ultimately, this was a really good offseason. It actually was a really, it was quiet in a lot of respects, but they did some things that they really needed to do.
I think Paul Pierce is on mile 4 of his...
Is he really doing it?
His robe walk?
Yeah, he said if the Celtics lose game 2, he has to walk to work. And I
Did
think
he not see game 1 and think about the potential?
No, why would you? Why would you be like, oh, we're up 20, we could lose. We're not the better
that's exactly
team.
what happened in the first
Which had a
game.
98% math guy probability of not happening. 98 and 99.
I have to admit, I'm stunned by the turn of events.
Who would you pick to win the series right now?
I'd pick the Knicks.
Okay.
Because, look, the Knicks have a player who can close in Jalen Brunson.
Don't remind me.
Damn right.
Sometimes, I know, I'm sorry. Sometimes the issue that the underdog teams run into is like, hey, you won a couple games, but you don't have somebody who can close. Brunson can close.
Are you guys along with our theory that the greatness of Mikko right now is making life even worse for Nico?
Yeah.
Well, I could see that.
Because every time
because
his
of the
name...
eco factor.
Yeah.
Thanks for explaining it, Chop.
Good job.
We needed that. We're back tomorrow. It'll be a Friday edition.
Is that an environment joke?
No, it was a
Oh my God,
rhyming.
Miko.
What's your one thing?
It's a rhyming
ICO.
joke.
Here's one thing.
Okay. It's time, Peyton. Hit the button.
Let's keep it real. Starting your day right. Sean-
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a shorter show today running 10 a.m. to noon, leading you into Rangers baseball. Go ahead and start giving us your Stars thoughts. Franklin Injury Attorney, text line 877-881-1053. I'm Kevin Hagelin. That is, Corey Majors. And we have the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, I have a question for you unrelated to hockey to start.
Yes, we will mail it in today.
What? Who do you think is responsible for this? Because it's under the safari of Eric Chiafalo, but it doesn't necessarily have to be him.
Elon.
How many syllables are in the word hours? That is the thing that is up on one of the tabs right now.
Hours. It's 2.
Incorrect.
Hours.
RS is not a syllable.
Hours. There it is. It's 2
hours.
Nope.
Hours.
Constipation. I don't know why I went with that word. It's got a lot of syllables. I didn't even get the claps right on that one either. Feels like 2, though. I'm going to go with feel, not facts.
Well, I thought this was going to be a hilarious thing about how did you not all look it up, and how did they not know that? But instead, Corey's like, yeah, I'm team 2 syllables.
Dude, did you clap in kindergarten too? Is that when they were teaching that stuff? Was it the clap for you?
Okay. I don't remember that.
Passcode.
In kindergarten.
Yeah, okay, maybe it was first, second grade. I don't know. I just remember and they were like, and I didn't understand. I was like, what is she talking about? Because I was drawing on something.
Yeah,
I was like,
and that's why you don't know how many syllables are in the word hours, because you were drawing
I learned
and not
the clapping
paying
part
attention
later
to the
after I
clapping.
had kids, and then I was like, they were teaching me that. So,
Alec, did he just say he learned about syllables when he had kids?
Yes. I feel like he's learned about a lot of things since he had kids. Like that biology lesson we got the other day.
Mm-hmm. Corey, can you go off on the entire Rangers team and talk about how much you hate them all so they can go off? Because Josh Young had himself a day. We will get to that in a little bit. And you know what? I really thought this was going to be a simple throwaway conversation. From the 817, it's 2 syllables, in my opinion. From the 972, it's 1 syllable. From the 956, S does not add a syllable, all right? So I guess keep giving us your thoughts about that. The answer is 1. It's 1 syllable.
Well, I think we need to go with the public on this. The public, the more their voice is heard, the more we can stand on their shoulders.
I feel like you learned nothing from the movie Idiocracy. All right, let's start it off because, my goodness, it is Mikko's world. We're just allowed to exist in it as well. Give me, you know what? I just threw it to you, but you can pick any number. Give me cut number 3 or whichever one you want.
Shot, save, and flew, score! What an effort by the Moose, who was loose in front. And from a prone position, he used that long arm to poke that one by Hellebuyck, who was out of position, and Mikko Rantanen ties the game.
Is there 2 syllables in Mikko? Mikko, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Mikko.
Might be 3. Dude, how? Okay.
And I want to know more about your thoughts about syllables.
That's a podcast.
Okay.
How many of his goals were lucky last night? And I'm being serious about this. We know this game of hockey is a bounce here and there, changes things. And last night there were people on X, Twitter, that were trying to be like, dude, whatever. And I was like, I don't know. There were a couple of lucky goals, I would say. But that one that we just played right there, he fought for that one. Like, that was a battle to make that one. I'll give him all the credit in the world on that.
I mean, the one probably I'd say was lucky, whereas I thought Rope is the one who scored. And then you go back and watch it, and you're like, oh, it was a deflection. I did not see that whatsoever. So I guess you would say that. And like, for the people who want to argue luck on like a certain goal here or there, I'm not here to argue against that whatsoever. But what he has put together now is just unfreaking believable. We could probably spend the entire segment just talking about things that Mikko has accomplished already in the playoffs, but I'm just going to give you 3.
Okay.
All right. This is the first natural hat trick in Stars playoff history. Natural hat trick is when not only do you get the hat trick, but you score 3 straight goals and no one is scoring
in between.
Yeah. And so Natural hat trick.
His hat trick the other night, Wyatt Johnston scored one in between. That's unnatural.
Yes, gotcha. And by the way, if you missed the second period, I'm pretty sure you missed all the goals, right? All 5 of them, I'm pretty sure, were scored in the second period. And so there's that. First time it's ever been done in Stars playoff history. Then let's go to this. If you were watching the TV broadcast, it popped up during it. Back-to-back hat tricks in the playoffs in NHL history. 3 people have done it. Doug Bentley, I don't know who that is.
He's a singer. They were giving away tickets to his show.
That's Dierks Bentley. Right. In 1944, and you knew it was old without looking at the year because his picture is in black and white.
His name's Doug.
People now are named Doug?
Free.
Yeah, old man right there.
There's got to be young people who are named Doug.
Name a young Doug.
Man, see, don't throw me off with your intriguing segment about what names have we phased out as a culture, because I really want to talk about that. All right, feel free to send in a name that you think's being phased out. All right, the next person to do it, Wayne Gretzky. All right, and then Mikko. That's the list. Somebody in black and white, the unquestioned greatest hockey player of all time, and the guy who just did it last night.
Oh, man! Yeah, that's pretty impressive, Corey. It's one of those things where we're so fortunate at this moment to be able to witness it. Honestly, like it really is one of those things where we're going to look back and if they win this cup too, talk about it in that kind of lore. Where, dude, and on the way, this dude just told the team, "I got this." You know, I asked him early in the series, last series, when are you going to put the cape on?
Yeah,
and he was like, "Oh, whenever I'm ready." And guys, I'm ready now, and it's going to stay on for a minute. And he's playing in that way, and that any line he's playing on is fire. Like and last night he was playing 2 different lines. He was playing with the 4th line as well, and that was something, Kevin, that he did in Colorado. He had more ice time in Colorado, so it was going to be a little bit different coming here because he was going to have a little less ice time. So you were like, okay, are we getting the same amount of efficiency and the same amount of quantity with him? And now you're starting to see that the quantity and the efficiency is there even more. So he's a special dude playing with a fantastic first line too. That line of him,
for sure,
him, Granlund, and Rope is so much fun, and they're all Finnish, and that's fun to see too. But they have this connection. They were saying last night, Granlund's a very cerebral player, and Granlund
almost put one in as well.
He looks so free, knowing that he has those 2 dudes on his line, that he's just like, man, I'm taking it to him anytime I can. And now, Kevin, what's starting to happen, you started to see it late in the game last night. Now, anytime the puck or Rantanen gets near the goal, or if the puck goes to him, everybody starts crashing him. And so now it's about to happen where everybody else is going to benefit from it. Everybody else is going to eat because they got to stop Mikko somehow.
Now, believe it or not, I got another stat for you that's impressive, more impressive than the prior 2, I would argue. The previous NHL playoff record for most consecutive goals scored or assisted on for your team was 9 by Mario Lemieux.
He's got at least 12.
Yes. So Mario Lemieux had 9 straight goals scored or assisted on for his team, and now Mikko is up to 12.
Wow.
Like Mario Lemieux, you could make a really strong argument is at least the 3rd or 4th best hockey player in history. And if not for illness, I think he would have absolutely been at least number 2. And he's the guy who held the record. And Mikko has now surpassed that, not by 1, not 2, but 3 goals.
Yeah. Yeah. Then in the amount of time that he's done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfreaking believable.
And I don't want to leave this out. I don't want to forget this. Otter had a fantastic game last night too. 1 goal I will give on him.
Was it the second goal?
The second goal was on Jamie Benn.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it happens sometimes. Captain's the captain. He went out there and he was physical too. I'm still surprised. It felt like we matched their physicality, yet the numbers were very drastically different again when it hits. It was like 48-20, and I was like, this is ridiculous.
But it's
But Otter was fantastic last night.
It's one of the things that you can deal with because you're like, I don't necessarily think that's how it reflected in the game. There were at least 2 games against Colorado where you just got freaking worked on the hits. And I was like, man, I didn't see it that way. And there was one game where either they out-hit us by 1 or we out-hit them by 1. And I felt like we got annihilated in that game. So I have noticed, interestingly enough, that team hits, I'm not saying that people are scoring it wrong or whatever, but I think team hits are not as like objective for the way I think the physicality of the game went. Don't you think?
I completely agree with you. And the other thing that I got to give Jamie Benn credit on this too. I know he had a couple of mistakes last night, one being costly, but he was clearing out in front of Otter last night, and that was the thing too. Like you're sitting him there, he's wrestling somebody out of the way of the front of the net so that he would have clean lanes to work with, and I really appreciated that work because this is. Again, Mikko, before he started this scoring binge, he was doing all the little things around the net. He was doing the little things to set up teammates. He was fighting for pucks in the zone. Last night, did the whole first period feel like we were in their zone the entire game?
Yes.
And so those little things, Jamie Benn was doing those last night. So I want to give him credit for that too. And that, again, helped Otter be the version of himself that we all know when he goes on the road to somebody. He's like, guys, I got you.
He loves it, man. And you talked about Oettinger there, and he did this a couple of times, but it especially stood out to me when there was less than 2 minutes left. By the way, we might need to do a separate discussion of, is that the most heart-stopping 2 minutes in sports whenever you're up by 1 goal and the other team pulls their goalie?
Yes.
Because the swing of momentum is wild because you keep looking and you're like, if we can get one free look like you did against Colorado, and you're like, you bury that goal and it's over. But on the flip side, it's a perpetual power play. And a couple of times, but especially in the last 2 minutes, Oettinger cupped the puck on the ice and dished it out to the left side of the goal, which I thought was really great because, first of all, that's going to take a couple of extra seconds off the clock at a time when you're just like, it feels like the clock at the end of a hockey game, or at least at the end of last night, was going like this: 30.
We'll wait.
29. And I'm like, what? Come on, clock.
Yeah. It felt like that for sure.
And so he's like, I'm going to avoid a face-off in my zone. I'm going to take off a couple of extra seconds. And when he pitched it to the left side, he was like, that's where I think we have the best opportunity to pick up the puck. And he was right about all 3 of those things. And that's just a little thing that, like, I don't know if that's going to get the most attention. I thought that was so smart.
Something that also in that vein, not going to get the most attention, that one where he popped it up with the stick, and it's hanging in front of his mask, and you could see the Jets players coming in at it, and he just snatched it out of the sky with his glove. I didn't see that until the replay, but when I saw that, I was like, dude, that was awesome right there. But the 2 minutes of play without a goalie in their net, that was intense, and I love it and hate it at the same time, but it is absolutely fire.
You're so right, because I was thinking about, like, the soul-crushing nature of the glove save. Because you're like, no, you didn't deflect it. You didn't whatever. You're like, no, I saw your shot. Bam! I just grabbed it in midair. You got nothing for me today, Alec. Like, I don't know if that's the way you take it. Almost every time I see a glove save, I know this is just how you play the position, but it feels like that's what you got? That's what you're bringing today?
It feels kind of disrespectful, and I like it.
It does.
Like, it feels like a slap in the face. It's like, nope, not good enough, man. Try again. And to your credit about the last 2 minutes thing, I know it's true because I felt that way watching the Leafs-Panthers game. And I have no dog in the fight. Yeah. As soon as they pulled the goalie, I think it was about 2.5 minutes left when they pulled the goalie, Florida did, I was like, oh my God. And I was sitting on the edge of my chair for the entirety of the finish of that game. I have no dog in the fight. Yeah. I don't care who wins. Yeah. I don't care about either team, but I was so intrigued and I was so nervous for something that does not matter to me. And then it happens in our game and I'm like, oh my God, here we go again.
Squeezing just a little bit tighter. I will also say, and I'm going to give credit to Winnipeg here, it's fun to watch a game and hear a fan base that knows the game. And knows when to go, and you know, all those moments. Winnipeg knows. And there were during the anthem last night, you did not hear Stars whenever they said it because there were very few Stars fans in that crowd last night. But when they're in the game,
and they're all
into
over the potential penalties.
Yeah.
Like you'll see people fire up their hands, and I'm like, shut up.
Oh, they were going
but they're
nuts.
just being good fans.
Exactly.
But I definitely get agitated just because they're against my fan base.
And I'm not saying the Stars fans aren't good. I just appreciated what their fans were doing last night, but I also appreciated how quiet it got whenever they realized, oh crap, this team is really, really good.
Yeah.
And I'm here to say this. I said this morning, Kevin. I don't think the Stars will lose. I don't think that they will be beaten in this series. I think that if they lose, it will be because they gave up. It will be on them to lose this series. I think that they are too talented. They have too much to go at them with, and I think it'll be little mistakes. The Jamie Benn moment. It'll be those types of things that could kill the momentum for this thing. But I don't think it'll be them getting beat. I think they would lose it.
And I did see somebody. I'm so sorry. We've gotten a ton of texts in this segment.
It's been fun.
A lot about names as well as the Stars. A lot of people are defending Doug, by the way.
Sorry, Doug. I have a friend named Doug.
But somebody said, so do y'all think the series is over? Not at all. Like, not at all. I'm excited because I'm a Stars fan,
right?
And the Stars won. But I'm also double excited because they have not won a game one in 6 years.
Did it on the road.
Yes.
So now we have home ice.
That is correct.
We've stolen it from them.
That is correct. But you go back, even in the Stanley Cup final year, no. So, like, you have to go so far back. So the fact that they just won a game one, and I'm like, oh, man, I can watch game two totally differently. How many game twos have you watched? Well, I guess 8 in succession where you're like, whoa, we really need to win this game or else put up a hell of a fight, or I'm going to be really, really concerned about what's going on. And now you can go into game two and you're like, put your foot on their throat and end this series.
On the YouTube, DMavs4131 says KNC's turning into the hockey show of record, LOL.
Oh, I love it.
And then there was a little conversation about that, but they said, I don't know much about hockey, but I'm learning on this. And that's kind of, as we've been going along through this too, we've been telling people, learn before the playoffs start.
Yes.
And hopefully you'll be like all into it. And while the playoffs are going, we can keep talking about this because it's an absolute blast. I know these are late nights, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan.
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
At CarsForKids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we will be leading you into Rangers Red Sox pregame pregame 12. First pitch 12:35 right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Stars are victorious 3-2. Game 2, another 8:30 start, possibly a little bit later on Friday night. So I know people will be excited about that. Quick question for you, Corey. Do you think Jared will be more excited to talk about the Stars or to talk about Kim Sung-joon, the new Korean phenom that the Texas Rangers just signed? He's 18. I believe he's 18 years old and just graduated from high school. I want to see.
He turned 18 last week.
Okay, there you go.
He's a two-way player, you said?
Which one do you think he'll be more excited about?
Stars.
Okay, so you're going Stars. I'm going to go with June.
Okay.
Because I think he's going to be super pumped and he's going to tell me about how they're 3 years away from this being their Roki Sasaki.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the prediction that I go with. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, it is Jared Sandler. Jared, question. Are you more excited at this exact moment about the Dallas Stars or Kim Sung-joon?
Definitely the Dallas Stars. I'm actually really excited about Alec Medford's conversation with me moments ago. We were talking about R. Kelly. So my question to you is, what are your thoughts on R. Kelly and Alec's sentiment that he's like just, what'd you say, Alec? Before I had to like drag out of you that he's not a good human, you said that he's weird. He just said he's weird.
I said he's a weirdo. Yeah. He is a weirdo. He's a criminal. He's a freak. He's a weirdo.
Ignition was a fantastic song, though. We all got to admit that.
Yeah. I mean, Ignition or I Believe I Can Fly.
Oh man, that one just set your heart on fire.
The second one,
very inspiring.
Yeah. But no, I don't, I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew anything about Kim Sung-joon.
But you could see how I would think that you already had like a 4-page scouting report on him, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate that. That is very flattering. I had read an article this off season about him. I have forgotten everything about him specifically, but the Rangers paid him $1 million, right? Signing bonus.
Yeah.
So that's that's not insignificant. That should tell you that they at least feel like they feel pretty strongly about the type of player he can become. I think if I'm not mistaken, they had some money to spend because Sasaki went to the Dodgers, right? And a lot of teams were building up to try and, it really was kind of splitting hairs, but to try and put forth the most competitive financial offer for Sasaki, which was limited to signing bonus stuff because just the system. But so I know June's is a two-way player. I guess I don't know for sure, just not having spoken to anyone, whether or not he's going to remain a two-way player for the Rangers. But yeah, I'm excited. I think we've talked about this before, but in order to grow as an organization, you got to be successful in free agency. You got to be successful internationally. You got to be successful in growing your own, and you got to be successful in the trade market. And the Rangers' aggression internationally is something that should be celebrated. Hopefully they can develop this young man and make him a contributor.
How much did you want to punch Alex Bregman in the face last night for all the great hits he had?
He's fire. I've said for a while, he's an easy guy to hate if he's not on your team, but my goodness, I would line up to have him on my team. Now, the Red Sox are paying him $40 million this year and potentially on the hook for $40 million on average the next 2 years. But so far, he's producing at that level. He probably would opt out if he continues on this path. And he's just one of these guys who, what's so impressive about him as a hitter, as pitching has become better and better, he's had ups and downs overall. He's not the guy he was when he hit 40 home runs for the Astros, but he's got such great plate discipline, and he's so smart. I thought Bassick made a great point after the game last night. Alex Bregman is the type of hitter who knows what you are trying to do to him and knows what the options are, not just because he reads it on a scouting report, but because he intuitively just knows. He is a smart, high instinct, high IQ player. And, I think that's one reason why, he produces in big moments, big stages against, the best guys on the mound. And I'm not to overhype the situation last night. It was just, seventh inning of a regular season game. But, he's the type of guy you want up in those spots. And the Rangers chose to pitch to him, and, it obviously didn't work out. But, he's a really good player and just has such a strong foundation as a hitter.
I know every game lives in its own individual world, so it might be hard to just pick one or the other. But what do you consistently find more agitating when the Rangers have been losing because they just haven't gotten any offense going? Or is it games like last night where you had every chance in the world, you had all of your big guns up with runners in scoring position and just could not convert?
It's a good question. I think I'll tell you, the Rangers have had some losses recently where it's man, this just does not look like the team that they should be. And last night was not that. Last night, they lost. They had opportunities. It was a close game late. They had the lead, obviously, through the first 2/3 of the game. But it just felt like it felt like a normal baseball loss. There was something fun to talk about and discuss, which was the strategic element of whether to walk or pitch to Bregman. They were good at bats. It was a close game. They competed in the ninth inning. I think if you rattle off a ton of those in a row, then it gets frustrating. I think with the backdrop of what the losses have looked like recently, a game like last night is, I don't want to say an inviting loss because you don't want to lose ever, but I think you feel okay about last night. You got beat by a good team with a good player coming up with a big hit, and you had opportunities. You didn't capitalize. That's going to happen. But I do think that in general, the quality of the at-bat and some of the things that they are really focused on changing continue to look like they're turning a corner. And I think that's kind of the encouraging thing specific to last night.
In terms of pitching, can we go ahead? Can you ask them to just walk Abreu every single time today?
He's got 3 career multi-home run games, guys, all of them against the Rangers. And when you hear a stat like that, if it's a divisional opponent, not that it's not impressive, but it loses a little bit of the luster because you do play your divisional opponents more than, but when it's a non-divisional opponent that, he's 11 for 18 against the Rangers. I think he's got 7 extra base hits. He's a rather ordinary player against everyone else. And he's a good player, right? Wilyer Abreu's a good player, but statistically speaking, he loves facing the Rangers. This goes back to last year even, but I'm curious to see how Jack Leiter attacks him today. I don't think they're going to give him 4 balls, from the start. I don't think it's going to be quite the Barry Bonds treatment, but I do think there is something, guys. Like there are certain players who they perform well against a certain team. For whatever reason, that team just doesn't have them figured out from a scouting standpoint, whatever it might be. And I think that certain teams might treat players differently than other teams would. But 28 other teams aren't having this conversation, and they wouldn't even think to walk Wilyer Abreu in, a spot that, that sort of consideration would be worthwhile. But maybe the Rangers do. And so, I'm curious if he comes up in a big spot today, how the Rangers approach that.
Yeah, I think Elvis at Cleveland was always one of those things.
Yeah.
And Vlad against the Rangers, my favorite player against my favorite team, was one of those weird things that would happen. You did mention Jack Leiter, Jared. The last 2 outings haven't been spectacular from him. What's changed from what we saw earlier, and is there something that he can fix here before today?
Yeah, I think it's normal ups and downs of a guy who's in his first full season. What I'm interested about here today, this is a Red Sox team that's very swing happy. And in some ways, as a pitcher, you can feast on that. But they do have some guys in their lineup who are disciplined. Alex Bregman being one of them. We've talked about him. And, I think the key for Jack is, and he talked about this after his Giants start, is understanding or the willingness to make adjustments within the flow of the start. He talked about against San Francisco how he maybe was a little too stubborn and sticking with his slider in the first inning. That was the inning which he threw nearly 40 pitches and, it kind of torpedoed his ability to go deep in that game, working with some sort of a pitch limit anyway, his first start back at Blister. He talked about how, he needed to do a better job of realizing in the first inning, hey, I don't have my slider right now. I need to go to a different weapon. I need to go to a different trick. And I think that's something that it's tough to know in the moment. Like when you're watching it, it's more something that in hindsight, you hear them break down. And a guy like Jack's great about it, candidly and intellectually breaking down the strategy and, his plan of attack. But that's something that I'm curious about. If he notices something early on, how does he evolve? How does he make changes? Because the talent's there, the stuff's there. And I think, we've already seen a lot of encouraging things about Jack's performance so far. This is a tough test against a really good lineup, and I'm looking forward to it for sure.
How is Josh Smith, and was there a conversation about foot placement after last night's collision?
Yeah, I'm sure there was. It's I think a lot of people think you just show up and play first, and there isn't nuance or fundamental to it. You just stand on the base, put a foot on the base, and catch the ball. But obviously, as you guys know, there's nuance and detail to all these positions. Not as nuanced as others. And as we say this, Jock Peterson is on the field, and he's playing first base today, and probably going to go and get some work over there just to make sure he's fresh and ready to go. But I'm sure that's something that was discussed, kind of being more in the middle of the bag and trying to be more on the edge to avoid contact. But we were talking about it after the game. Josh Smith is he honestly should be a hockey player. I mean, this guy gets beat up, knocked around, hit by pitches. I mean, he's kind of like a catcher. It's like he's always battered and bruised. And I don't know about you guys. I was thinking of short hockey player who was a tough son of a gun, who kind of was always had his nose in the action, but wasn't just like a grinder, had skills. And I was thinking about Pat Verbeek.
Verbeek was the name I was thinking too.
Yeah. Pat Verbeek was the guy that I was thinking of.
Now, you mentioned Jock Peterson. Over his last 8 games, understandably, the bar has been low. He's hitting .280, but maybe more importantly than that, another hit yesterday, ground rule double, 111.7 miles per hour exit velocity. Is it that he's getting the hits, or is that you're seeing really good contact that's more encouraging for you?
Well, I think the most encouraging thing, guys, is he's out here on the field right now wearing a sleeveless shirt, just showing the guns off. So,
we're going to win by 8 runs today.
Yep. I think so. He's got sleeveless shirt, backwards hat, sunglasses, and purple and turquoise shoes on. So, if you want a guy who leads the league in swag, Jock Peterson is a perennial contender for that. But yeah, I think it's obviously the hits are great, and you need the results. I think in general the hard contact has been really encouraging. Over the last week and a half, Jock's been hitting the ball routinely at or over 100 miles an hour off the bat. And when you do that, you're gonna get hits. And we're starting to see a turn there. So I think that's been really encouraging. I think his average exit velocity over the last week and a half is probably around 97, 98 miles an hour. But that to me is what's encouraging, right? If he was just squirting singles through the infield, you take it, right? Results are results, but I think discuss that. Hey, it's great that he had a couple hits last night, but not necessarily with the forecasting of, hey, I think he's turned a corner. I think the fact that he's hitting the ball hard is hopefully an indication he's about to go on a run here and get back to the guy that I think we all expected him to be.
Thank you very much for the time and wisdom, as always, good sir.
Hey, thanks, fellas.
There you go, Jared Sandler, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be leading you into Rangers Red Sox. So coming up next, combo segment. We're going to do gridiron gravy and baseball nuggets.
Your face.
Next on The Fan.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
2023 and 2024.
Here's Harley to the net. Score! Mikko Rantanen does it again. He deflects the shot from the point. It's his second goal of the game, his 7th of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and Dallas takes a 2-1 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. He would do it again, and the Stars would win 3-2 to take Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals. Right now, we're going to try some gravy nuggets where we combine gridiron gravy with baseball nuggets. Let's start with football, if that's okay, and let's go with some gridiron gravy. Nope. How much would you like it if the Cowboys training camp was in Hawaii?
I mean, that'd be pretty cool for the fact that I've never been to Hawaii.
True.
So if
Me neither.
Do you think we'd get to go, or would they be like,
What team does Jerry Jones love?
Oh, he loves the Cowboys.
That's not the Cowboys.
He loves the Rams.
The Los Angeles Rams and the Hawaii Tourism Authority have teamed up to provide Maui Camp. So Maui Camp will be powered by Hawaii Tourism, will take place Monday, June the 16th, through Thursday, June the 19th, when the Rams bring their mini camp to Maui.
That's actually pretty cool.
Absolutely.
But is that a distraction?
So I looked at this and I thought it over a little bit more. I think that this is not like real training camp because we're going to be out. Yeah, we're going to be going out to Cowboys training camp like a month after this. And so they're just going to be like, hey, look, we're the Rams, we're doing stuff. But I don't think it's going to be like
practices.
Yeah,
and
I
stuff
don't
like
think
that.
they're going to do anything like that.
Probably more team bonding than anything else. Like, these are
I
great
could see that.
opportunities to do things on the beach, eat the whole pig, right? Like go on some hikes and stuff like that.
And they said it's going to be a real mini camp. And I mean, people will be there. Tickets are open and free to the public.
We're really trying to help out tourism in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Maybe it's dipped a little bit since,
okay.
the time.
Okay, I get it, but like, I don't know if I see the cause and effect of, hey, we're struggling with tourism here in Hawaii. And other guys like, who will fix it? The Rams.
The Rams.
But
Super
then again,
Bowl.
I also don't know the NFL rooting interests of Hawaiian people as a whole.
Very valid.
Maybe they freaking love the Rams.
Or maybe they love the Cowboys, and Jerry's like, why would I do that? I got L.A.
Would we get to go to Hawaii if training camp was
I don't
in
think
Hawaii?
so.
Oh.
I think Sean and RJ would.
Oh, man, I'm going to be sad if that's what happens.
Don't worry. We're never going. Don't get upset preemptively. They're not going to take training camp to Hawaii.
All right.
I guarantee it.
Now, Corey, you're a tattoo guy now.
Yep, all the time.
Have you seen CJ Gardner-Johnson's full back tattoo that is family themed? He got anesthesia to go along with it because either it was going to take so long or potentially be so painful and detailed that they were like, hey, we need you to be out for at least part of this. It includes his children, his deceased brother and friends, and a Lamborghini logo, and it like legit takes up all of his back.
Yeah, that's a pretty intense tattoo. CeeDee Lamb's body is very good artwork. It's fantastic artwork, as a matter of fact. He's got NFL right in the middle of his chest too, or right underneath the.
Smart, because if you put Houston, you never know what the future might hold.
You just got to go with the Rob Lowe version. Hey, I support the NFL.
Yeah, but it feels like it would be a pretty stunning turn of events if the NFL changed the name of their league.
Alec, you have not needed anesthesia for a tattoo yet, right? Because
No.
you haven't done one that in depth.
Yeah, and that's for rich people too.
Yes.
Because
Very expensive.
because I've seen some of these videos. They usually have 7-8 artists working at once.
Yeah.
To
Holy
get
moly.
a whole back piece like that. That usually takes days for one artist.
Yeah.
They bring in 7, 8, 9, 10 artists, and they get that whole thing done in a few hours.
Wow.
It's a lot of money, but for some people, it's worth it.
Yeah, I saw one lady. She was like, it's going to take 4 hours. It was on TikTok. She was like, it's going to take 4 hours to get this tattoo. My immune system, however, was not prepared for this. I needed to go to the emergency room because her body just wasn't prepared for the whole thing for it. So I guess going to sleep is a way to do it, though.
The Ravens are looking at hosting the draft in 2029, 2030, or 2031, and I have to agree with Saquon Barkley here about the tush push. If you don't like it, get better at stopping it.
I try to say that a lot, and people are like, "There's no way," because the offense knows what they're doing. Offense already knows all the time. They know when the snap count is. They already have an advantage. Defensive players know that from Pee-wee football. As soon as they start playing, they know that. There's got to be a way, because there's always been a way to stop something. All right? That's just a reality, is the shotgun offense. Oh, my gosh, what are we going to do? They're throwing the football? How do we stop that? At some point, somebody's going to find the technique that's going to help them to stop it.
Does that feel like an acceptable amount of football for now?
Sounds good.
Okay, good, because right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Let's power rank the power rankings. Oh, or do you want to hear a heartfelt, heartwarming story first?
Let's go with heartfelt, I guess.
Okay. No, this is the reason why it's sad, why it happened is sad, but it is a heartwarming story. So Tuesday night at Chase Field, the Diamondbacks hosted Brain Tumor Awareness Night because Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, he lost his wife to glioblastoma. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I apologize. And so they held a pregame event Tuesday night at Chase Field with the Ivy Brain Tumor Center to raise money, raise awareness, and then they turned it into one of the nights to again try to raise money and raise awareness. And obviously you don't have to argue to hey, we should raise money and awareness to fight brain cancer. But when you know that it's the GM who lost his wife to that exact thing, it becomes all the easier to support this cause.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, let's go. So if you're so inclined, go check it out. Mike Hazen, the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm sure we all know somebody who's been impacted by something like this. Are you ready to power rank the power rankings?
Yep.
Do you think there's been a change at the bottom? Or do you think Colorado is still the worst team in all of baseball?
We'll keep Colorado where they are.
That's fair. Because the White Sox have been surging. They now have 10 wins, whereas Colorado is 6-29. Colorado actually won 2 games in a row last week. They beat the Braves and then beat the Giants.
Oh, my gosh.
You should really reflect on your franchise, and that's the exact same thing I'll say if the Rockies beat the Rangers. But they are still terrible. They're 6-29. They're at the bottom, followed by the Chicago White Sox. Who is at the top of the MLB Power Rankings?
Would we be idiots to not say the Dodgers?
I think so.
Didn't they lose half their roster though, and now they're down?
They have had a lot of injury concerns. We talked about the other day, Teoscar Hernandez being the latest. However,
their depth isn't that good.
Their depth is amazing. Their second team could whip the crap out of the Rockies. So they are indeed number one. Right. So the Los Angeles Dodgers are number one. Where do you go after this?
Alec?
Oh, give me the Mets.
If you had another guess, who would you pick?
Padres, if I had another guess.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good guess.
That was stupid, Alec. The Padres are third. You should have stuck with your instinct.
Oh,
the Mets are second.
You said if.
I said if you needed another guess. You should have said, I'm so confident in my pick that I don't need it.
I do think the Mets are better, though. So
the Mets are second on the list. The Padres are third. The Cubs are fourth. So
did the Cubs move up?
Yes.
Okay.
The Cubs went from 5 to 4. And so as has been the case pretty much all year, it is a National League dominance at the top of the
Yankees
list.
Yankees the first American
team? They are
not.
They're the second American League team.
Detroit
Tigers are 5. So it goes Detroit, San Francisco, and New York as 5, 6, and 7. Where would you put the Texas Rangers, who in the midst of all this obviously had to fire their offensive coordinator?
20.
Okay. Alec?
Ooh, give me 18.
Man, you guys are both wrong, but you're both so close. It's 19. So
impressive.
I know. I am impressed by that. So the Rangers were 15, like I said. Not surprising. It's been a tough week. Another loss last night. But the Rangers fall from 15 to 19. And as you can guess, pretty much the entire caption or capsule about it is, hey, let's fix the offense.
Yeah, no, that's definitely. And did it feel... Man, this is a longer conversation. We have another Rangers segment coming up here, Kevin?
Yes,
okay,
we do.
I'll get into that in just a minute.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, back to the stars. Did Game 1 change your perception of the series? Plus, hey, guess what? Mavs are doing great. Next on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sports passion.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go back to the Stars. We will get to the Mavs as well. And in this hour, I know it's normally in the noon hour, we will do our Nelly ticket giveaway in this hour. All right? And so what I want to know is not necessarily your prediction changed, but has your perception of the series changed? Because it's just one game, so if not, I totally get that. But I think that the Stars can hang physically better in this series than I thought. And part of the credit for that goes to Colorado. Like we were talking about off air, how like the team hit numbers don't always match up with, I think, what was the actual physicality and flow of the game. I saw that at least twice in the Colorado series. But I think one thing you did take away from the Colorado series is you got to step up or you're going to get dusted in this series, man.
Yeah, and they definitely did that. They set that tone last night, and that's I know this is I use the Shoresy line all the time, but set the tone definitely does create the environment that you want for the game. And last night, I think DeBoer told the guys, "Look, Winnipeg did just play that double overtime game. They had less time to prepare for this. We're ready. We got fresh legs in this first period. Go downhill at them and do not stop." Kevin, I still need to go find it, time spent in zone, because it felt like we dominated that, especially in the first period last night. So that was the thing for me, was seeing them start with that fast pace, going at it, pushing into their zone. And they had the other thing, Kevin, that the Stars had, crisp passing. Their passes last night to start the game, that we saw that early in the Colorado series. They just looked all over the place. And last night they said this crisp passing is going to be a key for us. But that tempo that they set right out of the gate, I thought that was the most important part for this series.
So another thing...
But yes, it has... I've already changed my mind on the series. Like I said earlier, I don't think they will be beaten by Winnipeg. They will only beat themselves in this series.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Alec. What was your pre-game one prediction for the series?
I said Stars in 6.
Okay,
same.
And so I had the Stars in 6 as well. I don't think I'm going to change that prediction, but I will say I feel maybe a little bit more comfortable because we won game one.
Oh, you're going to go to choppy Stars in 4?
No, I'm going to stick with 6. But I feel more comfortable because we've seen the Stars like come back from 0-1, 0-1, 0-1. And then the other thing last night that really stood out to me is the special teams. And that is something that I feel like could be the Stars' calling card for the Cup. So look at it last night. Was there a penalty that I thought was complete and utter BS? Yes. Yes, there was, but it doesn't matter because the Stars killed it off. They were 4 for 4 on the penalty kill. Thus far in the playoffs, they've given up 3 goals in 26 penalty kill opportunities. That means they shut it down 88% of the time. That's good for third in the NHL playoffs. And keep in mind, you just played the greatest power play unit on the face of planet Earth, and you're still in that position. Then on the flip side, the Dallas Stars' first power play attempt of the game, what happened? They scored another goal. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and give me, if you can, Alec, cut number 5, because this is how it happened, and this was off the Stars' first power play of the night.
Duchesne, nice job. Sends it across. Rantin in front. Score! Rantin in again! It's a hat trick in Winnipeg. Hintz was right in front. But it's Rantanen who remains scorching hot. That man is out of his mind.
Did he say out in front? Yes, he might have, but you don't care because the goal counted. But my point about that is on the power play, 8 for 25. That's a 32% conversion rate right there. Just think about it. If you go above 100, that means you're doing better than average. And so 32% at the power play conversion, 88% at the kill. That's 120%. They're third in both categories. That is something that you can ride a long way in this playoff.
You know, something that brought up in the last series early. There were a couple games that the Stars lost, and he was like, "Did we even win a face-off last night?" And last night, the Stars won 38-32.
And Rope was a big part of that.
But late in the game, it felt like the Jets kept winning over and over. And I was like, man, how are we going to ever get back to this? But that is something that we we're pretty strong and feel pretty strong about is their ability to win those faceoffs and get control of the puck.
Can I ask you a question about that? Do you ever get irrational about losing a faceoff? Because when we have a 1-goal lead, especially when it's in our own end, losing a faceoff turns into missing a free throw for me.
Okay.
I'm like, how do you miss a free throw? And I know the percentages are way different, but I don't know. Do you guys ever fall into that trap in a close game? You're like, how do you lose a faceoff?
No, yeah. And like I always told you, like make 100% of your free throws. So I know exactly what you're saying. Kevin, there was a play that both you and I, this morning, whenever we came in, we celebrated together. And I'm getting chills just thinking about the moment. And that was Esa Lindell's skate.
Holy freaking moly,
dude,
man.
His skate was the last line of defense as Otter kind of got turned around and is laying on the ground and everybody's scrambling. And what a scramble that was. And that's what we're talking about, the intensity of those final moments. But here's a line from Bruce Levine. There's a reason Jim Nill made signing Esa Lindell to a contract extension a top priority. Stars PK, 4 for 4 last night. 7 minutes and 41 shorthanded. Lindell chewed up 654 on the PK. Wow. He also led all players with 7 blocked shots, including a late one in the crease that saved the game. So as much as we've been giving Harley this credit too, and Lindell deserves. And Lindell did the same thing in the Colorado series, didn't he?
Yes. And by the way, you're so right about Esa Lindell. I do want to shout out Thomas Harley though, because I think he's done a really good job, even beyond the blue line, of maybe kind of deconstructing some potential offensive opportunities.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Throughout the playoffs,
I feel very calm knowing he's on the ice.
Okay,
I feel very when I see him on the ice, I'm like, it just seems like everything's controlled.
Okay,
and there's not a lot of panic.
That makes sense to me. You mentioned Esa Lindell. I went back and watched it a couple of times, and maybe people can give me a better idea. It looked like there was a chance that Oettinger had moved back into position and could have maybe stopped that puck before it went across the line. But thank God we didn't need to
his skate landed there. It stopped it first.
And I don't, by no means am I saying, he would have got it for sure. Because I just looked at it. Thank goodness that Esa Lindell was there to go ahead and shut it down. And like you said, he did that very same thing in the first series. And here's a great thing about this team. I want you to go back to the first segment. And then think about the segment that we've just done. Who have we not mentioned whatsoever?
Wyatt.
Well, that's another one. Now, that just made me feel even better. We didn't even mention that Jason Robertson is back.
Right. I was just about to bring that up. Yep.
And we haven't mentioned Miro.
Yep.
Because he didn't play.
Our defense has been pretty stout, man.
But you're right. You think about now, obviously, everything has turned into the Mikko Rantanen show. I'm sure he's like a 1 to a million to win the Conn Smythe now if they go all the way. But outside of that, Wyatt Johnston is the dude. Haven't mentioned him yet. Jason Robertson just came back. Didn't mention him yet. Miro still not back. This team has an incredible amount of depth.
Let's talk a little bit about Robertson real quick.
Okay.
Last night, he looked like he was getting his feet back under him. And,
that's fair.
And granted, with the Miro injury, Miro needed surgery. And Miro has not played in a long time. So conditioning is definitely another thing they're keeping track of because, Kevin, if you're not in game shape, you risk the opportunity to go back out there and injure it even again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the fact that he needed surgery and the fact that he's had to get back into game shape while not playing, Robertson got injured late in the season, didn't need surgery, played just recently, and so that's one of the reasons you saw Robertson come back faster was because he's in shape. He's been playing all the way up until the last moment of this season, so he's in better shape. But he did have moments last night where that moment when he slid into the wall and it was face first in the wall, I was like, oh dang, is he okay?
And you got to attribute at least part of that to something that we talked about yesterday to be prepared for this is the line shifts, right? Mm-hmm. Because he ended up pairing up with Marchment and Johnston, and that's a line you have not seen. And so it makes sense that he personally and the line in general would have a little bit of a learning curve, I guess.
And for, that's the great thing about the depth of this roster. That DeBoer has this opportunity for each series, hell, even each game, he has a chance to go, oh, you know what, I like this matchup a little more, and move this guy to this scoring line. But that front line that he's working with right now, he's so comfortable with it, and he's like, that's the one I'm really confident in, and the whole team is like, hey, we'd like to get them back out on the ice and get some goals in there
for sure. Confidence level, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Confidence level now heading into game 2.
So heading confidence for the series, I still feel like they're winning.
Okay.
Winning
Confidence
game 2.
strictly on game 2.
I have concerns because it's so easy to go steal. Not so easy, but it's easy to go steal the first game and then be like, we did what we were supposed to do, instead of don't take your foot off the pedal. Now, I think because of the way that the Stars learned from the Colorado series, I think they will not take their foot off the pedal. But DeBoer also loves to see what your tweaks are going to be.
Sure.
So, like, he's probably going to say, let's go back out there, same plan. Once they adjust, we'll adjust when we get back home. So that's where I'm kind of, you're asking my confidence. I have full faith that this series is the Stars.
Okay.
But game 2, it's very easy sometimes to kind of just take a load off, if you will.
Now, I want to go back to Mikko Rantanen.
But I will also say, Kevin, I'm so tired of hearing about Connor Hellebuyck, and I just wish they would stop talking about him. Dude, they talked about him like he was God last night, and I was like, what is this jump out here doing right now?
Well,
would his eyes go back and forth for training before the game? Whatever.
And I did like that you got like the most Canadian version of trash talk when they were chanting Helly's backup. And I'm like, well, hey, a couple things. First of all, you didn't win 4 nations. And second of all, your goalie got pulled 3 times in the first round.
Did you see the dude that was holding up the sign that said Cowboys can't skate? And I was like, man, that's a really good Canadian burn right there.
It really is. Like, if you ever go back and watch UFC, George St. Pierre, he came out after a Matt Hughes performance and he got in the octagon and they were clearly trying to hype it up. And he was like, I just want to say, I was not impressed with your performance. And like, to him, it felt like, hey, MFer, I just stomped all over you and everybody you've ever loved. It's just, that was the most hardcore he could get into it. And that was kind of the same thing that you saw. But back to Mikko Rantanen. Do you want to hear from Mikko or Coach?
Let's hear from Coach.
All right, give me cut number 6. I'm going to paraphrase the question. Hey, how badass is Mikko?
Keep it going. Let's see how long he can run this for. Yeah, he's rolling, and he's feeling it, and pretty impressive what he's doing. I mean, considering the opponent and the time of year and, how he's dominating games, really impressive. So, and I think it's the first time we won a game 1 since 2019. Yes. I thought our group did a lot of good stuff. I mean, Otter made some huge saves down the stretch. PK was outstanding. Got a power play goal. Special teams again were great. So there's a lot of things there for us to build on.
Now, let's go to Mikko, cut number 7. Have you ever felt this good in the playoffs before?
I don't think so. No. It's it's been good the last couple of games. And obviously have to thank the line mates. Teammates are making great plays around me and finding me in the net front or wherever it is, and we'll just try to keep it going now.
So everything is going well for the Stars at the moment. Things are not going as perfectly for the Mavs.
Oh, because of that shot that Sean took at him?
I wasn't going to say that.
He said it this morning. I was listening to their show.
Yeah, no, that is that is very true. He'll just say.
He says things.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know what? Was he wrong?
No, look, when he retold that story, I think that is an accurate way to put it. All right. So the Dallas Mavericks went ahead and moved on from Deion Calhoun. That was their head athletic trainer. And look, we've talked about it. Tim McMahon clearly has a vendetta because of Nico blowing off one of his questions.
He's tight with the medical staff.
Okay.
He's tight with Casey Smith. That's what I'm feeling based on this entire thing. Is they found out too that he was talking to them and they were like, you got to get out of here, buddy.
Well, and part of the thing, it goes back to, Tim McMahon asking like, hey, how in the world did Derek Lively almost play when he had like could be a catastrophic stress fracture in his foot? And then Nico goes, it actually shows the strength of our medical team. But then like looking at Tim, he goes, so, you'll take the angle of being negative, but it's actually a positive thing because they saw the symptoms, blah, blah, blah. We love our medical staff and whatnot. And this was like a month ago. This was not even a month ago that we like got a lot more of these details. Well, 22 days later, fired.
What is that? So what does this say about Nico? That he doesn't have a clue what he's doing, or that he's cleaned house?
Well,
and
I'm going to read you this quote and you answer that question for me. We feel that the guys that replace them have done an amazing job. And again, you're coming at me from a negative standpoint, and I look at it from a positive standpoint. The guys we brought in are better. That was 22 days ago. And then fired.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It just seems like it's a continual avalanche of bad things that are going his way.
Yeah.
And Dumont is just kind of like, I mean, I don't know what to do. I put this dude in control.
Yeah.
And so it just seems like it's falling apart more and more for him.
Yeah, like at some point, I at least appreciated that he stuck with like, hey, we made these moves because they're going to make it better at basketball. I know it infuriated people, but at least I was like, you stuck with it. Just 3 weeks ago, he was lecturing people about how we brought in the better people, and then he was like, but you got to go.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess not better enough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 1 down, 1 to go. What position or player would you like to see the Cowboys go after next? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Your proud home, proud home.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
Setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where could it be Parolin? Could it be Tagle that is the next pope? Could there be an upset?
I'm just going to, whatever
like
Broadus
Pizzaballa?
says.
Don't know.
The fact that Broadus knew every one of the,
he was invested. He was invested. Perhaps even Zupi. We'll see. The white smoke is out. We have a new pope. But I want to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. Unless you guys are like super invested in pope talk, I feel like we can save that for another time. All right. 1 down, 1 to go. I want to start with this question. Then we're probably going to go a few different directions.
Right.
So before the draft, Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones said, hey, they're working on multiple moves, specifically 2 pretty substantive moves. So we saw the one with George Pickens that we thought might happen before the draft. It didn't, but now we've seen it. Is there a player, a reasonable player, or position that you would like to see the Cowboys go after? Because I know Gavin Dawson talked about left tackle, Brian Broaddus. We asked him, and he said perhaps, I think, if I remember correctly, perhaps cornerback is somewhere that you would want to look. So I'm curious if there's a position or player you're looking at.
Yeah, I think Machota said that yesterday, too, while he was on with this. And he
that's
says,
what I was thinking of.
Well, no, I think Broaddus did as well.
Okay.
But he said the Stephon Gilmore thing he thinks has more legs than the Cowboys are letting on. And I like Jerry being coy with that when he was asked about, hey, why was Stephon Gilmore here? And he's like, I like to think that every player who's ever been here before likes to come by and see our facilities from time to time.
That's definitely what he thinks in real life, too, right?
Yes.
Like, I know he was just saying that for spin. That's what he thinks.
And granted, a lot of them do. They feel at home.
Yeah.
You know, they feel very comfortable, very at home. I know Gavin is in 2 different boats on the left tackle position. He's in one boat where he's like, I'm out on the dude I saw last year.
Yeah.
He's in the other boat of, I'm going to give that dude a chance, but the leash isn't very long.
Okay. Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's kind of where I am still. I want to see Tyler Booker play before I just, go, okay, we're good there. I feel pretty confident. But left tackle is definitely a spot where, okay, you got these wide receivers. Do you have time for Dak to be back there to throw?
Yeah.
And obviously Dak has to be willing to pull the trigger on throws as well. So left tackle is definitely a spot. I'm still not completely confident in the linebacker situation right now.
Okay.
But I also have a lot of faith in Eberflus when it comes to linebackers. But right now, Kevin, your starter at will is Leofau. You got Kenneth Murray, Jack Sanborn. These are names that I just don't. I know you feel
maybe Sanborn, yeah. But
Sanborn was a name that I got thrown my way, and they were like, he's perfect for Eberflus' system.
Yeah.
And then he comes to Dallas from Chicago, where Eberflus was. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is nice to know. But there are a lot of names there So not necessarily that I want him to go get it. I just want to see somebody stand out whenever it comes training camp time.
Yeah.
Because until Overshone comes back, and who knows when that's going to be, and who knows how long he'll be back.
Yes.
Until that happens, though, I'm not completely comfortable with that position.
I want to make this clear. I love DeMarvion Overshone as a person, as a player. I just don't see him having a legitimate impact this season.
Yeah. And right now,
I'm sorry, I just don't.
Right now, I feel like you have bodies. You have a lot of bodies for the position, and whoever stands out. But, man, you really need the dudes up front in front of them doing their job so that those linebackers can be at their best. You need Mozzie and Osa and those guys being at their best.
Now, you mentioned this just a minute ago, and this was originally going to be an NFL overreaction or reality question, but I want to throw this out for both you and Alec. Do you believe now that Dak has sufficient offensive firepower?
Do I believe he can do it?
Does he have the weapons?
Oh.
Because I know sometimes that's a complaint. People are like, well, what's he supposed to do? He's got CD and nothing.
Okay, all right. Real quick. Who's the third receiver? Tolbert?
Yeah, I guess Tolbert, then Mingo and Turpin.
And, okay, now Turpin's an interesting concept because I have no clue what Schottenheimer wants to do with him. I know what he's capable of, and I know how I would use him, and I would probably use him over Tolbert for in a lot of these runs. And I have no clue what Mingo is. He didn't prove anything to me. So at the moment, I think he has two really good receivers, and it's going to be, man, the people up in Pittsburgh, they have lots to say about Pickens, and I'm a little more concerned than I think I was.
Look, Mike Tomlin said there's no question he has to grow up. Mike Tomlin was able to keep the Antonio Brown stuff under wraps. So if he's stepping out.
Think about all the number one wide receivers that have come out of Pittsburgh because Mike Tomlin was like, I don't know, just move on from these guys. Somebody said he's got 23rd wide receivers, Corey. Or does he have 24th wide receivers? And that's kind of where I am there. But I think he has two stud. One, Isaiah Stanback said he's got 1A, 1B in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. So, and I'll take a former wide receiver's word for that. And Stanback I trust a lot. So I appreciate that. As long as Ferguson is back, yes. I don't have complete faith in the running game yet.
Sure.
So I still feel like we're missing that component until I see how Dak works with Jaden Blue, until I see how he works with Javonte Williams and whatever they're doing there. But I think he's got everything he needs, maybe a better third wide receiver, but those guys are going to be fighting for it. You pointed out yesterday how difficult it's going to be at the receiver position.
Alec, do you believe sufficient offensive weaponry is in place for Dak?
I think he's got enough to have some fireworks, but I don't know if he has a running back yet.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
My expectations for Jake Ferguson seem to go down each year now.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a good thing. Maybe he does have a baller year, and I'm like, oh, whoa. He ended up producing a lot more than I expected. So I'd say he has ample weapons, but sufficient to make any kind of run. I wouldn't go that far.
Okay. And maybe on how we feel about Ferguson, maybe Schoonmaker takes that next step. Span Ford, really good receiving tight end. So there is some love there, and that's where camp's going to be a lot of fun.
So it's funny because if we would have done if we would have talked about the Jake Ferguson heading into last season, I think I would have been like thumbs up. But Jake Ferguson, he regressed.
Dude, I was thinking that Jake Ferguson was going to be a top 5 fantasy tight end out there last year.
Well, one of the reasons I wanted to bring that up is CBS has its grouping of the top 10 wide receiver tandems in the NFL, including now that Dallas has made their move. So it goes Jacksonville at 10 with Thomas and Hunter, Tampa at 9 with Evans and Godwin. Then we get the Commanders with McLaurin and Debo. Tyreek and Waddle are only number 7 for the Dolphins. And then the Rams with Devontae and Puka. And this is what is interesting to me. They have the Dallas Cowboys all the way up at 4.
Oh, really?
So the Cowboys with CD and George Pickens. And I'm sure lots of people have lots of thoughts, but that goes ahead of Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That goes ahead of, like I said, Devontae and Puka. That goes ahead of Waddle and Hill. Like, those are some heavy-hitting duos. How much CBS is like, these are better.
How much credit do you give Dak for that too? Because I mean, with the Minnesota Vikings being at 3, that's all the receivers right now
for sure.
That's all on those guys
For sure.
With the Bengals, Joe Burrow has a lot to do with that.
I know
with the Eagles, they made Jalen Hurts look better, but he was really good last year too.
It's tough because, I think, and I know people still try to pigeonhole him in as he's like, oh, he can't be a number 1 because he's a slot receiver, which I think is madness. I think CeeDee Lamb is that dude. I think you can put whoever at quarterback,
I'm with you, man.
And he's still going to be getting work done. Now, maybe to varying degrees, but so I give Dak some credit.
Okay. All right,
but I think CeeDee Lamb is the dude.
Yeah, when you're just looking at pure talent, and you look at the raw talent of it all,
yeah,
that's why CeeDee Lamb is as high as he is at that spot. Kevin, though, I can put him up there with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase at 2.
Okay.
I think that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith have proven that they're a number 1 combo.
Agreed.
Justin Jefferson, I think, is elite. Jordan Addison was fantastic last year. But I can definitely see them in the top 3. And I can make that argument with the talent. But we haven't seen the talent of George Pickens with Dak yet, so that's another thing I got to wait on.
And that is the top 3 with Minnesota at 3, Cincinnati at 2, and the Philadelphia Eagles at number 1. All right, I'm going to kind of replicate your answer about running back. Now, I heard what they were talking about this morning, the rumors of the Breece Hall trade. It's not that it didn't happen. It never was happening. And so that doesn't surprise me. You have brought up Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
As a fascinating potential choice. It feels like before they traded for Pickens, they have a whole bunch of number 2 running backs and they need a 1, just like they had a whole bunch of 3 wide receivers and they needed a 2.
Chubb has proven that he can be a 1 at times, but the injuries are obviously scary.
For sure.
And Javonte Williams looked like he was on the verge of being a 1, and then his injury obviously set him back a little bit. And I watched a lot of the Broncos last year because with their running back for fantasy purposes, because Sean Payton gave us Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram.
Yep.
And so I was like, oh, he knows how to run the football. And I don't know how much of the credit I give to the offensive line, but it didn't look like Javonte Williams had a lot of cut in him. It looked like I'm going into the pile, and I got to trust that the pile's going to be open up somewhere, and it never did. So it looked like a lot of 2-3 yard runs for him, and that was kind of frustrating. So I'm with you where I feel like maybe it was. Maybe the blocking system for the Cowboys is going to be a little bit different, and he's going to have more space. I hope that Blue has that ability to run free at times because we know how fast he can be, and that's a game breaker opportunity. But he's not an every down back for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do feel like you do have a bunch of number 2s, potential rookie number 3s, and you're sitting there going, all right, Dak, it's back to you being a throw-first offense again. And I know they want to be able to run the ball at will.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. And, I feel like there's something we should...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets. You're going to go find out where the party at when Nelly comes to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 5th. You can, of course, go buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we're going to lead you into Rangers. So let's go ahead and look back and ahead at Rangers Red Sox next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live at Southern Leisure in...
Uber Eats has growth.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet herb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
for being loud and proud Tolos.
I'm Donovan from Garland. What I love is how friendly the fan is with each other and the fans themselves, all the Tolos. They try to make everything as comfortable as possible for people to listen to. They try to have as much fun as possible, and that never gets old.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than any one old price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Payoff pitch again. And there's a long drive to right. If it's fair, it's gone. It is hooking at the foul pole. It is gone. The second home run of the game for Wilyer Abreu. Man, does he kill the Rangers.
So just don't pitch to him is my suggestion. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Rangers, Red Sox coming up next. So let's stick with some more Rangers talk here.
Kevin, we just actually, real quick, we just got this is Tolo talk. We just got a tweet from Tolo Craig. And he said, my wife draws a cartoon for kids every morning. This morning, she asked me what we should draw. And without hesitation, I said moose named Miko. And she drew a little moose for the kids at her school. So getting them invested in what the Stars are doing.
That is freaking tremendous. Now, a couple of logistical things. Kevin Pillar put on the 10-day injured list. And then in his stead, Ezekiel Duran has been pulled up from AAA Round Rock. So just a couple of notes about roster shuffling right there.
It's interesting because yesterday you asked Bochy about kind of the center field position, and he was like, look, it was cluttered, with regarding Leote. And then the Pilar situation, I'm like, oh, hold on, was it as cluttered as we thought?
And by the way, and he told us yesterday, he's like, Evan Carter is going to get the lion's share of the work out there.
Yeah. And so I think they're going to give him every opportunity to prove he can't hit left-handed pitching. Just give him those chances. Let him try. He's hitting, as long as he's hitting right-handed pitching well up here, we'll keep throwing him out there. And he gives us a good chance to walk, be patient, be in what the Boone philosophy might be. Now, Kevin, my question to you.
Yeah.
And Sean made this point this morning, and I found myself doing it. I watched did you watch at bats last night and the last 2 days a little differently?
I did, but I might be looking for something different than you and maybe some other Rangers fans. So I don't want to take away any of your thunder, but one of the things I'm looking at is the chases. All right. So we talked about this.
Yeah.
The Texas Rangers, they have a 34% chase rate, the highest in Major League Baseball. It has been abysmal, all right? So no team is chasing more this year when swinging than the Texas Rangers. You can break that down however statistically you want. It's going to be the Rangers, the Rangers, the Rangers every single time. And you've seen Adolis even reaching more than he normally does. You've seen Wyatt reaching. And so for me, I'm going to be locked in on where are you making your swings? Like, are you making smart swings, not from a contact point of view, but from a, dude, come on. That was clearly a ball.
No, yeah. And,
Yeah,
and I'm looking at Josh Young, 31.4%. That's nothing. Listen, Josh Young had a great game last night.
I don't know. I heard you yesterday. Alec, you heard him yesterday,
I want
right?
the best version of Josh Young, Alec, I promise. 31, though. Jake Berger was at 36. Those are significant. And let's drop that number down to 25. That's Jonah Heim, who's having a pretty good year right now.
Yeah.
Because he is being disciplined at the plate. Jared was just talking to us about Alex Bregman's discipline at the plate. He gets up there, he's waiting for a pitch that he knows he can drive, and that's why he's a good hitter. And the Rangers, I don't know if they just felt, hey, we won the World Series, anything we swing at's going out.
It looks like that sometimes.
And maybe that idea, that concept of home runs are the thing that drives this team. We're a home run hitting team. Sometimes you do need to go back to the basics and really tighten that strike zone so you aren't chasing. So I'm looking at that same thing because the chase, Kevin, would be against what Brett Boone wants.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm watching with an idea of you're up there, if you have two strikes, you're battling to foul balls off until you get your pitch. And you get something that you can put in play and either get on, move a runner over. There's lots of ways to move runners around the bases, and it's not just by hitting a home run. This team can. Sure. Dude, Wyatt Langford's home run last night. Josh Young's. Josh Young's was a monster last night.
What a shocker. You didn't want to give credit to Josh Young for that home run.
Josh Young's, I felt like that thing was going to go forever. Like, that was an amazing home run, but not every one of those pitches is going to be a home run pitch, and I think they kind of need to reduce that back just a little bit.
Was the most entertaining of them all, though, the Adolis?
Yes.
Yes. Carl Yastrzemski. Carlton Fisk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Keep it fair. Keep it fair. Keep it fair.
He hits,
except he just stayed on his knee and watched
he rips it down the third baseline, and he squats down into it's a position that everybody's using now to like stretch their hamstrings and groin. I don't know. I see it on TikTok all the time now. And he's sitting there.
Say groin?
Your groin. And so he's sitting there looking, and he's watching, and he's like, "Please stay fair." That thing hit the outside of the foul pole. Like, it didn't even hit the inside of the foul pole. It hit the outside of the foul pole and gave us a home run. And yes, that was an awesome, exciting home run as well. But again, I'm watching them with the mind of, okay, how are they approaching their at-bats now? And they do look like there's, last night, 4 innings in, Hawks 75 pitches in. That's so much better than a four innings in, and your opposing pitcher's 35 pitches in, and you have no chance to get their bullpen anytime soon, except for in high leverage situations.
Because you know what? What happens if you don't fix things up? You get fired. Alec, is it true that the Pittsburgh Pirates have fired their manager, even though they don't really care to spend any money?
This is true, and I guess we're getting a Pope news dump because everybody's talking about that. So they said, let's slide under the radar here. But
that's probably... I can see that.
I can totally see it because Derek Shelton has been fired following a 12-26 start that has them in last place of the National League Central. So... yep, bye-bye Derek Shelton. Paul Skeens is probably happy at this point.
I mean, maybe, but I also feel like Paul Skeens is like, hey, we got a good team. Why don't you do something to upgrade our team?
Yeah, but money.
I mean...
we don't want to spend it, Kevin.
Okay, that's great.
We're the Pirates.
That's fine. Don't spend the money to re-sign Paul Skeens.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, you have one of the best pitchers in baseball, except against the Cardinals, and you have him for almost nothing. Mm-hmm. So spend some more money on your team. By the way, speaking of spending money on the team, I don't know if you saw this article or if you think this is inevitable, but I thought about it when somebody was like, hey, let's lock up Wyatt Langford already. Did you see the article from Jeff Passan that predicted like all the next benchmark contracts, 100, 200 million, and so on and so forth? So at 600 million, Gunnar Henderson is on the list. He says, I see potential for Gunnar Henderson to get $600 million on the $300 million level. So luckily, we're going to go quite a bit down. Wyatt Langford. So Langford's barely scratched the surfaces of his abilities last year, and he had a 4 WAR. Okay. It feels like he's progressing this year. He's been a bright spot in just a horrific offense. And so he'll head to free agency right after he turns 28.
Okay.
So
that seems old.
Huh.
Free agency at 28 just seems like a long way away. But I guess college did kind of put him back a little bit.
Yeah, and that'll be right in prime earning time. Could you see Wyatt Langford eventually getting a $300 million deal?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, with the way that he's growing into it, as much as people talk about the sound of that bat, I know, Kevin, you don't care for that much, but like it just means he's finding the sweet spot, dude. It just means he's finding the right spot on the bat, and that WAR, I think, is going to continue to go up. And, dude, now watch him defensively. Dude, that throw from outfield last night almost got it.
Yeah.
If Marcus Semien had made a better tag there, and that was a tough play.
Sure.
But like that, his arm is amazing. So he's a very valuable player to any team. He's got all 5 of the tools.
Now, Passan also mentioned the potential for Adolis Garcia as a $100 million player. I think you've seen that fly out the window. But I wanted to go through the rest of the people above Wyatt. So Wyatt's in the group with Jackson Chourio and James Wood. The potential for $400 million contracts, Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens. I don't know where he'll get that money from, but certainly not the Pirates. And then $500 million, Kyle Tucker, Ellie De La Cruz. And then I told you the lone representative at $600 million is Gunnar Henderson. We have Rangers, Red Sox tonight. Jack Leiter on the bump. Aside from like you'd love for them to win, what do you want to see from him, and what will constitute as quality pitching for you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I absolutely want to see him get ahead in the count immediately. And oh man, we don't. never mind. Sorry, somebody said something. I want to see it get ahead of the count, and then I want to see him follow that up with the ability to shut somebody down once he's been ahead in the count. And if he gets into any trouble, man, trust your defense. Trust that you can make pitches that are going to put your defense in the best position to get your defense the ball so that they can make plays for you. And I need to see less runs. Like that, he was just getting battered in the last game, and the game before that he got hit pretty hard too.
So what I'm hearing is don't pitch to Abreu. Pregame starts in just a few minutes. We will be back tomorrow. KNC Masterpiece. Corey, you get a full 4-hour show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say go Josh Young, Kevin.
Go Josh Young.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The defending champs are in trouble, down 0-2 to the Knicks after blowing back-to-back 20-point leads, something they did just once all regular season. This isn't just a rough stretch, it's a collapse. Repeating is always hard, but losing in the second round to a team Boston was expected to handle, that's not fatigue, that's failure. And if the Celtics can't flip the script fast, the title defense ends in embarrassment. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
LCG, the top recreational developer in Texas, will hold the grand opening of their newest lakefront property, called The Landings at Richland Chambers Lake, next Saturday, May 17th. 20 new lakefronts will be released to the public for the first time ever, priced from only $89.9. Yes, dockable lakefronts on the third largest lake in Texas, 1 hour from Dallas, from only $90,000. The property features wide paved roads, city water, lakefront park with multi-million-dollar clubhouse, pool, sport courts, boat ramp, and so much more. Come see why Richland Chambers Lake is so popular and why so many call it home. This lakefront grand opening will be held next Saturday, May 17th, with home sites starting from only $19.9. So call now, 800-675-1800. Get out of the city and come see this beautiful lake next Saturday, where home sites will be priced from only $20,000. Call 800-675-1800. 800-675-1800.
Alt 1037 presents Alterium, featuring 311. The Beaches, Bad Flower, and Almost Monday and Larry G. May 10th, 2025 at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. Don't miss Alterium, presented by Alt 1037. Get your tickets now at livenation.com.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here right before we get ready for Rangers baseball. And a quick word from my good friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. And when you walk into Rangers Stadium, look up, check out the outstanding workmanship on that big, beautiful, retractable K-Post roof. And then imagine what K-Post could do for your home or company's roof system. It's K-Post, DFW's most trusted residential and commercial roofing company since 2004. Go to kpostcompany.com. That's kpostcompany.com. Now get ready to enjoy the game.
It's baseball season. It's underway. We're in full swing. Don't miss your chance to add your favorite Rangers from the diamond in your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's the strikeouts for your favorite Rangers pitcher, RBIs from Wyatt Langford, or first inning runs, take your pick of more or less for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. You download that Prize Picks app, Tolos, and use promo code 1053. That's 1053 to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. 1053 on the Prize Picks app to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. And you can mix and match. Doesn't have to be just baseball, the hockey playoffs, basketball playoffs, whatever your favorite sports is, Prize Picks have it. Plus the Taco Tuesday deals, Flex Friday, all kinds of great options to cash in on Prize Picks. Download that app, use promo code 1053, get the $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
This Odyssey Sports